You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
With your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for April the 9th. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And good morning, Rev. Cindy. How you doing today?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. Doing not too bad myself, to tell you the truth. I see I'm dressed in a hoodie and you've got a tank top on, basically. Pretty nice down there on the east coast.
Yeah, we're supposed to get up to like 10, 12 degrees today, sunshine, 10, 12 degrees, feeling like, 10, 12 degrees today. It's going to be a beautiful day here in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, actually, I was out just before we came live here, and yeah, it's a nice day here as well.
Beautiful.
Unfortunately, they are calling for rain later this afternoon, so at least it's not snow. we got that earlier this week. We had enough. We're done. It's over. Spring is here. It has sprung.
It's here. It's springing.
Yeah, we got flowers in the garden that are coming up.
I have tulips coming up. It's beautiful.
Well, that's probably the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, I head out to British Columbia tomorrow where they have all kinds of foliage already coming up. So I'm kind of excited about that.
Yeah. Now, talking about British Columbia, this is your last show for the next 2 weeks because you're, like you said, you're heading to British Columbia.
Yes. Yeah. So I'll be back 2 weeks from Monday on this show. And we have a show scheduled to pop up for the Mushy Moment on Tuesday. It's going to be one of the speaker series. I'm really excited about that. So I'm kind of out for 2 weeks completely.
Just quieting down.
Heading to school, doing my thing.
That's right. Exactly. And then you come back all refreshed and ready to go. Sometimes being away can be exhausting.
It can be, yeah, and especially with school. I have a week of school while I'm out there. I'm out there for 2 weeks, a few days leading up to it, and a couple of days afterwards. But I am going out for education, and so when I get back, it will be, trying to just solidify that education in my brain and keep it, kind of the integration work that goes along with, being educated.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, we got some stories to cover today, and we've been running a bit of a theme going on here for the last few shows, and that is the fact that what's going on the east coast of Canada here with the First Nations and cannabis, and that's where you're going to be starting again today, are we not?
Absolutely. Yeah. The first story of the day is coming to us from the Halifax Examiner. First Nations set up highway protests after the Nova Scotia RCMP raid Potlotech cannabis dispensary. Tensions are rising here in Nova Scotia after an RCMP raid on a Mi'kmaq-owned cannabis dispensary sparked protests and highway blockades by First Nations communities. There were 3 blockades, by the way, and I drove by 2 on the day it happened. According to the Halifax Examiner, The RCMP carried out a raid on a dispensary in Potlatech First Nation, seizing cannabis products and enforcing provincial laws. But for many in the community, the issue isn't about cannabis, it's about sovereignty. In response, Indigenous groups set up protests, including highway demonstrations, calling attention to what they see as an ongoing overreach by provincial and federal authorities into Mi'kma'ki jurisdiction. One protester framed it plainly. This is about our right to govern ourselves on our own land. Leaders and community members argue that Indigenous nations were never properly consulted in the creation of Canada's cannabis framework, and that enforcing provincial laws on reserve lands ignores treaty rights and self-determination. The article situates the raid within a larger pattern, one where Indigenous-run cannabis operations across Canada continue to operate on a legal gray zone. While some communities have created their own regulatory systems, these are often not recognized by federal or provincial governments. For those on the ground, the protests are about more than a single store. They're about more than cannabis. They are part of a broader resistance, one that challenges who gets to control their lands, their laws, and their economic opportunity in a post-legalization Canada. And Al, like I said, I drove by the one that is pictured here at exit 10 on Highway 102 here in Nova Scotia. I drove by it. I got to see it. Had one lane of the 2 lanes blocked off going one way, and the other 2 lanes on the other side of the highway were open. I was on the open side going by it. And then at exit 12, there was another one on the opposite side of the highway doing one thing, slowing traffic, not stopping it. And I got out by that one going into the cannabis store, actually. And it was beautiful. Everybody driving by were honking their horns in support. It was bump, 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 bump. It's not the big, heavy, long beep of being pissed off. People were waving out their car windows, giving power symbols. They were into it. The Indigenous people, the Indigenous people, the Mi'kma'ki people were there. Some of them in regalia, in their ribbon skirts and their ribbon shirts. The drums were there. The ladies were dancing. It was incredible to stand there and just be witness to these people standing up for the rights that they have here on Turtle Island. And they're willing to go with just their reserves instead of taking the whole Turtle Island, which they are deserving. So, and I do understand at the third protest, which was in Cape Breton here in Nova Scotia, 5 hours away from me, things got a little bit more hectic, which we'll talk about in another story. But, it's the same as what was going on in Ottawa in 2022. It was a few people doing a couple of crazy things, and it's been looked after by their own people. And, so it's what the Indigenous people, what the Mi'kma'ki people did here. They stood up for their rights. They stood up for their 1752 treaty, and they did it beautifully. I must say, when I was standing there in awe, I sent you a little video.
Yeah, you sent me the video.
People drumming and people dancing and people just being there. And they weren't mad. They weren't yelling. They weren't swearing. They were celebrating together their treaty rights.
And they slowed traffic down.
They slowed traffic.
They didn't stop traffic. Like you said, there was a lane that was open where people could still get by.
Yep.
And
I had the choice when I went there to a dispensary. And so I had the choice to, I could have gone up to the next exit and gone out, but I went down and I drove past them at exit 12. And just so you know, RCMP were there. They were just sitting there with their lights going and had some cones set up so nobody would come up along on that lane too fast, protecting the Indigenous. So I just wanted to throw out something good that the RCMP did. But I got to tell you, it was heart pounding buying Indigenous weed in front of the RCMP. It was quite exhilarating.
What they did is, it really, as far as the RCMP protect and the protesters. It's similar in the past when it comes to the 420s. When I was going to Niagara 420, that's what the police did. They would get out and protect our lane. We still let some people, on one side go by, and we walk down the road.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's the way it should be. Protesting is something that should be allowed. And on the highways, like I said, I was there. I saw it. I drove through it. They did not stop the traffic on the highways up in Cape Breton, as we will talk about later. They did do some blockade, but that was of their own treaty land and their own road leading in and out of their reserve. It wasn't on a highway, and it wasn't, in the middle of everything.
Yeah. All right. Time for us to move on to the next story of the day. This one is coming to us from StratCan, and the headline on it says Canadian provinces project more than $800 million in federal cannabis tax transfers for 26-27. Now, most provinces and territories have shared their budgets for the 26-2027 fiscal years, including their most recent figures and estimates for revenue from cannabis sales and their 75% share of the federal government's cannabis excise tax rate of $1 per gram. Now, while expected, revenues are not increasing at rates seen in the first few years of legalization. Projections remain robust, with provinces estimating more than $800 million in transfer payments from Ottawa for the 26-27 fiscal year. Figures from the Canadian Revenue Agency show the federal and provincial governments in Canada have brought in more than $5.4 billion in cannabis tax revenue since legalization began at the end of 2018. And that brings us through to the end of August of 2025. While Ottawa kept about $1.2 billion of that revenue, the provinces collected the other nearly $4.2 billion. Now, here's a bit of a breakdown of some of the provinces' projections. In Alberta, they project cannabis tax revenue to be $229 million in 26-27, and to increase to 200 by 2028-29, driven by population growth. This includes not only the province's share of the federal excise tax, but also additional provincial rates. Alberta also has the second highest duty rate for cannabis in Canada at almost 17%, along with other markups. The province has been lowering these fees, including a recent 2% tax. Now, in Saskatchewan, their 26-27 budget does not explicitly list a single line item for federal cannabis excise revenue, although this is part of an estimated $3.4 billion from other source revenue, is what they put it in quotes. Now, Canada Revenue Agency's figures show that the Saskatchewan government collecting $153 million in its share of federal excise tax from October 2018 through to the end of August 2025. In Ontario, their interim estimate of its share of federal cannabis excise for 25-26 is $396 million, with an additional $405 million estimated for 2026-27. Ontario's interim projections for the 26 budget are subject to change as the actual provincial revenue and expenses are finalized in the public accounts of Ontario, and that won't be released no later than September of 2026. And the last one I've got here, because I did have a breakdown of every province, but I'd be here for the whole show going through everything. So for finally here, the Yukon, they say that their government estimates nearly $1.9 million for 25-26, and an estimated 2.1 in cannabis tax revenue from the federal government for 26-27. It also estimates another $500,000 in revenue from its oversight of wholesale cannabis sales in 26-27, and another $500,000 for 25 and 26. So there you go, Cindy. Lots of numbers, big numbers there for some places, but the question that some people always ask is, where's it going?
Yes. Yes, that's my question. You know, what are you doing with all this money?
Yeah. Yeah. They're getting most of the tax money is going to the province.
Yeah.
75.
So what, what are we doing with it?
Programs helping schools or helping communities with things.
You know what? If you went to the Mi'kma'ki people and say, hey, what are you doing with your profit? They would gladly show you everything and say, hey, we're helping the schools. We're helping kids' lunches. We're helping our seniors. We're doing this. We're doing that. They would happily show you everything that they are doing with their profit.
Yeah. 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 We haven't got a clue where all that money's going. So it could be just general coffers for orange juice for somebody in the house. I don't know. So, but big numbers,
Big numbers.
nonetheless. And,
Yes.
all right. Shall we head to the next story?
Oh yeah. Let's move on. Our third story is coming to us from CBC. Houston blasts First Nations protests. Let me clear my throat for this one. The political response to those protests have been swift and sharp. Tim Houston, who is the Premier of Nova Scotia, is openly criticizing the highway demonstrations organized by the Mi'kma'ki in response to the recent cannabis raids, according to CBC News. Houston described the protests as disruptive and unacceptable, particularly when they impact public infrastructure like highways. He emphasized that laws must be enforced consistently across the province, regardless of location. Just so you know, Mr. Houston, they weren't that disruptive. I drove through two of them. But the stance has drawn criticism from Indigenous leaders and supporters who say the Premier's comments overlook the deeper issue at play, namely Indigenous rights and jurisdiction. From their perspective, these protests are not acts of defiance for the sake of disruption, but necessary actions to assert sovereignty and bring attention to ongoing injustices. As one voice in the discussion put it, enforcement without recognition of Indigenous governance misses the point entirely. That is for you, Mr. Houston. The situation highlights a growing divide between government enforcement priorities and Indigenous assertions of self-determination, especially in sectors like cannabis, where legal frameworks are still evolving. With both sides holding firm, the conflict is becoming not just a local dispute, but part of a broader national conversation about reconciliation, rights, and who ultimately holds authority on Indigenous lands. This is something that is coming hard and fast, Al, as we have discussed. It is coming hard and fast here in Nova Scotia. It is going to see the courts, and changes are going to be made. And I'm so proud of the Mi'kma'ki for standing up. And just so I can put it out there and give a full story, Tim Houston is replying to the few individuals up at Low-Tech that decided that once, they put up a barricade and the officers had to walk out, had to walk away from their vehicles. And there were a few people that destroyed a couple of the RCMP vehicles by smashing out windows and urinating in them. The Mi'kma'ki are standing up. The First Nations are standing up. They're finding out who those people are, and they're going to make sure that, they do pay for what they did, because what they did is making everybody look bad. But they are a few people, the same as in any race. You have those few people that are going to do dumb things like that.
Whether it's snowmobiling, ATVing, or whatever, there's always going to be an element there that can make it hard for the others who are trying to do it peacefully or trying to do something respectfully. And unfortunately, it sounds like the Premier has taken the one location and painted a brush for all the First Nations.
It was the very broad brush. When all this first happened as well, there were reports that were coming out. And this was from the First Nation side, again, painting a big brush. and they were sharing pictures saying that we're being invaded, and they were sharing pictures of the RCMP officers walking off the land. Of course, when they left their vehicles there, they took all of their weapons and all of the ammunition and the computers, and they took everything with them to not leave anything harmful there. And pictures were taken of this saying that's how they showed up on the land, which is, again, a completely wrong thing. That didn't happen. They just weren't going to leave assault rifles and bullets and ammo in their vehicles.
No.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure while you're away on your training, there'll be more stories that will be out that will come up about that, and
I'm sure.
I'll make sure that I keep following that for you.
Excellent.
All righty. From there, we're going to move on to our next story, and this one is coming to us from greenstate.com. Headline says, I've got something mixed up here. Here we go. I got it straightened out. Headline says 5 years, 74 patients. Ireland moves forward with review of its failing medical cannabis program. The Irish government has appointed a public health academic to chair a formal review of its now 5-year-old medical cannabis access program, following months of preliminary pressure. Despite launching in 2021, a recent March 18th, 2026 written ministerial answer reveals that less than 100 patients have been approved for medical cannabis treatment under the scheme. Only 100 patients in 5 years? Come on. Now, Health Minister Jennifer Carroll McNeil has announced that Professor Shane Allwright, a retired Trinity College Dublin epidermalist, will lead the review of access to cannabis for medical use, set to examine the current operation of both the MCAP and the ministerial license pathway, and assess whether the program's narrow eligibility criteria should be expanded. This review has been in the works since January of 2024, when the HRB published the evidence assessment commissioned to inform it. It's now expected to commence officially in the upcoming quarter and publish its final report within 12 months. So, Cindy, I don't know if you can't call a program like this successful if you only got 100 patients in a program.
Not even 74 patients.
Yes.
74 patients that were approved. This isn't like how many people applied. This isn't how many people were interested. This isn't how many people it would benefit. 74 patients were approved for the program. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, exactly. And so obviously, I was glad to read there that it said that they're going to review the eligibility of it. Obviously, it's severely too restrict if only that many people are getting into the program.
Yep. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy. That's just not right. Not right whatsoever. All right. Well, talking about what is right, we are right on time, I guess I could say, and it's time for us to take a break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
To psychedelics and cannabis educational news. You know, Cindy, the marches and rallies have really petered off and gotten really low. But I think our next story is a story that would be one that should say that we got to keep doing what we've been doing. It's been successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, why don't you get at her? You're up.
On to the next story. It's coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. And Japan sets a record for cannabis arrests last year. While cannabis policy continues to liberalize in many parts of the world, Japan is moving in the opposite direction. According to the International Cannabis Business Conference, Japanese authorities reported a record number of cannabis-related arrests over the past year, signaling an intensification of enforcement efforts. Cannabis remains strictly illegal in Japan, and the country has some of the toughest drug laws among developed nations. Even small amounts can lead to a serious legal consequence, including lengthy prison sentences and lasting social stigma. Officials have pointed to rising use among younger populations as a key concern, with authorities increasing surveillance and enforcement in response. Public messaging around cannabis in Japan also remains strongly prohibitionist, often emphasizing risks and legal consequences. The surge in arrest comes at a time when other countries, including Canada and parts of the United States, are expanding access to legal cannabis and exploring its medical applications. This contrast highlights a global divide in drug policy. While some nations are shifting towards harm reduction and regulated markets, others continue to rely on strict enforcement and zero-tolerance approaches. For observers, Japan's record arrests underscore how cultural attitudes, legal traditions, and political priorities continue to shape cannabis policy in a very different way around the world. And Al, as we are coming up to our 420 celebration, news of like this just continues to baffle me, and it shows us the reasons why we need to stand up. And Japan's not even the worst. There are still countries out there that penalize with death for cannabis.
Right. There is, exactly. And they say here in this report that I got in front of me that it has doubled in the last 10 years the number of arrests when it comes to cannabis in Japan. It's doubled.
Wow.
Now, they also say that only 2% of people in Japan report having consumed cannabis during their entire lifetime. When I compare that to Canada, 41%. The
Yeah,
US.
and I wonder with the illegalities there, like how true is that? So it's 2% of people are willing to admit that they've even tried it.
Exactly. I was going to say that. Yeah, because we say the same thing here about that.
Yeah.
And because people don't want to admit to it because of the harsh penalties. So yeah, Japan's got to get on board, but that's why global marijuana marches, so on and so forth.
Yep.
People are still, as you mentioned, people are still getting hung.
Yeah.
So, all righty. From that story, we're going to move on to the next one. It's a bit of an update. As everybody knows, the U.S. is in the process somewhere along the line of rescheduling of cannabis. So this is a bit of an update going on there. And this one is coming to us from greenstate.com. A headline says, White House says cannabis rescheduling on track despite Bondi firing. Cannabis rescheduling has remained in limbo since President Donald Trump directed the Department of Justice to complete the process. The ousting of the Attorney General Pam Bondi this week raises further questions about whether cannabis reform is still on track. A White House press office representative told Green State the administration continues to implement the president's executive order on cannabis rescheduling. The spokesperson referred Green State to the Department of Justice for specifics. The DOJ representative did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Now, Trent Wolovic, Chief Strategy Officer for multi-state operator Jushi Holdings, told MJ Biz Daily that he is optimistic about Blanche, saying the Deputy Attorney General has played an active role in the rescheduling process. Now, at this point, it is still unclear whether or if cannabis will officially move to Schedule 3. More than 3 months have passed since Trump's executive order, and with the conflict in the Middle East and other global issues on the administration's agenda, cannabis may take time to rise to the top. So this is not, oops, sorry, there we go, bring Cindy in. This is not going to end anytime soon, Cindy.
No. It's watching what's going on globally becomes very scary.
Yes, yeah. I was talking with a fellow the other day, and we had a report, I think last week, that was saying that they didn't have a judge yet because the judge had retired and they haven't replaced the judge. Okay, well, I have a source that has told me that they have finally got a judge to get the process started, but yet it hasn't started yet. Just but there has been a judge picked, so see what happens. Keep an eye out for that. When we see it in the news, we'll let everybody know.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
On to our next story, which is I'm not going to lie, I'm emotional even just thinking about sharing this story. Al sent this to me, and I want to give props to Al for sending this to me and letting me be the one to read it. Yeah. So our next story is coming up, and it is coming to us from the CBC. Psychedelic treatment access remains limited in Canada despite growing demand. This next story is a difficult one, difficult for me to think about, difficult for me to read. And it's one that's resonating deeply with families, patients, and advocates across this country. CBC's White Coat shares the story of Pete. Pete is a Nova Scotian man living with a terminal lung disease who spent the last bit of his life searching not necessarily for a cure, but for peace. As his illness has progressed, pardon me, Pete was struggling, not just physically, but emotionally. Like many facing end of life, he was dealing with intense anxiety, fear, and the weight of knowing his time was limited. His family says he was looking for something that could help him process that reality, something that could help ease his suffering in a meaningful way. That something the whole family believed was psilocybin-assisted therapy. Backed by a growing body of research, psilocybin has shown the ability to significantly reduce end-of-life distress, sometimes in just 1 or 2 guided sessions. Pete's family, including his son, by the way, who is a physician, an MD, supported this path. His son understood both the science and the need, and stood beside his father in trying to access this treatment. But accessing this treatment in Canada meant going through Health Canada's Special Access Program, the SAP program, a system that can be slow, it can be uncertain, and difficult to navigate. But they applied, and they waited. Months passed, and then more months. The process stretched on for over a year, according to his family. Pete waited and waited, holding on to hope that approval would come, that he would be given the chance to experience some relief before he met his end. But that approval never arrived. What did come, however, was something else. During the same period as they were waiting and getting his denial, Pete decided to take a look at medical assistance in dying, the MAID program here in Canada. And Pete was approved for that in 3 weeks. In 3 weeks. In fact, it came with a time. He could go anytime. I mean, up to him. Yeah, sure, no problem. We'll help you. He got the approval in 3 weeks. And that's where the heartbreak of this story sits. He was denied special access to psilocybin and granted permission to use the MAID program. This blows me away. As his family sees it, Pete was approved to die while still waiting for permission to try something that might have helped him face his final days with less fear. One of his family members reflects that the reality with painful clarity, that he was allowed to die, but not given access to a therapy that could have eased his suffering and his final days. From them, the contraindication is impossible to ignore. Advocates say Pete's story highlights a growing disconnect between science, policy, and compassion. While regulators emphasize the need for caution, oversight, and further research, families like Pete's are asking a more immediate question. What about the people who don't have time to wait? Because this isn't theoretical. This is about real people in real pain at the end of their lives, navigating systems that move slower than, as my mother would say, molasses going up a hill on an ice cold day. Pete's story doesn't just raise policy questions. It leaves something heavier behind. A feeling, a tension, a question that lingers. If relief is possible, why is it still out of reach for the people who need it most? It's a powerful story, Al, and I thank you for sharing it with me.
Norm, yes, it is a powerful story. And despite his denial of access to psilocybin, he still went ahead with it. Found it, like a lot of people, they have to find another source because they get denied or can't wait. And
Yes.
he did get access, and he had people there with him to do his journey with him. And they made a recording of his experience, and they did a transcript of it as well. But
so he could read it later.
Yeah. And over his 8-hour trip, they said that he visited with his whole family, including his late parents and favorite grandmother, as well as childhood neighbors and friends.
And a son that had passed before him.
Correct. And a son who died as a baby. Like, wow, like, holy smokes, that is a journey.
Yeah. And just so, everybody knows, his whole family was in the other room. His son and a psychedelic therapist were guiding his journey while he was in it. His son, the MD, the son.
Yeah. And I believe he's from here in Ontario.
No, this guy's Pete's from Nova Scotia.
Oh, okay. I thought I had read something about he came to Ontario for his treatment.
I think they live in Ontario now. They have a
Yeah.
cottage out there. So he was on a lake, at the
Yeah.
cottage on the lake. So he was, in the front room looking over the cottage. So he's from Nova Scotia and I think now resides in Ontario, followed the
Yeah.
kids. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. And yeah, it's as far as the maid end of things, for it to be approved so much quicker than something that is going to help and benefit. Yeah, that was a little crazy.
And Pete was denied, and he was denied on the basis that were still pharmaceutical options that he had
Yeah.
yet to try, even though
Yeah.
he had been through the majority of them.
Been through them. Plus, he had done therapy and some other stuff as well, which was all in his application for SAP.
Yeah.
So maybe that Canada should do what Ireland is doing with their cannabis program. They need to review its access protocols because it sounds like it's getting a little bit tough to get in. Now, they did say that there are people. There's said something about there was like 500 people who applied, and they say they've approved some 300 people.
Was it only 500 that applied?
Yeah,
I'm just scrolling down here to see if I can find that number right quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for as well.
According to data from Health Canada, 525 requests for psilocybin were made through the Special Access Program from January 1st, 2022 to February 25th, 2026. Of those, they tell us that 338, 64%, were authorized. I honestly, I know probably at least 1/5 of those people that applied. None of the people I know got authorized.
Yeah. Oh, I know one person in particular who has been denied. So.
Yeah, but if I'm thinking of the same person, she was authorized under 56, but hasn't been authorized under SAP and ended up charged.
Yeah, exactly. So, all righty. Well, on to our last story of the day. Anything else on that before I move on?
Oh, listen, if you give me the opportunity, I could go on and on and on about this story, but it's probably better that we just go to the next story.
All righty, we will do that then. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next story. Here we go. It is coming to us from the Stratcan. It says first year of Dutch cannabis pilot project a success. 1 year into its cannabis supply pilot project for the Netherlands, famous coffee shops, and things are going well according to several involved in the experiment. Now, the Dutch government first announced its plan for a closed-loop supply chain project in 2022, a plan involving a closed cannabis chain for dozens of cannabis coffee shops in 10 cities across the country. Beginning in April 2025, participating coffee shops in 10 cities in the Netherlands were allowed to sell only cannabis from authorized growers. Beginning in September 2025, that extended to hash sold in participating coffee shops. The experiment is planned to continue through to the end of 2029. The first full year of the legal cannabis supply project has resulted in just 42 violations by the 10 licensed growers supplying dozens of coffee shops, but no signs of criminal infiltration, according to the Justice Minister inspectors, reports the media outlets Dutch News. Now, inspectors conducted 46 site visits since the project launched in April 25 and said there are no indications that any licensed grower has been involved with the legal market. They also added that almost all the breaches involved either incorrect entries in the Netherlands, a mandatory tracking system, or failure to meet site safety requirements or security requirements, such as perimeter fencing and badge-only staff access. Inspectors issued 19 informal and formal warnings and 4 fines ranging from 1,000 euros to 20,000 euros. Now, inspections of coffee shops rose from just 8 in 2023 to 145 in 2024 and 375 in 2025. Another 56 have already been carried out in early 2026, according to Dutch news. Now, although there have been challenges, the program has been improving, according to Rick Baker, director of Hollandaise Hoogjes, located in Bremel Ginderland. And one of the 10 certified growers recently told Dutch media that in the beginning, we had to get used to each other, but now things are going really well. Now, Paul Depla, the mayor of Breda, a municipality in the southern part of the Netherlands that is home to some of the experiment's participating coffee shops, agrees that things have been going well so far. He says the customers haven't walked away. He says sales in the shops haven't decreased, and we aren't seeing any street dealing emerging either. And hundreds of people aren't suddenly coming to the coffee shops anymore. He added in reference to concerns that the experiment could increase cannabis use. Now, legalization changes something at the back door, not at the front door, he says. Now, although the end result of the experiment is not known yet, researcher Nicole Malast, who specializes in the cannabis sector, says that she can't see the country being able to force the industry and consumers to go back to sourcing products only from the illicit market. In other words, Cindy, she's saying that the can is open, the worms are out. This has got to stay, and you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
That's right.
As they say. So,
That's right.
and, yeah, I got to agree with her. Now that they've gotten to this far, and experiment to 2029. Like, what? And it's because it's only in certain towns. It's like,
Yeah, they've got certain coffee shops involved in the experiment.
yeah,
It's kind of cool. I it seems to be none of them seem to be in Amsterdam. They seem to be spread out throughout the Netherlands.
mm,
Yeah.
I know part of there was some stuff that was put in controls because they were complaining about the tourists. Too many tourists.
There's a lot of tourists in Amsterdam. Like, holy cannoli.
Most places want tourists, right? They say no.
Yeah, no, it's there's a lot of tourists. It's definitely an area where people want to go visit. And it's because, they're just so tolerant of everything, and everything is legal there. Even if it's not legal, everything is tolerated. So people are able to, experience a lot. Definitely an interesting area.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it is. All right. Anything else before we say goodbye?
Yes, I do. Seeing as you asked, I will be, if I can make it, I will be late if I'm not delayed in my return to Nova Scotia. So I may be there and I may not. But whether I'm there or not, on April 24th, please join the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society with our April social and potluck. We are focusing on psychedelics and safe touch. Now, this will be held on, like I said, April 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. It's going to be held at the Shambhala Center at 1084 Tower Road. This is the gentleman that we have invited in to speak, and he's going to come in and speak for an hour or so, and then there will be a question and answer period and a mingling period afterwards. This is Rich Toy, and Rich is a psychotherapist and a psychedelic educator with over 13 years of experience supporting preparation and integration of transpersonal experiences, psychedelic experiences, through a somatic, relational, and harm reduction lens. He teaches psilocybin and MDMA-assisted psychotherapy at Theracell, and he guest lectures internationally while also facilitating, training in psychedelic space holding. I'm really, really, really excited for this particular talk with the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society. So again, if you are free on April 24th at 7 p.m., come on down to the Shambhala Center. bring a little bite to eat, to share, and we will have a beautiful potluck and a wonderful social. And yes, I am getting somebody to record it. Hopefully it'll be out on Zoom, and we will be sharing a link. And then I will be able to grab that recording and we can share it here on the station for everybody else.
Good. Super. I look forward to that. And it sounds like a great speaker as well.
Yeah, it should be a great chat.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. All righty. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's it for today. We hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out to everybody for tuning into the broadcast, as well as to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And we'll see you Monday morning, 10 a.m. And Cindy will be off, so I'll be doing it by myself.
See you in 2 weeks.
See you in 2 weeks. Yeah. And other than that, as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Come on, Japan, get at it, buddies.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Yeah. Brown paper on the table, crumbs on my fingertips.
You laugh, say I'm too careful. I'm just trying to make it. You grind, I line it perfect. Little hill, not too tight. Fold it like a secret, tuck it in and twist it right.
Yeah.
Twist the end, pass it to a friend. Let it catch, let it bend in the wind. Slow drag, let the whole day blend. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Twist the end, watch the cherry spread. Little glow, painting circles in my head. Slow talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Tray full, some fat, some skinny. One sparkle when the light hits gold. You pick out the loudest, say, this one's for when we're old.
Hey.
Sticky fingers, stain tips, cough, laugh, eyes wet. Roll another memory we ain't burned through yet.
Twist the end, pass it to a friend. Let it catch, let it bend in the wind.
Yeah, yeah.
Slow drag, let the whole day blend. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Twist the end, watch it change. my head. Slow talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Roll a worm or hash.
Put it in a paper, line it with herb, twist it up. Open the jar, get out the pen and stick it in.
Oil slick on the paper.
Oh yeah. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Twist the end, watch the cherry spread. Little glow painting circles in my head. So talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Grind a herb.
Oil slick on the paper,
Sprinkle on some kill.
wrap it in half.
Infuse that joint. Make it a point to enjoy it all. It's gonna be a ball.
Hey! Twist the end, pass it to a friend. Take a cash, shake it, put it in a friend. So drag, let the whole day blend. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Twist the end, watch the cherry spread. Little glow painting circles in my head. Slow talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Ooh.
It's to twist the end. Girl, I need you more. Girl, I need to make. I need to make.
Is it?
It is.
Okay, you ready? Here we go.
Sure.
Yes.
Where are you gonna be at 7 o'clock? I'm gonna be with the hosts of the 420 radio show. On Fridays, we got so high. We started eating my friend Ray. He's delicious and nutritious, by the way. My very best friend Ray. We're the highest hosts, and we might not know the most, but we'll take you on a journey from coast to coast. We'll talk about weed and everything in between. On Fridays, we got so high. We started eating my friend Ray. He's delicious and nutritious, by the way. My very best friend Ray. On Friday, we got so high. We started eating my friend Ray. He's delicious and nutritious, by the way. My very best friend Ray.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
We need to change the intro just slightly.
Okay, let's all float.
Nope. We got to change that intro slightly. When that comes up about the opinions that are expressed or their own, you should put my face on.
What we are watching in the background is NASA stuff. It is live, as you can see. So, you shut up, Marcel. You keep your comments to yourself, I'm going to
So
put
you
a
no.
think it
on you.
was a live?
Yeah,
Like
it's
a live?
live.
Marcel's interested in what submarines they'll be using to bring them up to the surface.
Listen, I don't even care what they do anymore because it's a
I don't
joke.
believe a fucking thing at all. I'm just sitting in my
can't.
house. Fuck off. I'll do my thing. You do yours. And if we meet in the middle, great. And if not, that's fine too.
Yep.
So, yeah. So we're gonna watch the splashdown is around just after 8 o'clock. I think 8:07. So we're not gonna watch this whole thing right now, obviously. But I just thought I'd because they're doing interviews and stuff like that too. So. So hi, how are you? Pretty high.
How high?
You
are
notice that I've moved my video so that my microphone lines up with the stand on the desk in the cartoon. Isn't that spectacular? Did you wait? You waited all day just to see that?
Yeah. I'm just in awe.
In awe.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what Marcel waited all day for.
Yeah. I waited all day for that.
I've been playing on the thing there, and they now have you can clone your voice.
Why would I want to do that? Why
That was
would
me.
anybody
That
want
was,
me
that
to
was
do
my,
that?
That was my voice singing. That was my
That didn't
voice.
sound like you.
That was my voice that I inputted into Suno. And
Is there a reason why you used cannibalism as a topic for making a song?
It's not cannibalism. It's about a fish. He ate his fish because he was hungry. Didn't you look at the picture? That's what I get out of it, anyways. I don't know.
No, I was too busy being disgusted. I was like, why? Why? No. And anyways, a stoner would need its friend.
What are you people talking about?
I thought it was funny because I wanted the whole reason was to see the expression that I got from you, and that's what I wanted. So now it's there forever
So
on tape.
You were rage baiting me. Okay,
So
I see where our relationship is.
After I say that, now I need to tell people something. If you're watching on Facebook, hi, how are you? You can say hi. Please do. Otherwise we're just talking to ourselves, quite literally. I'm Al. That's Mary Jane with the pink stuff on her head. The guy with the evil mushrooms coming out of his eye, that's Marcel, and the quad grower, that's our Darcy.
Oh, here, let me change that. Let me change that for you.
Call
me an evil mushroom.
I don't know if Lenny will be here today, but if he does, we'll have to figure out that.
Isn't that
I don't
that's
have
a
enough
skull.
slots for him right now. What?
That's a skull with mushrooms coming out of his eyes.
Yeah, now I'm Iron Man.
You just look pixelated.
Yeah,
that's me, Iron Man.
It's chromed. He's chromed himself. He wants to be a monster, so he's chromed himself.
Okay, I got to tell you this about that. My father was in the Navy with a bunch of guys, and they worked in the fleet school, so they all shared one big office together. And they were sitting around talking one day, and they were talking about what they were going to have done to them when they died. And my father said, I want to be bronzed. And then I want to be standing in the backyard pointing at my neighbors. Right? Bronze. So then that, of course, brought up the discussion. Could you actually bronze the person? Guy calls, one of the guys decides to get on the phone and he calls Halifax Bronze Work, which, they bronze baby shoes and things like that back then. And he says, listen, he said, I got a weird question for you. He said, I'll ask it. He said, but I just need an honest answer, yes or no. I have a dog, and I really love my dog a lot. my dog dies, I'd like to get my dog blonde. Is it possible? And the guy on the phone says, I don't know. He said, I'll have to ask. He said, hang on. He said, I'll check with the managers. So this guy comes back and he says, okay, the managers want to know how long has his dog been dead? The guy said, well, the dog's not dead. You're sick, and hung up. So they don't know if they can actually get a human bronze.
I didn't get any
Chrome.
of that, my friend. I'm sorry.
Because you've got pot. Yeah, I can see you smoking pot.
I don't know. Does my mic sound better?
When you sit up close to it, not when you're leaning back.
Yeah, no, I know. I don't like it's very tinny. I find I don't like it. I'm gonna have to look again.
Okay, so what did you put your voice to?
That thing that I made, that I played first show.
Yeah, some song about smoking so much weed he ate his friend.
Yeah.
You ate your friend?
Yeah.
Why would you eat your friend?
Because apparently his friend was a fish.
I don't know. I just put in an idea, and I.
Is this like a sexual thing?
No.
Okay.
No, no. He was delicious and nutritious.
Delicious and nutritious.
Yes.
That's what the song said.
That's what the song says.
And you ate your friend.
See, nobody would eat their friend, no stoner in their right mind. Weed doesn't make you that fucked up.
Yeah, I don't care how hungry you are or how high you are. You're not going to. There's Buddy Weeds. We'll ask Buddy Weeds. Would you eat somebody if you're really hungry?
Buddy Weeds!
You know, rip a hunk of leg off and just start gnawing on it.
A hunk of burning leg.
Chicken could be my favorite thing to eat in the world. And if I had a pet chicken, I still wouldn't eat the fucking thing.
You know what? I was going to get chickens at the farm and a goat. And then I was like, well, what am I going to do with them after they're too old? I'm going to eat them. I couldn't do that.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I know the deal, and I've watched it, and I used to go with my buddy Daryl. He delivered hay and straw to the butcher and the stockyards near the what do you call it, the crap where they grow stuff along the 400, the Holland Marsh. And while we were unloading the trucks, you could hear the slugs going off. Yep. It was pretty gross. And I watch a lot of cooking stuff, so I'm good with it.
See, I'd have no problem. If I had a bunch of pigs, it'd be named bacon, pork chop, pork belly, things like that. If I had chickens, I'd probably be giving them, I love chicken wings, so I'd be giving them like arm weights and things just to build up a little more mass for the wings. And then name them lunch.
Well, you know, one of my jokes is when I'm at a restaurant and they ask how I like my steak, I just say, get it with a club. I used to eat really, really rare.
We used to go to a restaurant every Saturday morning, me and all the guys from work, and then we'd go to work. But we went to a bar for breakfast every Saturday, and we all just met there. And they got so used to you that they knew your order. My order was always the same. Steak and eggs, raw and runny.
Yeah, I used to go to a restaurant just down the road from Kingsall when I worked there at Bathurst and Queen. And I lived around the corner. And I would walk in and my order would be ready every payday.
Yeah.
It was a Hungarian restaurant. And it was the same.
Yeah, it was like this one. The waiter knew. The waiter knew as soon as I sat down what I was ordering.
I've had a few restaurants in my life where they've gotten to know me really well.
Yeah.
Okay, let's make Buddy bigger here, shall we?
Make what? Bigger? Better?
And wider. There we go. Now we can read what he's saying. Hello, Buddy.
Buddy said exactly the right answer. In a survival situation where it was life or death, I'm not sure if I could, but not saying I couldn't.
Right, exactly. I don't know. I've learned here how to protect myself if a bear comes at me. I had to.
Right. But
Are we talking about eating our friends still?
yes, humans have this thing called self-preservation.
We had 8 people watching when I pushed the button, and then 4 left.
Yeah, because you played a song about cannibalism.
But
I'm not saying in a life or death situation you shouldn't do what you need to do to survive. I'm just saying we're a stoner show, and maybe we shouldn't play songs about getting
Stop your
high.
complaining, woman.
I'm not a stoner, so I'm not a stoner show. Thank you.
So my problem is like the song. I was gonna go to school or whatever, and then I got high. I was gonna pay my taxes, and I got high. It's kind of like, no, you weren't gonna do those things. Yeah, don't blame being high for doing whatever comes next, because it's never the weed. So that's my problem.
And that is exactly it. That is your problem.
Yeah, that's why I stopped.
But is it really a problem?
Cannibalism? Yes.
No. You're overreacting to something that is put out as entertainment.
Sure.
That seems very liberal of you.
Calling me liberal is very liberal of you.
Oh, no, if I called you a racist Nazi, then yeah, you could call me a liberal.
Well, you pretty much did by referring to me as a liberal. So, I mean,
anyways, I'm looking for something.
Oh God! And then he saw a squirrel.
I might be able to find it. Give me a second. Here, I found it up my ass.
Oh, aren't you just a smart ass tonight? Listen to you. Who the fuck do you think you are? Me?
Hey, if you're gonna freaking give me shit for the times I'm not here, I might as well con some while I am.
All right, you can have all you want because you're not here next week. I'm having free crawl.
I know.
MJ's just dead meat next week. We're gonna play that.
Marcel, this is how I show my love for you. This is how I show my love for you.
I'm gonna change my picture, my profile picture to your vagina painting.
Oh my god! Please do, because I don't even have that anymore.
Of course. I'll never part with that.
Like, pull it up. Let's see it.
Pull it up. I think about it.
No, but the best thing is the whole thing was everybody was there painting a cow.
Look, I don't follow directions very well.
She painted the wrong part of the cow.
Yeah, I can understand where you went wrong there, MJ.
I can't paint a cow.
Oh, I can paint a pussy, though.
Yeah, well, yeah. It
caught your attention, though, didn't it?
No, that was the
didn't
one
think it
time.
was that until you stood back.
That was the one time that we were all together in the same place and we didn't do a fucking show.
Yes, we did.
No, we did not.
I thought we did it from the tent.
No, we did not.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because Darcy was working.
And then someone left.
Who left?
Mary Jane. Because
Let me guess.
it was raining and they were getting wet in the camper and the kids were whining, so they went to the hotel.
It was like 35 degrees. There's no way I was staying in that camper with no hydro. The fuck? MJ, come to Nova Scotia.
This is a $5,000 camper that Ricky signed.
Wait, but the camper
Yeah.
was dry, right?
No.
I was dry.
Everybody
No.
else was in tents.
The camper wasn't dry. The fucking
I
thing
was in my
leaks.
car. I wasn't in the tent.
Oh yeah, you didn't sleep in the tent, did you? I slept in the
No, I
tent. I had
slept
a
in the
great
car.
sleep.
I
That's
had a
what I
great
said. You
sleep
didn't
as well.
sleep
I
in the
had
tent.
air conditioning on and everything. That's probably why you had
Dar-
all kinds of
Darcy's a
fumes
pussy.
around.
Darcy went home, but
Yes, Darcy went home. Lenny went home. Mary Jane went to the hotel.
you gotta
And,
realize that
uh,
Lenny and Darcy
Matt
live
and Val
15
went
minutes
to the
away.
hotel as well. And you guys, I was so stoned and fucked up. I went to bed, and you guys sat in front of the fire for hours doing mushrooms, and I wasn't doing mushrooms back then, or I would have.
One of my kids, me and one of the kids went for a walk around the entire campground at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And we come back, and the other kid had cleaned our campsite, Al's campsite, Darcy's campsite, and Shatterizer's booth. Everything was spotless. She just went into major cleaning mode. Mushrooms are great for her.
You know, Dean's daughter does that. If she looks at my car, she goes, and then I walk away and I come back and it's been vacuumed. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, she does mushrooms and then goes OCD and cleaning.
No, not Eric. No.
Oh, she probably will if she gets mushrooms into her.
Okay.
Oh, that's a bad cough.
Oh, gee, I was looking. I thought he was playing Black Sabbath there for a second.
No. I got a lot of gurgling going on. I got to go to the doctor.
I checked my ringtone too, or my phone, because that's one of my ringtones for one of the kids.
Okay, so let's check in and see what's going on at NASA. Oh, they're at Mission Center.
Are they burning up through the atmosphere yet?
Not yet. No, around 8 o'clock they'll start. I was looking through old pictures. My sister's been going through all the old family pictures that she's got. There are boxes of them in her office. She's trying to get rid of them. So she's scanning everything in. But anyways, she sent me home with a bunch of pictures. Me with my first dog, Scamper. Me with my second dog, Scamper. The first Scamper didn't make it, unfortunately. They put dogs down when they got skunks because they didn't test them. They just put them down.
Wait,
yeah.
if the dog got sprayed by a skunk, they put him down?
No. He took off overnight, and we went out, all day, basically. And when we came back, we found him in the garage, which we left the door open. We found him in the garage chewing on a skunk.
Oh.
And back then, we're talking the 60s, they just put them down. They didn't test them for rabies. And it was very bad back then, as you know. So they just well, as far as they were concerned, it was Marcel, because they put my dog down. But anyways, my point of this conversation was I found pictures from the Kennedy Space Center, because we went there about 6 months or so after Apollo 11 came back. Yeah. Okay, that was boring. What are you doing? You're clicking.
She's making buttons.
Oh,
I'm
you're
making
making buttons. Would you lay down, please?
See, here's one. What will be one?
Cool. Awesome. Well, mute your mic then, because it's very annoying.
Sorry.
I'm smoking.
I know why they killed your dog in the 60s.
I'm smoking
because a person died from rabies in 1967 in Canada.
Well, okay, so that's exactly why they came. They picked him up. I never saw him again. But my point was me as a youngin going to Cape Kennedy Center. You know, Cape Canaveral, isn't it called?
Cape Canaveral.
Yeah. So I've got two different dime bag choices. I've got a Sweet Pocket Puffs, which is a hybrid, and I've got a Diesel Pocket Puffs, which is also a hybrid, but they're calling it an indica.
Sure. Indica dominant?
I would think so, yes. I can't read the, let's see here. The sweet is 0.5 CBD, 183 THC. Yeah, these, and then the other one is THC is really low, and it's 0.03 CBD. I don't get the way they label these fucking things. It doesn't make sense. Tell me how many milligrams per gram is in this doobie, and the same for the CBD. If you want to can put other stuff on there, you can too, but keep it simple, stupid. We're dealing with stoners, remember?
No, you're not.
Yes, you are. This is recreational. Hello.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, exactly. They don't talk to us. They don't ask us what we like, but they ask the reefer heads. That's my new word for potheads. Reefer heads.
Sure. Potheads, reefer heads. Are you a pothead or a reefer head?
I'm a medical pothead. I'm a medicinal pothead.
I'm not a pothead.
A medicinal stoner.
I'm not even a stoner.
You're patient.
I try to be patient.
I have no patience anymore because I don't have enough weed.
I am a survivor.
I'm a survivor.
Because according to some governments, I should already be dead. You don't want to count them aside.
And doctors.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else I can find for you to not like.
Yeah, come on. Got anything close to the cannibalistic songs?
No, we already heard that one.
Got anything on pedophilia? No.
Yeah.
What about Palm Beach Pete? He's a pedophile.
Pedophile. Yeah, lots of them out there, and they all got like really famous names too. Is that plane landed yet? Is it still flying through the air? Like, has it come close to our atmosphere yet?
Got a chip tin mug, steam in the cool day air. A little paper piece in my pocket, and an old rocking chair. I got a tea and a doobie, and a day that ain't in a rush. Let that kettle whistle, let that hillside hush. I don't need much but the sunrise and this easy little mood I'm in. Yeah, tea and a doobie, and the world starts softening. Boots on the railing, dog snoring
and the world starts softening. Let the worries roll past like the freight train tracks. If they circle round, they can't find me. I'll be right here where the porch boards creak, sipping, laughing, feeling free. Oh, feeling free. I got a tea and a doobie and a day that ain't in a rush. Let that kettle whistle, let that hillside hush. I don't need much but the sunrise and this easy little mood I'm in. Yeah, tea and a doobie and the world starts softening.
Told you.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what's going on in space, shall we? How many minutes? Our logo is covering it. Just a second. 37 minutes. Oh. All right, we'll check back when we'll get a little closer to entry time. So,
The needle and thread.
you know, I don't know how entertaining people think that not saying anything is.
I'm sorry. I'm reading on information on lipids, and I'm trying to figure out how best to dumb something down.
Well,
because when you have to use really big words, and most people look at you like you have two heads, so I'm just trying to figure out the best
You're
way
trying to explain something to somebody, obviously.
Yeah, to explain how lipids work in conjunction with cannabis and the CB1 and CB2 receptors in the body.
And you know what? That's really cool because my next song is called Cannabinoids Love.
Cannabinoids love natural fats.
And what I'm playing with in this song is a monologue more than a song. Although it seems to put a little bit of both together, and it came out really good. It's a little bit, but it's an experiment.
It's a laid back thing.
It's also, we do this to entertain and educate.
Right.
Basically. And so if we can educate through song as well as conversation, why not? Al's trying to figure out how to do the same thing over at Pace as well. And I have 94 songs that I've published so far.
Do you see what Darcy just posted?
No.
Go read what Darcy just posted.
Where?
In our chat.
I'm not in our chat.
Well, then you should go look. I'm surprised it didn't go ding, because it did to me.
I have that computer off, the sound off. What did he do? Did he? Yes, of course, Darcy. If you want to go, just go, bud. You don't have to do your.
No, I can do that. I gotta wait for someone to come get me anyways.
All right. So, all right, here's Darcy with his grow thing because he's not feeling well. He's got to go to the hospital. And MJ is back. Hello, MJ. All right, so I'm gonna let Darcy get away with not turning his camera on.
Oh, I can. I look fucking.
No. We don't want to see you like dying. Okay, go ahead, buddy. It's all on you.
Oh yeah. Anyways.
Oh wait! I said wait 1 minute, please. I can't find your thing. Sorry, bud.
You're almost done in a minute.
How we grow the weed.
Lights on. 10 sipped. Timers click.
That's the best I got for right now. Sorry. I don't know where it is. The list has been moved or something. Or
I feel like I'm a new wrestler debuting, and my theme song just fucking cost me my whole career.
But this is it. This is it. That's it. Yes, it's it.
Yeah. But anyways, I want to talk about one of the biggest issues people have when they start plant seeds, clones, is they supply a whole bunch of nutrients to it. They supply a whole bunch of light to it. And what they really don't realize is, and their plant ain't growing. Why ain't the plant growing? I got the best nutrients. I got the best of the light. Well, you have other environmental factors in there to come into play. So you got to think about that. But to get back to where I was going with this is, you also got to remember that underneath the soil is important. That little seed starts out with one taproot and then shoots off a whole bunch of little spider roots and fingerlings and a whole bunch of other stuff. Well, those just don't happen overnight. So, you have that plant for 3 weeks or 3 or 4 weeks, and that little seedling's only grown, I don't know, 8 inches, maybe. And they're like,
it's a long process, isn't it?
Well, because what your plant is doing is it's got to build a great big root mass underneath the soil before it can grow you a great big plant above ground. So if you don't have proper nutrition underneath that ground for said root system, then said plant will not perform to its full ability. And one of the biggest misfactors is pH. I'm going to do a little segment here in the next couple of weeks. I'm just going to gather up a couple more pH testers, but I'm going to show you guys that it's not always great to buy a cheap, even though we can't afford a good one, it's not always great to buy a cheap digital pH tester, because unless you plan to keep that thing calibrated every time you use it, most times they're going to stray off.
Yeah, but let's be honest, even a good one isn't that expensive.
Yeah, and even the good ones will stray off. So I have a Blue Lab inline Guardian, and it's like a $800 system. And right now it's sitting in my bucket upstairs, and it's flashing 4 and 7, 4 and 7. And what that's telling me is that it's starting to stray. And so therefore I have to go calibrate it again. Where those things, they guarantee them that you should be able to keep them and not have to calibrate them for, they say, up to 6 months.
Well, you should contact them and tell them what's going on, man.
Yeah, well, same reason I'm going to contact Can of Cocoa. And yes, I dropped their name. I'm sorry, Can of Cocoa. You have wonderful nutrients products, but your cocoa blocks are not very nice.
Poopy.
Well, no, it's wonderful cocoa. I just wish they fixed their bug problem, because I've started 4 different batches of cocoa blocks, from 2 different suppliers, and long behold, there's fungus gnats again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, awful surprising.
What temperature can those plastic bags take?
I don't know, but I got a way. I know a way that the way that I fix it is I submerge now. I just take my cocoa blocks, soak them outdoors. Don't do anything in your. I don't even open that package in my house or anywhere around your grow area. I take them bags outside and I open them up and I put them into a bucket of water and a water and peroxide mixture. And I let them soak for a half hour to an hour just to make sure that it soaks up every little fucking inch, nook and cranny and air pocket in that cocoa. And that way that what it's going to do, Al, is it's going to kill off all your bacteria is fucked. So you got to re-inoculate when you're done. That's step number 1. That's super important when using hydrogen. You'll see a lot of products at your grow stores. They'll say, it's hydrogen peroxide based. You got to be careful when you're feeding that to organics, and you got to be careful when you're feeding that to anything with beneficial microbes. So if you're doing an indoor hydroponic system, you'd be all right because you're not feeding a whole lot of microbes to that system. But with an outdoors grow or in soilless mix or cocoa or perlite or whatnot, you got microbes in there, and you're adding microbes in there because you want them microbes in there because they're feeding the soil that is also helping your plants uptake all that nutrients. So it's a very important step. It's microbes in your soil. But when you're feeding that hydrogen peroxide to the soil, it's helping the roots get more air, yes, but it's killing everything that's in there. Or I shouldn't say everything, it's killing a lot of it, depending on how strong your mixture is. It's killing a lot of it. But it's also killing beneficial, but pests is what it goes after. So for me, it's killing them them fungus gnat eggs, because that's what's in the bag is the eggs. The eggs are the larvae. Now, they told me that them bricks get squished down at between 2 and 4 ton, and anything that's in there should be dead. Well, not necessarily, because there's air pockets in there. Some of them eggs ain't gonna die, and some of them larvae ain't gonna die. Yes, it's under a lot of pressure. You're going to be squishing a lot of them, but you ain't killing them all.
Well, obviously, no. If you're getting them,
nope. And then it hasn't failed. I've used can of cocoa the last 2 grows indoors and the last 2 grows inside. The same fucking thing happened. I fixed my problem, so I don't have an issue. But it's in that because I tear my tent down. I clean everything in there with Sanidate 5.0. So I know everything's fucking dead in that tent. And I start fresh, all clean product, everything. And next thing you know, bam, they're back. If you don't soak that block in peroxide, I'm sure there's other methods out there that people can use too, but in my opinion, that's what I use, and it seems to work wonders.
Wouldn't you have to into the air?
Yeah, you just have to remember you have to re-inoculate the following day. You have to re-inoculate beneficial microbes.
Explain what inoculating means.
Means buying beneficial microbes, so like Soil Balance Pro, or there's a couple other companies out there. Mica's another one. What you're putting back in the soil is mycorrhizing, along with Soil Balance Pro has how many strands is it, Marcel? I think it was 24 or something like that. Or was it 64?
No, it's over 3 billion microbes per gram.
Yeah, and that's of like 20 or 40 different strains of microbes.
I'll tell you. I'll look it up quick.
Yeah, but it's different. It's different microbes, because different microbes do different things. Now, can of cocoa, when you buy, I call it can of cocoa, but when you buy Cocoa Choir, you're only getting one beneficial bacteria, and that's trichoderma.
Can you reuse that like you can use reuse soil?
You're gonna see I'm gonna try to do you a video like we were talking about, Al.
Okay.
Outside of me remixing my soil. Because it's that time of the year now, right? So
yeah.
I just got to get a little stand so I can set my camera up and make sure that I'm in my frame as I'm doing my video, because it's kind of suck if I got my camera turned off and I'm not in the frame. I'm definitely no videographer, so it's going to be
You should look at getting a tripod for your cell phone.
Yeah, I'll likely take a. They'd have them at the dollar store, wouldn't they?
I would think, yeah.
Yeah, the $4 store, I guess.
I get the $4 store. It's not the dollar store anymore. I miss those.
Yeah,
we had a dollar store around the corner from my house in Toronto, and everything was $1, not $1 or $2. Everything was $1, and you could go in there and shop for your week in there.
Mm-hmm.
That was long time ago. That's when I.
Mary Jane, are you putting on your boots?
Say what now?
You look like you're putting on your sneakers.
No.
Oh.
Sneaking buttons, dude.
Buttons.
I used to make buttons at the workshop when I first come to Truro. So you'll have to keep us up to date on if it worked or not.
Yes. Oh yeah. But yeah, so that's what inoculating is. You got to put beneficial microbes back into your soil, because without them, your plants are going to lack a lot.
So it doesn't matter what medium you're using; you still have to re-up everything.
Yes, because if you don't, so for me, if I didn't soak them cocoa blocks, now outdoors is a whole different ball game outdoors with them using them cocoa blocks. I may not need to soak them for outside because I got enough beneficial insects out there that's going to look after most of that. Like I got already seen a bunch of parasitic wasps flying around today. It was 18.
I have not seen any bugs yet. There's still
Darcy.
5 feet of snow.
Darcy.
Yes.
We were both wrong.
What is it?
62 beneficial microbial strains with 6.1 trillion microbes per gram.
Yeah, see, I knew it was. That number 60 popped in my head for some strange reason.
Yep. So works in hydroponic soil and soilless medium. So 1 gram per man.
It was 0.1. It was 0.1 of a gram, I remember, to a gallon of water.
Yeah.
Because that 1 gram would make
I'm thinking per plant.
Yeah.
So
1 gram
so
would make
those
water.
Those grow bags would probably look at 0.1 or 0.05 of a gram per plant after you hydrogen peroxide them.
Yeah, after you peroxide and let it all set.
Yeah. Well, dry out or wash out.
Well, what I do is I just let it set, because call me crazy, but evaporation, stuff evaporates off to the air.
Yeah.
Right. So.
But how long are you letting it set?
Me, I let mine set for a day. Then the next day I re-inoculate.
Is it dry?
It's not soaked. It's not
like
dry. It's not soaked.
You spread it out.
After I soak it.
You don't shove it all back in the bag after you soak it.
No, it sits in my big dish. I got a big clear white dish here. Well, I guess it's one of them clear drawers you buy at Canadian Tire. You get them little stands. You got the three shelves in it.
Yeah.
I got them. Well, I just bought one of them and threw the shelf away and kept the drawers.
Oh yeah.
Because they make awesome little greenhouses for your plants too.
Well, nice little covers.
Yeah. So, but I just spread my cocoa out in that, and I got little pinholes in the bottom of one of them, and then the water drains out, and it sits outside in the sun, in the air, and it's nice. But I put the thermometer in my greenhouse today, Alan. It was 29 degrees in my greenhouse.
It's 2 degrees right now, and I think that the snow may be done, but the rest of the week we've got what they now have changed it to wintry mix, not just snow. So we're going into the rain, right? April showers, spring Mayflowers. Yep.
Did it crash yet? I mean, land?
No. About 8 o'clock, I said.
Actually, it doesn't land anyway. It crashes.
I don't know if they're going into water or land. I know that Artemis 1, this is 2, which was unmanned, came down in somewhere in the desert or a desert. I don't know which desert. Somewhere it landed on Earth. Not
But
water.
even airplanes don't land; they crash.
Fair enough. The controlled crash. They believe they call them.
Yeah, right? That's exactly what it is. It's a controlled crash.
I find space stuff interesting. I watch it. It's something I put on the TV, just to have it on. And I've watched a couple of splashdowns. I've watched the rocket itself. The rocket itself comes back and lands on its own, which is kind of cool.
I can answer this for Buddy. Yeah. When does spring generally start for Al? Usually between the 27th of July and the 4th of August.
Yeah, that's about it. I'm hoping for my dog's sake, because she's itching to get in the backyard. It's not going to be much longer. But once the rain starts, and now it's dropping or it's climbing above 0 most of the time, but it's melting during the day and then freezing at night because it's dropping into the minuses at night still. That answers the question. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I have a very short. I have to get it out there on time.
What?
Probably. I don't want to say this, but probably end of June, first week in July would be the best time to take stuff out here. But I do put it out on the deck and bring it in at night, usually. At that point, I'm doing that. Right? Sometimes I just leave them out on the deck for a while. But we'll see what happens. The pots I'm using this year are big, so I'm not going to be moving them. What'd you do?
I just decided I'd take a look and see when the strawberry moon was.
When is that?
29th of June.
Oh.
And is that when you usually put stuff out?
Ideally, yeah.
See, didn't it used to be May 2-4 weekend was basically when you could start your flowering and stuff like that outside?
Depends on where you were.
Yeah, I guess. I'm really high.
But the old farmers, it's always been the strawberry moon.
Is that late June?
Yep, the end of June this year. One year we had it twice.
I'm about 2 weeks behind you guys as far as weather goes. Right? But it doesn't.
I think you're a little further than 2,
maybe 3. But it doesn't get above, like, I think I've been here 4.5 years, 5 years in July, and it's not gotten higher than 27 here Celsius.
Yeah, we got a big difference because, man, I've gone over 35 here, and I had to put up a sprinkler system.
Yeah, you're not right on the water, I am.
Well,
and I'm
also in
water. Yeah, ourselves pretty close to the water,
but it's not right like a mile away from you, is what I'm
saying.
It
is.
Is it? Well, I'm
actually
right
be in his backyard.
Okay. I don't know. I've never been invited to his house.
Oh, way to go, Marcel.
Yeah, he was invited. He drove by.
Oh, I didn't.
He drove by. Yeah.
Hi, Marcel.
Mike and Amber showed up. We all went fishing.
Yes, you did. You did. Yeah.
Yeah, MJ stopped by. No, I live in a really windy place close to the water.
Okay. Well, I'm in the middle of a boreal forest.
I'm basically on a little strip of land between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, so I have the wind coming off of the Bay of Fundy into the Northumberland Strait.
Right. And it's probably as wicked as it is here.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Here on the side of the giant lake ocean.
Yeah. We have wind here that they close the highways because the trucks blow over.
I've muted you, Mary.
That's crazy. I unmuted because I'm stopping for a minute. So.
Oh, okay.
I'm pulling an owl.
Well, in the city, yeah, that's what you would do. You'd put everything out May 2-4 weekend. That's when you do everything at the start of the season is May 2-4 weekend.
Right, but in the city, it's more of a microclimate because the city itself is generating a lot of heat.
They've already hit 21 and 20 in Hamilton. Like
That's
21
what I
in
mean,
Toronto.
because the city itself, with the population,
giant
industry, all the vehicles, all of that,
Right.
is generating its own heat. So it's
It's
going to be warmer.
It's a giant fishbowl. Yeah.
But unfortunately, that also means that you get higher humidity too.
I get high. It's usually pretty high.
No,
here.
they get higher. They get higher humidity.
No, we do.
You shouldn't because you get more wind.
Yeah, but we do. It's weird here. Sometimes it's 100% humidity here, and it's usually right now outside.
Okay, Al, 100%
right now,
humidity is rain,
and it rains a lot here.
Right.
It's 64% humidity outside in the backyard, and it's 2 back there.
Yeah.
2.3, 2.2. As the sun is going down, it's getting colder.
That's very similar to what we have here.
It was 9 earlier.
Yeah, we were up to, I think, 16 at one point.
18 for me, Marcel.
Well, the plus is at night it's nice and cool with a breeze. I don't even have I have 2 air conditioners down in the basement I don't even use. They're not even installed. So I don't get a lot of daylight hours in the backyard, unfortunately.
Do you want to go get your supper? I know you just woke up.
Are you talking to your dog or your wife?
Sadie, she's been sleeping here beside me the entire time, and she just woke up to get some chin scratches.
Rosa was, but she left. She had abdicated. If you're wondering what is in the background, we're watching the dive bombing of a capsule with people.
No, it looked like it was all black in the background. Okay, there it is. Oh no, we're just looking at mission control. We're spending a lot of money on this set.
I don't know. I don't know how much they're going to show, right? But we'll see.
What happens to the AI server crashes halfway through?
You know what? If that's AI, they need to do some fucking work because the video is horrible.
Oh, really? I haven't watched much of the videos. I'll vote. Huh?
Yes, please.
Well, she's fine where she is. Oh, no, there she goes. I'll make up your mind. In or out. Go get some food.
Rose has gotten to the age where I actually I'll open the door and she'll run out and just stand there. And I have to say, go pee-pees, and then she'll go. She pees and poops on command usually. But I have to tell her to go do it. Otherwise, she just stands there and stares.
Sadie will do that too, but Sadie, it was so nice tonight there this afternoon. The Sadie went out and laid on the deck the entire time.
Well, there's
a fireball. There's a
aiming-
fireball.
There's a fireball. Yes, now this is the entry. It's starting. Now they'll be using cameras from Earth. What do you call them?
Satellites.
Okay, so
yeah, they'd be using satellites as well.
I was all going along with this thing fine until
this is another commentary from Marcel.
No, I haven't had it explained to me where the picture came from of the video showing the rocket going up.
Okay.
All right.
Now it's coming down.
Not from the ground, I mean from up. With the rocket coming towards the camera. I want to know how they got that picture when,
Well, satellites, but then they have to stop that shit the further it gets because they don't have stuff out there, but they will. I watched a presentation that they did, that NASA did, on where they're going next, and they've involved a lot of different people like Starlink and Benzos and this guy and that guy. But what I found interesting is they're saying that the next mission is going to be a manned mission, and it's not going to be for a couple of years because they don't even know what they're going to do with their landing rover yet. They don't have one yet. So they're still working on the landing device. Right?
What about the one that went to Mars? They keep sending back pictures of muskox.
Muskox.
I saw one the other day, a video of a ball rolling along the fucking ground on the moon.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a rock, man.
A trash bag blowing in the wind. And the problem is with the amount of CGI and AI that has been used repeatedly, time and time again, from all types of entities, I no longer believe anything unless I'm there and see it with my own eyes.
Somebody on my Facebook wall got a picture of the capsule in front of the moon. And I'm having a hard time with that. I'm thinking more it was a satellite because they're closer and they would be larger. Because I Googled it, and Google told me that unfortunately, from Earth to the naked eye, it's too small. It would just blend into the moon. But I'm thinking with a good telephoto lens, like I have a video camera that's got 1,000 times digital zoom on it. I think that would be just fine.
I have a telescope.
I was just going to say I'm going to look into getting a digital telescope.
I can see the moon. I can see craters on the moon.
Yes.
I can see the International Space Station. I cannot see satellites.
You know, I read an article. You remember the little microscope that I got, the digital microscope?
Yeah.
There's a way to use that as a telescope and to view planets and stuff like that. I read a whole thing about it. I just haven't figured out how to do it. It's hard to focus that fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like really hard.
A telescope isn't the easiest thing to focus either. And then once you got to focus, you got to track it because this flat Earth thing is still moving.
Yeah.
So
This flat Earth thing is.
Well, you know what? I tried to. Are you still here, Darcy?
I mean,
Yeah, he's waiting for his drive.
I guess that's a good thing. He's still alive.
Yeah, it's just sitting here fucking trying.
If this is the last time we speak, we love you.
Fuck off.
Not. Although that was the last time I went to the hospital too. I thought that.
Fucking liar. We love you. Darcy, mind you, Darcy's probably said that to me a half a dozen times on the phone, if not more.
You'll be all right, buddy.
Darcy hangs up from talking to me like for an hour. He's okay, love you, bye.
Sometimes you forget who you're talking to.
Yep. Especially when you do it fucking twice a day. Were you done talking about beneficial bacteria?
Yep.
All right.
I figured it was when you guys started talking about space.
Let's talk about feeding beneficial bacteria.
Well, when you feed it, you want to feed it preferably at least once a week, but every watering will help. But if you're on a budget, once a week.
Want an easy way to feed your bacteria?
That was
Molasses.
my brain. It almost exploded.
Molasses.
Yeah,
Molasses.
Molasses. I hear a lot of people use molasses. Yes.
So molasses in your plant does not make your plant sweeter. But what it does do is it acts as a chelation, where it breaks the nutrients down into smaller organisms that the bacteria can digest easier. Growing the bacteria and breaking down the roots structure so they can uptake those nutrients.
Yeah, and it's also feeding magnesium and calcium and a couple other trace
Nutrients.
Trace micronutrients.
Yeah. It's actually good. Just use black molasses.
No,
And
it's
about
going through a cloud.
about a tablespoon per gallon is plenty.
You're in the way, Marcel.
What?
It was
Move me out
falling
of the
through
way.
a cloud. I want to
All
see it when
right.
it's in water.
Falling, 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 falling. Come on, falling.
He's waiting
Come
for the.
on.
I'm waiting
I'm
for
waiting.
the.
I wanted to hit the submarine.
Hey!
That's only one chute. That's
No,
the
these
chute to
three.
open up.
There'll
Yeah,
be
but that was
three.
the chute to open up the other chutes.
Yes.
That's the one to slow you down some.
Nope.
Now there's an even bigger one. 3 of them.
No.
No, I
That
got
very
that.
first. That
That's
very
not big
first.
enough.
Yeah, that very first chute is the one that opens up the chute panel
Yeah,
to
but I
allow
thought there
the
was
chutes
3
to come out.
parachutes. I thought there was 3.
They could have 10 or 20 on this thing. Who knows? But they got 2. They weren't expecting them to live, so
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
On 2 drogues.
yeah, it looks a little fast to me. And I jumped out of a plane.
They're over water. So that answers that question.
Well, that's what I mean. The submarine's going to get hit by a fucking metal hit.
Geez,
There's a cloud.
they are coming in there at quite a clip, aren't they, Marcel?
Go way faster than I would be wanting to come down on a parachute.
To wonder the shooting, like with as fast as they're going, to one of the shoots holding.
Well, they're probably really big chute.
No, I haven't, but I've heard
Shoot,
that.
let go, and there's the 3.
There's the 3. There you
Shoot
go.
Deploy. We're at 5,000 feet.
It's not opening. There it goes.
5,000.
Those are more like air
The
balloons,
beacon
eh?
has been
Those are
activated
shaped like
on
balloons.
integrity.
There you go.
Oh no, they're shaped like parachutes.
And we have 3
There
good
you
main
go.
chutes. Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Rates, and we see 3.
And then the
good-looking
UFO comes by and runs in parachutes. Come on, land it. At least it's slowing down.
Oh yeah, a lot, eh?
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates. no
Because
need
man,
for
it was
hydrogen
coming in there pretty fast.
Integrity copies.
Well, they just answered, so
This
they're
is a
alive.
perfect descent for integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board.
I wonder how long
Time to
it'll take
splashdown, 1
Facebook to
minute,
clip me
15
for this.
seconds.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Oh well.
Maybe they won't because they're Americans and they're proud of the space stuff.
Integrity.
Well,
about
we're
to
also
complete a
talking
journey
through it too,
at a
right?
distance of 94,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy
Oh, it's not
Space
YouTube,
back on April
is it?
1st, and a trip around the moon.
Yes. It's
Oh.
the NASA channel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe NASA gave permission.
Well, it's running all over the fucking place, so you know.
Then they obviously did. They made it public.
They always do. It's a public channel, and I've never seen any copyright stuff on it. So you know, it is what it is, right?
Why does it look like it's firing thrusters?
I don't know. I was thinking that too.
Passing through 1,000 feet.
Maybe it's aiming itself. Must be.
Then they would be driving for a landing.
That does look like flames, don't it, Marcel?
Yeah.
Is it on fire?
No. Those are
Why?
thrusters. Those are
It
thrusters.
was on fire.
It was.
What if it's still on fire? Now you don't see them.
They must just be thrusters. Or the sun bouncing off of it. It's silver, right? Or metallic. Sorry, not silver. Metallic.
Integrity splashdown, sending post landing command now.
There you go.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time,
Bring
5:07
in the
p.m.
boat.
Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new
Glad they
chapter
figured
of
out
the
where it was going to
exploration of our
land.
celestial neighbor is complete.
Hey, at
Integrity
least we're in time for supper.
You played that.
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable.
But
one.
yeah, it looks
We
almost.
still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
So will they sit in that till the submarine gets to them, Marcel?
It said earlier in the thing. It said earlier in the thing that I was watching that, but it has to. They won't open it until it powers down, and then they have a dock that they put around it, or it inflates around it, or whatever, so that they can climb out and go get onto whatever is awaiting to take them to wherever they're going. Which I'm assuming ships. Although it'd probably be easier for a submarine to get them, I guess.
Splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds.
I'd love to have control of that satellite. I'd like to back that view up a bit.
And we're
See where the
configuring for
boat,
very low
nearest
data
boat
rate.
is.
Once again, splashdown occurring.
Well, that was
in
interesting.
the Pacific, southwest
Yeah.
of San Diego.
Right on there, guys. Well, I'm gonna go.
Good luck to you, my friend. We'll see you next week.
Thank you,
Have
guys.
fun.
I'll
Can make
keep
fun
up
tomorrow.
See you, MJ.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR, or how else?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post landing.
Perfect communications established.
There's your boat, Marcel.
We are stable 1, 4 green.
Yeah, I wanted to see that from above.
You could probably see it on Google Maps.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their
No, I'm pretty
complexion.
sure Google Maps
That is
isn't doing this
the fact
live.
that they're in great
No, they
condition.
don't do live. You know, I've seen them driving around up here.
So stable 1,
Oh, yeah.
upright, the
Oh, yeah.
module
They drive
upright
the highway.
system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated.
You see the cars go
helium
by, and they've got
to
the
maintain
cameras
the
up there.
upright, configuration
But he says
for
he
the
thinks there was
vehicle.
cannabis seeds
This
on that
was a
spacecraft.
textbook entry in a textbook
There'd have been
on
cannabis.
Integrity.
There would have been cannabis
Reed
on there if
Wiseman,
I was
David
on that
Lovett, Christina
spacecraft.
Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth.
hot boxing in
I
outer
believe they have grown cannabis on the Space Center. I'm not absolute. What do you?
Yeah, but have they smoked it there?
Ask Google. Say, hey Google.
All right, hang on. I don't ask Google.
You know what? I have been going to Google AI and asking stuff.
This one says ask anything. All right. I know for a fact they wouldn't smoke it on the space station.
Well, they would. I don't think you could. I think you'd blow up.
No, the last thing you want is an open flame on oxygen rich.
The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable
inside,
water
anyways. Yeah.
configuration. There's a good view
The
from one of the naval
picture of Chris
helicopters
Hatfield holding
they're testing for mutation.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
They want alien seeds.
Yeah. But you know the picture of Chris Hatfield holding a bag of cannabis on the space station? That was a hoax.
No. Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
He was holding a bag of Easter eggs that he was going to hide for the crew.
Star Beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal.
Does Timmy
The
watch this
radio
stuff,
uses the
MJ? He's a
same
bit of a
antenna,
space
so
geek,
you may
isn't
run
he?
into trouble with the radio.
No? She doesn't know. I
He's watching.
I don't think she knows too much about him. I don't know.
Timmy's watching baseball right now.
You know what? I am gonna wait a little bit, but they've got some good packages now. It's like $30 a month for Crave and TSN or whatever it is. Sports
activities on board. Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration so that the recovery team can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, entry flight director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering
Hey, I'm
down
learning
the
all
vehicle
kinds of things
after
about
a
cannabis
thorough
in
systems
space.
check. We have no toxic gases
Are you?
to be concerned about.
Shall we play my cannabinoid love song, and then we'll come back and continue our conversation about it?
To take a few more minutes.
Sure. Okay.
Born in a plant and also inside you. Your body already hums with them.
Oh, it didn't start at the beginning. Let's start it at the beginning.
Sure is quiet.
I
know. That beginning's got like
I don't know
really
what's happening.
slow
There.
intro.
Hold on, I don't know what's happening.
You knocked it down. Did you break it?
I don't know what's going on.
Did you break you? Here, let me add it.
I did add it.
Why does it say remove?
I don't know.
Well, let me take it down and let me put it up. There you go. Well, oh, I see the wheel turning, but nothing happening.
Yeah, I see the wheels turning, but nobody's home.
Stupid hamsters. Go back to your other one. Remove that one.
Okay, here. Look at it. Don't touch it. Stop.
I'm not doing anything. You broke it, not me.
I broke it. It was my fault.
MJ put herself on mute so we wouldn't have to hear her complain about cannibals.
Yeah, this isn't a song about cannibals. I really just wanted to watch your. I would have liked to have seen all of you on camera, just your faces
For this song.
for that song.
Or for the cannibal song.
Yeah.
Cannabinoids. Strange little messengers. Born in a plant and also inside you. Your body already hums with them. Endocannabinoids. Quietly keeping score of hunger, of heat, of hurt, of how chilled you feel on a Sunday. These plant cousins slip in, sit down in the same chairs, the same receptors. CB1 in your busy brain, CB2 in your tired immune cells like guests. Using your own front door. They turn the volume up, they turn the volume down on pain, on panic, on appetite, on sleep that never quite arrives. Cannabinoids don't shout, they lean in and whisper too much, too little. Let's bring this back to somewhere in the middle. THC, the loud one at the party, clings to CB1, bends colors, stretches minutes, softens sharp corners, sometimes pushes too far, heart racing, thoughts chasing their tails. CBD, quieter, keeps its distance, nudges from the side, eases the edge of worry, of inflammation, lets your own chemistry do the talking. They wander through your gut, tuning appetite through your spine, dampening that deep to that ancient reflex that says danger. Even in a safe room, they turn the volume up, they turn the volume down on pain, on panic, on appetite, on sleep that never quite arrives. Cannabinoids don't shout, they lean in and whisper too much, too little. Let's bring this back to somewhere in the middle. And here's the twist. Too much turning, too much tinkering can cloud a sharp mind, can hook a habit, can trip a fragile heart. So we study in bright labs with long names and small bottles, trying to catch exactly how a tiny shift in one receptor changes a whole day. They turn the volume up, they turn the volume down on pain, on panic, on appetite, on sleep that finally arrives. Cannabinoids don't shout, they lean in and whisper too much, too little. Today, let's meet in the middle.
I like that one.
It was all right. It's a background, something that I can listen to in the background. You know.
Sure.
Very yellow chill vibe.
Now, Marcel,
Yeah.
was it correct?
Pretty much, yeah. From what I could hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought so. I did another one that was a little more blunt than that one.
I've been thinking and heard about cannabis and how to explain cannabis better as a medicine. And it's not that easy to explain to people.
Machilla's was trying to do it for how many years?
Yeah, I know, since the 60s.
Okay, did he smoke? Did he use cannabis?
I don't know if he did.
Let's Google that, shall we?
I guess sure, but I just got to try and remember how to spell his name.
How to spell his name? That was the funny part.
That's why Google has speech, so you can just hit the microphone button and be like,
But
Dr.
yes, and I would use that with you guys, except for Mr. Marcel Big Mouth over there is not to be trusted, and he'll start telling Alexa to call people that I don't want to call.
You ain't kidding.
I was watching a movie. No, I was watching The Studio, and somebody said, "Hey, Alexa," and Alexa started talking to the TV. That was a pussy break for just for the record. Meow.
So, Raphael Mechoulam, famously known as the godfather of cannabis research, maintained for decades that he never smoked a joint. But while he was not a regular user, he did intentionally consume cannabis exactly once for a small social experiment in the early 1960s.
Yeah, so that he could say he tried it.
Well, the experiment, shortly after he and his team at the Weizmann Institute isolated and synthesized THC, the main psychoactive component of cannabis, he wanted to verify its effects in humans.
Yeah,
he took a large dose of pure THC home and asked his wife, Dahlia, to bake it into a cake. He invited a group of his friends over to eat the cake and observe their reactions according to various interviews.
A doctor, he was. My father was a psychiatrist, a doctor specializing. He worked at CAMH. He worked at
and he never tried it.
And he told me when I asked him if he wanted to try it, I had a doobie with me and everything at his place. He said, I don't want to use something that takes control over your mind the way that marijuana does, is what he said. And
okay, so Mechoulam's experiment.
He went through 15 years with Parkinson's and still didn't want to try it. Anyways,
Mechoulam did his experiment with his friends with a cake and interviewed everybody. Mechoulam got high for the first and only time. One friend became extremely talkative, another friend entered a trance-like state, and the third friend couldn't stop giggling. Only one person in the group experienced paranoia.
Does it say how many people and who they were?
Well, I would say from the sounds of it, there was 6 of them or 5 of them.
I enjoy watching videos of seniors trying it for the first time. People in general trying it for the first time. I've seen a video where a woman was injected with some kind of a mixture that had THC in it.
Injected?
Yeah, injected with a syringe.
In her bloodstream?
Her bloodstream. Yeah, I don't know what it was that they injected, but
yeah, that just feels wrong.
Oh God, I gotta stop scrolling on Facebook. There's a picture of 3 girls and it says, "Don't get fooled. Take them out swimming on the first date."
Oh dear God. That's not a bad idea because you can't wear makeup in the pool.
Exactly. You want to see what they look like when the makeup comes off.
How do I move out of the way? I thought it was just so you could see them in a swimsuit.
No, the makeup coming off helps.
Al, you got to move me. I'm right in the way.
In the way of what? Oh, the water.
Can't really see anything anyways right now. So that's pretty
No.
much done. They're waiting for the. I believe they're waiting for the system shutdown so that they can open everything up and get everybody out.
or option
Or they're
two
waiting
could
for the
be
submarine.
waiting. The submarine's already there. They're just going up through that conning tube.
Oh,
get
okay.
into the capsule.
Right.
Right. That's why it keeps going up and down because it's attached there.
So there's nobody in there now.
I'm probably getting in.
They'll go, but they have to go back out, go back up and get in there again so they can come out the hatch so people can see them and they can wave.
Right. So the submarine comes underneath. The conning tube goes up, attaches to the bottom of the shipping container.
Something.
And then they can get inside, close that. The submarine can then leave. Right. And they show from this side because from the satellite view you'd see the submarine. Remember how close that satellite view was from the top before? Well, they don't do that anymore. Who knows? Might be real.
Made you cough.
That was funny, thanks.
Ooh, Coachella just started. Main stage at 8:30.
Coachella?
Yeah. It's Coachella weekend.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's all they got it all on YouTube, all the different stages and shit.
See, not something that I would ever go to.
You know what? I don't think I mean I watch it. I'll watch the groups that I want to see. But I went to Woodstock 94 and I don't, there'll never be anything like that for me. So I don't really want to go and sit in the middle of the fucking desert.
I mean, I've been to lots of different concerts.
Me too.
Both indoor and outdoor, and I've gotten to the point where I prefer studio music over live.
For sound, for sure, but not for experience.
There are
I don't need the experience.
Some bands though that sound exactly the same in the studio and on stage. There are a few, right? Not Rush, unfortunately, at this point. I don't know if you saw the concert or the song they did at the Junos. There were no auto tune, nothing. It was raw. Getty and Anika. Is it Anika? I think Anika. And of course Alex.
No, my problem is all the other noises.
Yeah, I have a problem with noises too.
Right. So
do you sleep with something on at night so that you don't hear anything else?
No. Well, I have something on. I set on a timer that turns off after I've fallen asleep.
I go to sleep with white noise playing on my speaker, and sometimes, depending on how my brain is working at that particular point in time when I go to bed, will dictate at what volume. If I'm really scrambled, if I'm having a rough time, I'll crank it right up to 8 so that I don't hear even what I'm thinking. All I hear is right. And
No,
then also the dog and the cat going
I don't have that worry because I sleep beside Chrissy and on one side of me and the dog on the other side.
And they both snore.
And I have plenty of noise to go to sleep with.
Yeah, I can't. I need, I don't
But
want to hear anything. But when I have guests,
I don't have issues sleeping. I can sleep anywhere.
yeah, I have issues sleeping.
I
When
don't.
I
So
have guests
that's
here,
not.
I crank it up in my room, and I don't hear anything outside of my room. I don't hear anything. I don't hear the dog or the cat, even though they're in there with me. I don't hear if they go to the bathroom. I don't hear if they're up in the kitchen. I don't hear anything. It's great. I started doing that at my mom's because my mom was a very loud person. She would slam the drawers and the counters at any time that she was up. It was something that she used to do when we were kids as well. She never stopped. Well, I mean, she stopped, but
What? They made a movie about Michael Jackson?
yes, called Michael, and his nephew, who is Jermaine Jackson, his brother's son, is playing Michael in the movie. It comes out this weekend, I think.
April 24th.
So
I just seen the ad for it.
What are you guys doing for 420? Anything?
Timmy and I?
And whoever.
Marcel.
420 is Monday. Next
The
Monday.
20th, yeah.
Next Monday.
I will say starting the 18th, there's going to be like 3 days of activities going on in and around Toronto.
And
So-
Hamilton. And Hamilton.
And Hamilton. Yeah, see, I count that as Toronto because like when you live in Belleville and you got to go that way, it's pretty much.
I've noticed on the news they call it the GTA HTA.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. and-
I'll be doing the same thing that I do every year 420.
yeah, spending it with your wife.
Spending it with the kid's birthday.
Oh, was it the kid's birthday?
Yeah.
I thought it was your anniversary. I know that it's Al Graham's anniversary.
No, it's not our anniversary. Ours is in October. Ours was a Friday the 13th anniversary.
And then next next month, I believe it would be the 2nd, Mary Jane?
GMM.
May 2nd. Yeah.
The GMM. Is there anything going on out there? Okay, if you're listening and you're going to or taking part in the GMM, wherever you are, let us know.
Which is the Global Marijuana March.
Correct. Global.
But if you're taking part in it, you already know what GMM is. So.
Well, I know I'd like more people to know about it. More people to actually come out.
Well, we've got a couple of more weeks to go before this happens. So we will be doing, and we will be there. I'm sure that Al will be there. And what is that annoying noise? Marcel sipping on something with a straw?
Not anymore. I'm done. That is the bottom of a double medicated ice cap, which means I am now comfortable for the rest of the evening.
Okay, so yeah.
Now I might be high.
Oh, there's the capsule.
Yeah, it's been that way for a while.
Well, like I said, they said 87 minutes after splashdown, things will shut down so that they can open up, and they're going through safety procedures.
So you're going to watch this for 87 minutes?
We have been watching it for the most of it, pretty much. But yeah, I'll probably watch this when I go back into the living room.
You got another 60 minutes to go.
Really? Well, like I said, I find this shit interesting. I'm a hippie geek.
That's fine. A hippie geek. I guess I'm just a geek.
No.
That's the kind of nerd I am.
I'd rather watch golf.
Golf.
Do you know what I watch? I watch shows that I know are bullshit. That
of course you do.
Have nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, I do that too. You know, I watched.
I don't watch the news anymore because I can't believe the news.
Did you watch The Studio?
What? What's the
Did you see
studio?
The Studio?
What is
A
the
TV show on Apple TV with Seth Rogen?
On Apple TV? No.
Seth
No.
Rogen, I think. Is that his name?
No, I don't.
Anyways, Bryan Cranston. There's a lot of cameos, and it's about a guy who takes over a major studio and has to learn how to run it. It's actually quite funny. There were the first, I think it was like third and fourth episode was James Franco and Bryan Cranston, their characters, and everybody else at a end of shoot party, and they're all wasted on what they thought was microdosed with mushrooms, and they weren't microdosed. They were like 7 grams a piece. Did you guys see it, MJ?
No. I saw that clip.
It was absolutely.
I've never watched the show, so I
haven't laughed like that in a long time at a skit on a show. There used to be a lot of show. Everyone Loves Raymond. You could get a laugh out of that. Mom, I think, was the last one that I watched that I got a giggle out of. Right? Did you ever watch Mom? That's Alice and Jenny. And I can't remember the other girl's name.
There's some on Paramount that are good that I can get a laugh out of. One is Ghost.
Two Broke Girls is fucking hilarious.
Ghost I can get a laugh out of. I can get a laugh out of.
Ghost is funny, isn't it? The one with the bed and breakfast?
Yep.
Yeah. Ghost is funny. Yes.
I like that. But on Paramount, I'll watch.
Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
No, I can't get into that.
Me either. I've tried several times. I can't get into Breaking Bad. And I had a hard time getting into Sons of Anarchy when
I saw, speaking of Bryan Cranston, he was on Kimmel, I think, or the other Jimmy. I can't remember which one. No, he was on Stephen Colbert. And he is doing a 4-episode mini run of Malcolm in the Middle Return, a reboot. And I've seen a few of the trailers. I was never big on Malcolm in the Middle, but I have been watching the Scrubs reboot.
I've never been big into Bryan Cranston. So,
did you watch Scrubs when it was on?
Yeah, I think so.
You should watch. I didn't mind that. You should watch the reboot when it comes up on.
My problem is with shows now is hard because I grew up on shows like
I Love Lucy,
All in Family.
Yeah, the Jeffersons,
Sanford and Son.
Yeah. Oh God, yes, they were fucking hilarious. But you wouldn't. They would not make it now.
No, Gilligan's Island.
Yep. Jeannie, I Dream of Jeannie.
I Dream of Jeannie.
Bewitched. Oh, I had a hard on for that one. Elizabeth Montgomery. Yum, yum, yum.
Yeah. They were good shows.
Charlie's Angels. Okay, let's throw some more up. Bionic Woman, $6 Million Man.
Yeah. Land of the Lost.
You want to go beyond that? There was.
I'll tell you one that most people. How about? Oh yeah, but how about the Twilight Show?
Yes,
I used to love that.
That's what I'm talking about. The show, the Twilight Zone show.
Yeah, but the Twilight Zone movie is also really good.
They were all well. The old shows,
The original.
good.
The
The
original.
original shows, of course, were great.
HR Puffin stuff. There's one
Oh,
that
yeah.
most people have never heard of.
Oh yeah,
But
absolutely.
the
Jimmy
one-
the Flute.
Yeah, the
Oh,
ones
was
that
it
have
Jimmy
heard of
or Freddie?
HR
Was it
Puffin.
Jimmy or Freddie?
Jimmy was the kid and Freddie was the flute.
Okay, so I got them both right.
Yeah. Yeah, WKRP in Cincinnati.
Yep,
Good one,
yep,
wasn't it?
yep. You know, and then
That's
after a
when
little bit, like in the '90s, was Phil Hartman's show, News Radio. That was fucking hilarious with Joe Rogan. See, that's what I like when Joe Rogan does his stand up and stuff like that. I don't enjoy his podcast.
I like his podcast depending on who he has on.
And I'm like that with Colbert or Kimmel.
I don't do Colbert or Kimmel, so
I enjoy the humor. I wish it was Letterman. If Letterman was back on the air every night, I'd watch him.
See, I also like Carson.
You know what? I like the roasts that he did, and then the D. Martin roasts, but I was never a big fan of the Carson's Tonight Show. I don't mind Jimmy Fallon. I think he's hilarious, and he's very, very real about like things. But Letterman is my guy. Jon Stewart, not the same anymore. He's got a new one on one of the networks. I think I can't remember what network he's on. Are there really networks anymore, or they're just channels?
I don't know. Is there any actual news anymore, or is it just entertainment?
When CNN started, I watched it religiously. I was watching it. It was on the day of 9/11. It was because that was my wake up. I'm a bit of anyone who knows me knows I'm a bit of a news addict. It's kind of what I do. But I'm having a hard time even believing that anymore. Right? Why is there no video?
9/11? You're having a hard time believing 9/11 now?
No. Pay attention to the fucking conversation, would you?
Or CNN. You're having a hard time believing CNN.
Yeah, no, I don't watch news is what I was getting at. I don't watch news anymore.
News. Because the news.
And I most definitely don't get my news from Facebook.
Yeah, no, me either.
Well, that's because you can't share news on Facebook.
Well, no, but what they call news is not news either.
I know, I'm just being a smart ass.
Someone said
And the
blah,
problem
blah,
is
blah, 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 and he did it, and then she did it, and then I did it, and then they did it, and then posting that doesn't mean it's news.
Right.
News is not like news used to be interesting. Watching CNN used to be interesting. Fox has never been interesting. Watching CNN used to be interesting. I used to spend 90% of my time watching TV was watching CNN. But it didn't last long. Shortly after 9/11 stuff kind of quashed down, it just wasn't the same. Like if CNN hadn't been there at the start of Desert Storm, I don't think they would have gotten as big as they did. But they were there. And that was their crowning moment, right?
Yeah.
They had a live mic at the beginning of Desert Storm. In where were they? I guess Iraq, in a hotel, I think. Kind of shit I like to watch now.
Yeah, well, I was never a big fan of CNN. I'm not a fan of the news networks because if you start looking at it, they're all owned by the same people.
They have started manufacturing their own news the way they perceive it. And unfortunately, the truth gets lost in the whole scheme of things sometimes, because they insert words that get you to think one way when the story is really another way. Like they do it in their presentation, I guess, right?
Well, I
Like-
saw a really cool video of Neil Tyson deGrasse the other day, and he was explaining that how after all these years he's changed his tune, and he now believes that the Earth is flat. And as he pulled it away, he was holding a phone, and he was standing there, and he said, "I didn't say that." He said, "That is a deep fake, and that is how good the deep fakes are."
Right.
And that's the problem, is you can't believe anything you see or hear on anything anymore.
And that is why Canada is about to be censored.
No,
Yeah.
that's not why Canada is going to be censored. Canada is going to be censored so you won't say anything bad about the immigrants. And then they can punish you for saying bad things about the immigrants.
Now, yeah.
That's it. That's it.
And they're going
if
to
you're-
try and tell
you're-
you what you can and can't say from your own fucking living room. It ain't gonna
right.
happen.
And if you're a Christian, why? They've already been arresting people in England for it.
Not here in Canada.
They will here.
They've arrested a lot of people over the years because of something they've said. I have a friend who made some remarks about a certain someone down in the US that lives in a big white house, and she had CSIS show up at her fucking door.
Of course you did.
Yeah. So,
right.
yeah.
But that's making a threat that the FBI would deem as credible and blow out of proportion anyway.
Of course.
Right. So that was a call from the FBI to.
But they have to
CSIS.
investigate every instance, or they're not doing their job.
Right. That's why cops don't go looking for work. Cops wait until there's a complaint and then they go and work.
There's
Right?
a
They
little
don't-
thing,
They don't go looking for it.
but there's a little thing called freedom of speech, and that's an argument that's going to happen very quickly with all that.
There is no, but with Bill C-9, there is no freedom of speech. That's the whole point. Is you're no longer allowed to actually say what you think. or
I'm not
feel.
allowed to tell people that I'm not Christian. I'm Jewish.
No.
Is that against the law?
No. You can get thrown in jail for preaching the Bible.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly. Think how Jesus would feel. No, listen, the whole planet's going into a shit hole, and this is why I said for years that we need a big asteroid to restart this shit hole, and maybe next month will be intelligent and won't be including greed into their equation.
Hey,
Because
what happened?
That's where we are. And
Let's
when
say
religion
goodnight.
figured out that they could profit off the greed, that became big business too.
Let's say goodnight, Marcel.
Good night, Marcel.
Good night.
Good night.
And make sure you eat your cannabis between now and next Friday.
Cannabis. Why?
Well, you should eat your cannabis every day.
Every day. Why wait until next Friday?
No, I said between now and Friday.
Oh, okay. Take care, buddy Weaves. Say goodnight. Peace.
Good night.
You can't see Marcel waving.
I did though. I did wave.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Got a chip tin mug, steam in the cool day air. A little paper piece in my pocket, and an old rocking chair. I got a tea and a doobie, and a day that ain't in a rush. Let that kettle whistle, let that hillside hush. I don't need much but the sunrise and this easy little mood I'm in. Yeah, tea and a doobie, and the world starts softening. Boots on the railing, dog snoring under my feet. Mailbox leaning like it's tired, but life still tastes so sweet. I got a tea and a doobie, and a day that ain't in a rush. Let that kettle whistle, let that hillside hush. I don't need much but the sunrise and this easy little mood I'm in. Yeah, tea and a doobie, and the world starts softening. Let the worries roll past like the freight train tracks. If they circle round, they can't find me. I'll be right here where the porch boards creak, sipping, laughing, feeling free. Oh, feeling free. I got a tea and a doobie, and a day that ain't in a rush. Let that kettle whistle, let that hillside hush. I don't need much but the sunrise and this easy little mood I'm in. Yeah, tea and a doobie, and the world starts softening.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day, and welcome to the Sweet Pea and Mayhem podcast for Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. I'm here with Mr. Happy.
I'm just mad. I'm just mad at Tara because she didn't bring me cookies, so I'm ignoring her. Yeah. We'll work for cookies, Tara.
Shh, people don't know that she's our guest yet.
Oh, okay. Tara usually sends us cookies, but she came down and she didn't bring cookies, so I'm ignoring her.
But she did leave them at home.
That doesn't help me. It's all about me.
Well, I'll get her to send some and to my address.
Which is my address.
Uh,
Last time you sent cookies, I pretended I ate them all. Yeah, I said, boy, were they ever good, Steve.
Oh, what was that? Oh,
What?
Oh, Cindy just saying that she sent some for Christmas. Did I eat them all? Yeah, she did send some for Christmas.
I didn't get any.
Yes, you did. Yeah, you ate a whole bunch. Yeah,
No.
yeah, you did. Yeah.
Next time, say Steve and John cookie.
So today we wanted to bring up some some things that we've had people say, the things that have lit up our heart, testimonials, just things that people have written for us that kind of light up the heart for what we do. So I figured the easiest way to do that was put them in one place so we could look at them and go through them with you. So here we go. Add them to the stage, boo-boo. So this is the testimonials and thank yous. And, one of the best things about what we do is the testimonials and the thank yous that we get. And this healing journey, John's one of the people I met through this healing journey, and he's one of the people I have a massive thank you to. And without him, none of these would be coming out because nobody would have known about any of this. But this is for our friend Krista. She's over on the island, and she wanted to give a huge shout out for the amazing mushroom plant medicine products. Also, her friend Cindy, who informed her of the products. They've made her life much better. Wow, I love the evening blend. I sleep so good after taking them. All my friends, please check out these products. You'll be impressed and amazed in how well they work and be a healthier you. So she posted up, some of the original 7 mushroom blend that we had and the original.
What's the one that was before that one?
That's the original 7.
No, keep going back. Keep going back. What's that?
What?
Right there.
Oh, that was the part where I read where it says just the best part of the day is.
I can't see that. I have lack of cookie poisoning.
And this was a lady that I met through Amy, actually. She was at our friend Amy's place helping Amy out when she was going through a rough period. And we just got talking about concussions and head injury, which is, part of what I was working on myself. I'm multiple concussions and whatnot. So I was talking to her about head injury and whatnot. She wrote, you want to read that?
I can't see that.
Oh, Steve talked to me about my head injury.
Once again, cookies.
And the help that could come from mushroom therapy in a way that took away the fear I had. I started with the evening blend and quickly the results were evident. I am very grateful to Steve for sharing his story and his heartfelt advice because it made the difference for me in getting better. And she posted this after I'd made this. It was 5 years ago, John and I started the company, and it was showing that there's stuff on concussions that show psychedelics heal them. And there was one of the final versions of microdoses that we came up with, which was the main event, heavy with the.
I've had so many concussions. They used to send me the brain injury magazine. Yeah.
How come I never got it?
I've had 2 fractured skulls, so yeah.
I replied to her. I said, I'm honored to have been able to help. Healing is possible. We all deserve miracles. And she said, no, thank you for sharing from your heart. That's why I made a new decision about microdoses, because your advice was from the heart, not because you were trying to sell anything at all. And then, other people chime in afterwards. And Alana Bongiovi, hi, Alana. She's been using a bunch of the products and she's referred them. She absolutely loves them. Greg Walter, while he was still alive, he was using the products as well. He's passed away now. We had him on for a podcast on the Mushy Moment one. And Mike Dubois obviously wanted to be able to share the whole post. Wendy, she actually still uses our products as well. She's a regular user. I can attest to how much your products have helped me. I'm completely weaned off of one of my antidepressants now. Will be working to come off the other one as well. I would much rather take something natural than put chemicals in my body. Now, it's not that she's put in here the pharmaceutical industry is evil. Yes, there are drugs that people need. However, there are many that people that we don't. And some people are prescribed antidepressants and then never weaned off of them. And then when they find out that there are other options, sometimes they get a little angry at the industry. But they work for a lot of people. There's just also people they don't work for. And Andre Dussault, hey, don't stop. He also takes our product. This next one was from Jeff. Now, Jeff sent he sent me the message. He was getting ready to go. Oh, that was me. Sorry. He got a hold of me because he was having problems with shoulder and neck pain. And he's been taking Toradol for a long time. And he kind of looked up the side effects of Toradol over long term. And he was like, have you got anything you can use? So there's no communication after that because I actually phoned him and found out more about what was going on. And we got him set up on the Inflamaclear to bring the inflammation down and the pain cream to ease the pain. And, the next day he sends me, hey, yeah, I'm pain free and haven't been this way for over 2 years. And, you have no idea how grateful I am now. And these are all the things I should be sharing more with you because I know they come in and then I don't share them.
I don't
they
care.
Sure light up.
I don't care about the people. I just care about the dog ones.
And the cookies.
Yeah.
Neil, my family loves this. I take other products of water, or I take other products of water. So, new mom reporting restorative properties. That was his daughter. She feels after pregnancy, she's asking for more. She was using the cream. Neil Brooking, it's a really good product with a wide range of applications. Yes, this was obviously on the skin cream one. Both of mine are empty skin cream and pain cream. We have both a skin and a cream. The skin cream is extra high in high content vitamin E oil and hyaluronic acid. It's a cannabis cream with a full extract cannabis and all the nice stuff for healing scars and making the skin soft. And the pain cream is to go deep and get rid of pain. And then this gentleman here, he texted, he was a happy customer. This guy here, he was 14 months off of booze and he'd been doing a 26 a day. And he stepped in on using some of our products and using CBD. And 14 months dry and his head was good. He was really quite happy. It said thank you, but then he had some personal information that I didn't want to have up. So I just clicked that one there. And then this one here, I'd done a post about the 7 mushroom blend. And these were the responses coming after it. Again, Neil, I've been using Super 7 Mushroom Plus for over 2 years. I experimented a bit to make sure no placebo effect. I'm amazed at the difference I feel taking it to when I don't. On purpose, I recently went a week without. Energy lacking, thought process slower, did not have the feeling of well-being I'm used to when using the blend. And I got a cold. I take other products from this company for gut health, and I was just informed after an internal inspection that my diverticulitis is getting better. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth and loves skin and scar ointment for her stretch marks. Just ordered more. Keep it up, guys, and thanks for the health. I needed the help. Tanya, I love this product. I've been using it for a few years since it first came out. 7 Blend is used for my morning shake. So healthy. Main event for anxiety. Girly, my dog, was given Mika drops, and it helped her as well. This is Norma Jean. Amazing product. I've got several people using it and they can't believe how much it's helping with pain and inflammation. Jenny Sharp. The pain cream works so well on decreasing arthritic pain in my hands. Jennifer Morrison. Any of the scar cream I won't. I will take whatever I can get though, and I have put the hot water bottle down for it. Now, with hers, she was sleeping with a hot water bottle. She'd actually melted the skin on her belly, like it had burned her pretty bad. And the cream just did massive amounts for fixing the scarring and whatnot. More from Neil. This is why I gladly endorse your products. Get that immune system in shape, folks. Eat the caps daily. Thanks for your products, Steve. My skin splits, your cream heals. I feel lackluster, etc. Your products give me healthful energy. Your attention to quality ingredients, gathering and dissemination of truth, and the fact that you speak of what you know becomes because you use the products, unlike most GPs. JG Walter, I like the C block. Dre DeBa, love what you're doing, has done lots to help me. Rusty McRae, I take these products and they are literally keeping me on this earth. I am so grateful. And now we get to Tara Gray. So very healthy and blends in well with the 7 mushroom blend and coffee in the morning. Best way to get grounded and bring healing energy to my body and brain each day. The healing is happening. The reduction of pain and increased energy I have now compared to this time last year is truly amazing. I am so grateful for the products and support I've been able to access through atease.com. Thank you. Blessed be. Then there's a quick one from Helen. I love this stuff and use it every day. It's good for the heart and is helping with my high blood pressure. Now, we're going to go here. Oops, go here. I'm going to remove that out. And now we're going to welcome in our guest to this stage, the person that did that beautiful. Hey, Tara.
I'm not talking. You didn't bring cookies.
I apologize about the cookies, and I actually did have to label them once before when I sent them to you, so that you would and your lovely wife would get them. So
Well,
I will.
you sent some cookies, and I told Steve, I opened up Tara's package, and there was cookies. They were delicious, and I told him I ate them all, but I didn't even open the package. So, yeah.
Well, and because I make them special at healing and anti-inflammatory with the turmeric and ginger and pepper and everything. And because I've learned and grown so much in our healing conversations since Steve and I reconnected, 5 years ago, I guess. Yeah.
5 years.
Yeah. And my issues go way, way back. In addition to being diagnosed with fibro in 2006, and being given a shit ton of pharmaceuticals to deal with that. I was on gabapentin, valproic acid, and then amitriptyline to go to sleep at night. And the side effects were atrocious. And a compound that is I do have a lot of childhood trauma, and I was in a major car accident, so I do have a steel rod in my spine and spent many years in back braces and body
Quiet, quiet. Someone's walking by.
I know, it was very distressing.
There was a mosquito.
So yes, I had a lot of stuff and was being treated with a lot of pharmaceuticals, and the side effects were really bad. I was lethargic. I gained a ton of weight. I spent most of the time when the kids were at school or preschool resting at home and trying to get stuff done, and I wasn't able to work. I was trying to get on disability at the time, and that is not an easy process, and most people get turned down and have to fight a few times, and I just got tired of the fighting and wound up working part-time and struggling along. Anyway, fast forward to when we reconnected, because Steve and I have known each other since we were rock and roll hooligans back in the 80s. But anyways, I met Steve when he had started just getting the company going more so in helping people with cancer products and a lot of the other supplements. And that's where it kind of started, was with dealing with my pain, is what we thought was the pain and the inflammation. And I was doing mostly just gummies and the CBD oil, the tinctures that you had before, and a lot of those products. And then when you came out with the Inflamaclear and these supplementary products, I started on those. I didn't realize how long ago. It's been quite a while. It's been since 2021 is when we reconnected again, I think 2020, 2021. And I have taken a variety of products, and it's taken a long time to figure out what, because when you have compounded traumas and multiple things, it's layers upon layers of unraveling what is what and what's triggering what and getting to the roots. So it's been a blessing to have be able to consult with you about it over the years as well, and find the different things that and try the different things. And because your products are still so affordable compared to what going to the health food store and trying to find the same combinations of things, and the way you guys have intentionally put them together is I have yet to find it. And I go all the time when I sometimes run out or postal strike or can't get some, I'll have to go and try and make it up, and it's never the same. I notice an immediate difference in, like one of those other testimonials was saying, my energy level, my ability to focus, and my overall state of just feeling okay in my body, which has been the big benefit of that. And so I do have a few staples that I have every day that I use all the time now, and one of them is most definitely the 7 mushroom blend. I love it.
I take it
It's
every
really
day.
awesome, and it's part of the morning ritual, and that again is something else that's important that I learned too, because it's very high strung and could not ever meditate or slow down long enough to do that having an intentional cup of cacao in the morning and just grounding in for even 10 minutes is a really good way to start the day, along with the other supplements. So I do generally I go between the original and the Scoobs. I've had multiple brain injuries. I've never been diagnosed. I've been misdiagnosed with several things, and I did try ADHD meds and stuff, and none of those had any effect other than to make me more anxious. So I find that these help me calm and focus. And then when I hit my head again recently, you recommended the Clear Brain again, and that really made a difference with the brain fog and that came back with the concussion. And I wished I had known about the stuff 10 years ago when I started menopause, because it would have made a really, really big difference in my overall wellness and my brain fog and the things that came with that. But that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, that basically comes because of the stuff that's going into the gut and the healing in the gut. The ingredients do those little processes and switches for what's going to happen within the body. And so you said you use the Scoobies and the original blend. Now the original blend is a 110 milligram, and the Scoobies is 250 milligram. What do you where do you make the difference between them for you? Because part of for everybody using this is really about finding the dosages that work for you. So you've used them for a while, you've played with them. What is it you came up with?
That was a big part of it, was learning to listen to my body a bit better rather than just taking things on autopilot. And I find that because the nature of my work and the nature of my trauma is very CPTSD and anxiety driven, that I wake up that way sometimes, even though I'm doing calming practices and I have nothing to fear. So I find when I know it's coming, when I start to feel it coming, I find the Scoobies help. They just seem to help keep my brain in a happy, looking at the light instead of the dark, if that makes sense.
Totally.
Because without it, I find I go down the rabbit hole too easily, and it's not a good thing.
No. And you'd be surprised how many people actually go down that rabbit hole. It's a lot more common than what you think.
It's a lot more common than most people think.
Yeah, exactly. And especially at 3 a.m. For some reason, 3 a.m. seems to be the magic number for me waking up. I take psilocybin, and 10 minutes later I'm back and I'm out. But
what I've found super helpful lately, which is I'm just again so grateful for your progressive learning about these things and experimenting on yourself to see how they work, Steve. Yeah. Because the amanitas, because I've had a lot of trauma. I've lived in survival mode and I've been through a lot. You wouldn't know it to look at me, but there's a lot there. And so when that cortisol's been running for 50 plus years, as you know, you guys both know, it doesn't shut off no matter how much I know, no matter how much I breathe, no matter how much I'm aware. Yeah. It's a subconscious body signal that still hasn't been stopped. So I know the somatic practices are helping, like the breathing and the grounding and the slowing the bus down when it's possible. But a lot of people can't do that. And I find the Amanita helps my body not, like, again, it's the same as the gabapentin used to do, but it's in natural form and it doesn't have the side effects. It doesn't make me feel shitty. It doesn't give me any fog. I actually just feel like I can breathe fully into my belly and into my, I can. That's the big thing. Normally my body is so tensed up that I can't even fully breathe, no matter how hard I try. And I've been in breathwork sessions and I've done sound healing and I've done ketamine therapy. And through all of that, I still couldn't really release enough to take a deep breath.
There's another exercise that helps. There's another exercise that helps.
It makes me emotional.
Sorry. There's another exercise that helps, and it's you move your eyes around like REM, and you think, you do the breathing, but you think of inanimate objects like a car, a bird, a bus, a mountain, and you get out of the loop by thinking of different but there's a spot behind your ear, and there's a pressure point that connects to the nerve there, and there's so many different things, but thinking of the inanimate objects works pretty good. It like you'll just start thinking of different objects just from the top of your head.
It's like keying into your senses too. Like, what can I see? What can I smell? What can I touch? Kind of just get you back into the moment. But yeah, sometimes when your body starts leaping, it's hard to stop. So
you know what? You know what is amazing?
With the help of the mushroom medicine, I'm able to have more calm and more daily, and the daily practices, like you say, John, those little other things. Also, you need to do the integration. It's not just the meds. That's the biggest thing I've learned too, is I spent a lot of time still running the same patterns and just taking the meds. So although I started taking some of these things 4 years ago, the real healing didn't kick in until 2024, when I took 3 months off work, focused on what I really needed to look at to reset and create some daily rituals and healing practices that would help in the long run. So since that time, the inflammation is gone. I've lost 20 pounds. I'm able to move, walk, hike, squat, balance. My balance is amazing now. I was having issues before, couldn't stand on one foot to put a sock on or dry your feet. And I can balance on both legs, because I would used to try that. That was always hard when my friends would try and take me to yoga. I couldn't do it. So I found overall my stability, my focus, my brain fog, and the static that was running in the background seemed to have really, really lessened, to the point that people do notice a difference in my energy.
Yeah. I learned how to do self-hit.
There's still always more to work on, and things come up, and it's still like this, right?
Try this one tonight. And I learned how to self-hypnotize because my company I worked for paid for a hypnotist to come in and hypnotize us to quit smoking. And I kept the tape, and then I started learning how to self-hypnotize. Try relaxing your face. You would not believe how tight your face is until you actually relax it. And then you relax your tongue in your face, and then you start at your toes in your foot, and you start relaxing up your body, and then your hands and your arms, and you will not believe how tense you are until you think about relaxing your body, and especially the face. Like if you were to go right now and just relax your face, you won't believe that how tight it is. And that really helps too with going back to sleep. Just relaxing the face and the body, because it's so strong and tight. Try it tonight. You'll see how you'll wake up, and then you'll think of what I just said, and then think about relaxing your face, and you go, holy crap. That's the first thing you're going to say is holy crap. Watch.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's
Yeah.
You were also mentioning in some of the testimonials, you were talking about the creams too, because I'm amazed. And that's the other thing, Steve, was I no longer take any pharmaceuticals, and I've been able to let go of all of them and just be able to do the supplements. So the Inflammaclear, the Clear Brain, or maintenance with the other mushrooms. Like I was trying to say, the when I feel like stressed is when I do the. And I do remember asking, because you're supposed to, I don't have a specific protocol as to like 4 days on, 2 days off, anything like that. I go by how I feel.
I'm the same.
That's intuitive microdosing.
Yeah, that's how I
Yeah.
do it. That's how I do it. Yeah, I don't stick to a schedule or anything. When I feel I need them, I take them.
Yeah.
And that's how I do it too.
Yeah.
And
so I find that as a little more helpful.
Yeah, and the
and that,
scoops
again,
are double.
teaching my body to relax.
Yeah, the scoobs are double the psilocybin as the regular blend. So that's probably helping reset your brain too from the loops.
Yeah. And for the pain too, I use your pain cream, your pain relief. And then because I've got scars and stuff from the surgeries and things, the Skin and Scar, which is really amazing, and I use on my face all the time because I had a little skin cancer popping back up again. I already had a chunk taken out of my face before, and so it's taken that away. And the pain relief again is the bomb. And interesting because I gave it to a friend of mine a while ago.
If you see anything coming up with that again, use some of the Phoenix Tears on it and then put the skin cream on it. Use Phoenix Tears first. The skin cream will take the Phoenix Tears in.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, because it does come back. It's in a spot where, again, your sunglasses reflect light down, so it comes back even though I use SPF all the time.
Yeah, we had a guy with skin cancer on his face, and he started putting the Phoenix Tears right on the sore, and then putting the cream over top, and it started to go away. Is it gone? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's gone.
It was on his nose.
And I had really crappy cuticles, dried up cuticles. They were all peeling and shredding, and my nails were yucky. I started using it on my nails. Now I got nice fingernails.
Well, I've had people that have told me it's got rid of their fungus on their nails.
It's
Like
magic.
fingernails?
It's very
Yeah.
good cream. And again, because you put the love and intention behind it, because I've tried lots of other ones as well. And everybody says, oh yeah, I've got a buddy that makes cream. It's fine. I don't need it. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then I gave it to a buddy a while ago, and I was just visiting there on the weekend when I was down, and he's like, did you give me this? I'm like, yeah. He's like, this really works, you know? Yeah. Apparently he ripped his shoulder. He was this close to going to the hospital because he was in so much pain. He figured he must have done something. And he threw a bunch of that cream on and went to bed and woke up the next day and went, holy shit. Put a bunch more on, couldn't feel it, and then now he's like, I wonder what'll happen if I just use it before I go to get the pain. And he says it's really helping with his arthritis and stuff. So I'm like, yay, more, you gotta get it.
Yeah.
It's so hard for people to believe and think that it's that easy that we can heal our bodies, but we can't. Right?
We've had people that we've given the product to, and they stick it in their drawer. And then 8 months later, they go, well, maybe I should try that. And then we get the phone call, holy crap. It's like, oh, yeah. Okay, here we go.
You guys must find that quite a bit. Yeah.
Lots, way more than you think.
Yeah. We're getting up onto that time. I guess it's time for, is there any last things you want to say? Because we're already at that half hour point.
Wow.
Do you figure we can carry another half hour because we can throw the ads on and go?
No, it's okay. The only other thing would be to recommend, like when I have my concussion again, I did the Clear Brain. It's super, super helpful, and the Nerve Chill. And both of these have products in them that the naturopath has been recommending for me for menopause and postmenopause. So again, your products have multiple benefits that you haven't even explored yet, and I'm just super grateful that I've been able to access them.
Well, and thank you for coming on the show and sharing part of your story.
Yeah.
That's incredibly awesome.
Thank you.
So we'll be back in 2 weeks with the Sweet Pea and Mayhem podcast next Tuesday will be the mushy moment with myself and Cindy.
And I think in 2 weeks, we're going to do smoothies and tea.
Okay.
Yeah, smoothies and tea. So don't miss that one because you're going to learn a lot.
Captain Smooth is going to smoothie.
Gut health. All about the gut. Yeah.
Tara, don't go away. We'll come back on after it all shuts down.
Okay.
Take it away, Cindy.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You wake up wired, worn and tired, scrolling through the same old feed. Quick fix, same script, nothing that you really need. And say go inside to some balancing the highs and lows, always working, steady pilot. Can I be Lord, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far, from my heartbeat to my breathing. You're the quiet stars. Can I be Lord, keep me level, find it calm in the middle of the storm. Tune in all these tiny signals till my body feels like home. 3 letters here, 3 there, tiny keys to bigger doors. Little shifts in how I sleep, how I eat, how I restore. Not a magic, just a language that my deeper self can read. Talking softly to the parts that decide what I really need. Can I be Lord, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far, from my heartbeat to my breathing. You're the quiet stars. Can I be Lord, keep me level, finding calm in the middle of the storm. Tune in all these tiny signals till my body feels like home. All these hidden circuits humming, from my thoughts down to my bones. Every rise and every falling, you're rewriting what I've known. Not about chasing a feeling, more about a deeper sign that my life can find its balance, one small message at a time. Can I be north? Keep me steady. Bring me back when I slip too far. From my heartbeat to my breathing, you're the quiet stars. Can I be north? Keep me level, finding calm in the middle of the storm. Tune in all these tiny signals till my body feels like home.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp. I am your host, Casper Leach. Thank you for tuning in to the big broadcast today. And we are going to be focusing today on utilizing hemp as a building material, which a lot of people say building material. What can you build besides a nice sandwich with like hemp bread or some kind of hemp sauce for your spaghetti? But you can do more than use hemp for food or fiber. You can also use it for, building homes. And we're going to be talking about that today. And we're going to be, don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, and take time for hemp. Joining us on the big broadcast from Canada is a gentleman who's been working diligently to end cannabis prohibition in his country, Al Graham. He's got Pace Radio Network, and he is a fantastic communicator and a wonderful reporter. Al, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Just to let everybody know, PACE, People Advocating Cannabis Education, is about cannabis as well as psychedelics. We have programming 7 days a week. A new show is released each day, and everything is replayed again on Saturday, back to back. So catch us out, paceradio.net.
And we've also got a fantastic joint host from the southern part of the United States in a little state called Florida, and that is Al Byrne. He's also a writer of a pretty groovy book that you might want to pick up sometime called For Country and Cannabis. Hey, Al Byrne.
Gentlemen, nice to see you guys. And yes, I am in Florida, and I am glad I am because everybody else in this country is cold, and I'm actually quite comfortable. So I made a good decision coming here. But yeah, we're talking hemp today, which is, of course, cannabis. And the book I wrote there For Country and Cannabis discusses hemp. And I think you should read it if you have any kind of interest at all. And if you're a patient, if you're a caregiver, if you're interested in the history of the movement, if you're interested in the details of, for instance, of why should I use cannabis? Well, just it kills cancer cells. So let's start there. And the book is full of all the references you need to back all that kind of stuff up. But we're talking hemp, and yeah, I bring hemp into the book, but I also want to point out another book. I think I'm making that one clear. Cannabis
and medical practice.
Yeah. This is a book that I did not write. I produced in 1997. And actually, it was the only book referenced in the 2001 Institute of Medicine's study on cannabis. There's a story around all that. But I bring up that title because it's still in print. And in there is 2 excellent chapters about hemp grown for food and hemp grown for, among other things, construction materials.
Cool.
So I just want to tell you that this conversation's been around for a while, and hey, 1997, I was talking it. You know what I mean? So it's going to be fun to do that today. Our guest is a peripatetic individual. And as such, we've cornered him in North Carolina and on the West Coast, and he's headed out to New Zealand soon. And we've had him before as a guest. Quite interesting man. We're going to talk a lot about his idea of creating houses for veterans and the elderly. And so I may introduce, please, Greg Flabel.
G'day, g'day, g'day. Are you
Greg,
Greg?
the hemp guy? Okay, I forgot that part. He's the hemp guy. And you're on the West Coast right now, aren't you, Greg?
I am indeed. Yeah, I'm sitting in little old Southern Oregon in Medford, which is like the extension to the Emerald Triangle from Northern California.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's also a beautiful
What's
area.
your latest project? What are you working on, Greg?
So we're working on basically we do everything with the plant. I mean, we do. I mean, Al mentioned earlier about food and fuel and everything else, but the 5 tenets for us are food, fuel, shelter, clothing, and health, all designed around the cannabis sativa L plant, and as well as the health and wellness. All the products that we make and consume and help other people with. And it's just right across the board. We do, our initiative for our Hemp Town on Main 501c3 is to help homeless veterans and seniors. I'm noticing even in my own travels, locally, a lot more seniors ending up on the street. And really in this economy, it's been spiraling down for some time, in my opinion. A lot of people are like one paycheck away or 1 month away from being homeless. And the medical bills are mounting, and pressures of regular everyday food on the table is increasing. I think that, with our agricultural materials, we can help with alleviating that issue with housing. We have designed some modular units. I think I've spoken about these before, that were designed around 4x8 sheets of plywood and OSB for making some homeless shelters. And these are modular. We don't have to do permits with them, up to 200 square feet. They're portable. They can be taken down again. But in our case, they wouldn't be, because we build them on site using hemp and other agricultural waste materials. So we've kind of morphed from that picture you've got up there. That was the first permitted hemp house in America, done on Town Mountain in Asheville, North Carolina.
That's beautiful.
We did that.
Yeah, that's a cool house, man.
Yeah, 2008, 2009. And we built that house for $133 a square foot using recycled cement, recycled steel, recycled windows and doors. We carted, there was 3,000 feet up on the side of a mountain. We had to make the road to put the house in. And we, when the owner converted from a construction loan to a 30-year, it went from $133 to $240 a square foot in terms of valuation. And we also, to this day, we still get up to 30% discount on the fire insurance, because the stuff just does not burn. I mean, it will eventually, but it'll take a long, long time. So the doors and the windows will blow out before the hempcrete walls do. So it makes it a lot safer. And we get even in New Zealand, where I built my own house with hemp many, many years ago, we still get a 30% discount, or around about 30% discount on the fire insurance.
Nice.
What do you use for a roof?
Roofing, just regular roofing materials. Usually I'm using
tin or
the standing seam metal roofing is
metal roofing. No, I was
matter.
thinking along with the I live in a very prone fire area, and metal roof is almost a requirement where I live. So I'm thinking a metal roof and a hemp structure.
Yep.
You're not fireproof, but you're damn close to it.
Well, it's fire retardant, we should say, because lime, just to put it in more technical layman's language, if you like, the cellulose, which is the lime and the wood or whatever we're using as the insulation, it's got to be protected. So the lime binder that we're using is actually the protecting, and lime itself is inherently carrying moisture. And so it's the wall system that we make is always going to have some sort of moisture in it, but it's vapor permeable. So when the heat hits it, think about something. When heat hits us, we sweat. When heat from a fire hits the lime, it's sweating. So it's driving off moisture. So that's the actual layman's terms retardancy in the hempcrete, right? Just to put it in a bit more perspective. So if you put a match to hemp, stalks, they're gonna fire up. But if you've encased that cellulose in some protection, like the lime, which is a natural material and it's available right across the planet, every country has huge, build up millions of years of calcium crustaceans for limestone. And that's essentially what we're using to protect the cellulose. And in the iWood structures that we're building, we're using 30% less lumber as it is. And then those wood shavings we can turn into cooking pellets, heating, and we also put some of those back into the mix to make the biocrete. So we've gone from, and it depends on which country we're talking to about building. We're using sugar cane waste and coconut waste in Mexico and South America. So we're making, we make sugarcrete, cococrete, biocrete is kind of the generic name I'm coining to it, because we can take a lot of different agricultural waste material and put it in there and protect it with the lime binder. And now you've got a solid wall. I mean, man, back in Eastern Europe and the Roman times, they used horse crap and horsehair and straw, and they would make adobe kind of infill, right? Same sort of principle, and that stuff it takes a long time to burn too. So it's the same sort of thermal mass and thermal conductivity all wrapped into one material to build a house that also you're going to be healthy living in, because the lime itself carries a pH of about 8.4. And so while you're exhaling inside your home, breathing, exhaling, you're putting out CO2 when the walls are saying, gimme, 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 and they're fossilizing. And so over a long period of time, those hempcrete or biocrete walls are going to fossilize and turn to rock.
Well, how easy is it to find this type of material in the United States and or New Zealand? Do you have to make it, have it specially made? Can you walk into Home Depot and get it?
You won't be able to walk. That's a great question, Casper, and I wish it was so that you could walk in and buy it off the shelf at Home Depot or Lowe's or Ace Hardware or whatever, but it just is not the reality. The cortication or the processing equipment to strip away the fiber, which makes my shirt, from the inside cellulosic pithy part of the plant, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of heavy equipment to do that, and to make it financially viable, unless you're producing or unless you have the capacity to produce around 4 metric tons per hour, you're not going to make any money anytime soon, right? And there's a lot of smaller operations for if you're doing it yourself. Yes, you can buy these rollers that you can grow a couple of acres of hemp and decorticate it yourself. You run over it a few times with your tractor or your SUV, and you'll break up the inside part of the plant, and you can use that, mix it with some lime, and bada bang, away you go. It's not really rocket science. I mean, I remember 20 years ago, or 15 years ago, when we built the first places in in North Carolina. I thought, man, I've discovered something that's better than sliced ham, and I'm going to corner the market on bio building hempcrete. Man, I brought it back from England. We building the first houses. I'm going to corner the market with hempcrete. Well, that got quick because it comes down. It was more expensive because of because of the processing around the plant. It's hard to just to get that waste material into a state that you can actually use it commercially. And so that's been it's been a hard slog over many years.
While you're at many years, can I bring a question at you here? You made the first house there that we saw, the beautiful house you had a picture of, in 2006.
No. That was 2009. We started that house.
Okay, all right. So my question is, and I don't know what I'm talking about, but I understand that in Europe, constructions of some rather large buildings, maybe France, that have this been going on over there for
correct. Yep, Al, you're spot on, and that's where I learned it because I was in West LA doing a kitchen remodel for some friends of mine, and the wife was doing a law degree, and her thesis was on hemp, miracle plant of the future. She presents me with this thick, thesis that she's doing. I'm reading all about it, and then I read The Emperor Wears No Clothes and all this sort of stuff. And I'm like, man, this is great. I ended up in England, going to the decortication facility and meeting some farmers, and then going on some builds and actually doing some stuff. And then thought, I'm going to bring this back to the US. So that's how we started back in North Carolina. But to your point, Al, yeah, they have for 20 years prior, they've been using hemp waste in France, Germany, in different countries, even in the Netherlands, for building. But mostly in France, they've been doing it. In fact, I had the rare privilege and honor of visiting a two-story hemp house in the old part of Paris, France.
Mm-hmm.
That had suffered a house fire, a full-on house blaze. Everything except the 4 hempcrete walls was blown out. Even some of the clay bricks in the fireplace had crumbled down, but the two-story walls of this house were still intact.
Wow!
I got to visit inside this house, and between the floors, they'd redone the roof. They'd done everything, they've put even more hemp into this place. Very old house. It's still standing today. It's still there. It doesn't look like they had a fire, but that was an amazing visual, first-hand experience, seeing a house that had been built, 20 years earlier.
So why do you figure? Yeah. I mean, other people in Europe or France, wherever the hell you were, said, "Hey, look at this." So how come it hasn't caught on in France or here?
It's catching on, but again, it's the price. I mean, it's 10 or 15, depending on where you are, maybe 20% more for your insulation of your new house than if you're doing regular, petrochemical pink bats, right?
Yeah.
It is a premium product to insulate the house, but and so that's an upfront cash cost, right? As a builder of homes, I'm like, how much I got to take out of my pocket, put on the table, turn the knob, and walk into my new house.
I got it.
And it's all about the dollars and cents and the spreadsheet. But
if I'm a banker, you come to me and you say, I want to buy a hemp house, and because it's made out of hemp, it's going to cost whatever you think, 15% more than if it was just a stick job.
Correct.
And then the bank says, well, this extra money, and I say to them, well, here's 2 deals. I mean, we're gonna pay a lot less fire insurance, and you're gonna have a lot less problem with any kind of loss like that into the future with this product. And by the way, for that kind of a guarantee, you ought to give me a lower mortgage interest rate. I mean, I think that the capacity for a hemp home of some sort, big or small, you're talking about fire retardant. You're talking about it's antifungal, it's anti-mold. It gets nothing but stronger.
Yes.
It's
Well, and then everything.
it's
Everything that
unedible,
Al Byrne
right?
is saying, you would think of that also because you can grow the material in your community. You know, a farmer can put out 40 acres of this and grow what you need to build a house in your own hometown. You would think that it would be less costly. Now, why is that not such?
And I got another question. Anything eat this stuff? I mean, there's
Say
something
what?
that anything that eat hempcrete, because there's something in
Like termites to wood. Is there anything like that?
No, in fact, studies have been done in Australia as well on white ants, in North America on termites, and they are termite resistant because the lime itself, the hemp, is obviously it's edible, but the lime itself is ascorbic, so it's rough. So the insects are going across the lime, and it's abrasive to them. So they don't, and it's also a bit of a smell, so they don't like it. It's aseptic, and so insects do not like it.
insects. Okay, great. And then I'm sorry, Casper, but Casper had he's basically, this could be a local done deal. Basically, you could have a state growing a lot of hemp, maybe even state-funded, merchandising to get the machinery, et cetera, get it going, and then you use it as a building material at local jobs. It seems like.
Well, then it should be cheaper if you do that. Why is it not less costly than the other old-fashioned way? Because it sounds like the old-fashioned way is more labor-inducive and requires more material, and the materials are harder to get hold of, whereas you can put in 40 acres of hemp and in 3 months start building a house.
Well, you really only need 2.5 acres of hemp. 1 hectare of hemp will insulate an average 1,500 square foot home.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So why does it cost so much more?
It's because of the process. Because you've got the fiber on the outside of it, which is the bark around the tree, if you like. You got to strip that away, and then you've got the inside pithy part of the plant that you've got to break up and put into a position, get it into a gauge size that's. We've come a long way in terms of sizing for herd, or the inside part of the plant, and we've got different grade sizes that we use, and for a long time we've used like a universal size for horse bedding, animal bedding, which is kind of a cross between the micro size and the mate and the bigger size herd, but it's all about the insulation value. So the more air that's entrained in your aggregate mix that's protected with the lime binder, the higher your insulation value, right? So, and also the fact that the herd is what we call hygroscopic.
Okay.
And
what does that mean?
That means that if you put it under a microscope and really magnify it out, you'll see it has a lot of xylem in it, which is a lot of like air pockets, holes that carry nutrients and air and everything in the plant. So that cellulose has it's like balsa wood. It's so light, and it has a lot of little pores in it that make it vapor permeable, and that's the attractiveness of it, and why it's a really good insulator. Because when you tamp it down inside, your temporary forms around the structural frame of the house or this whatever you're building, the tamping method or the casting method is going to determine how much air is left in that material that then becomes your insulative value.
Okay.
So the hempcrete, the way we do it, we're at about 1.6, 1.5 per inch, and that's based on the tensile strength that we want of the material cast around the frame. For get user more cells, we're looking at about 2 inch, 2 per inch.
All right.
Yeah.
So now, when are we working here? When you talk about building this structure, are we talking here with a preformed block, or are
No.
we talking you build a form and you fill it with a?
So yeah, good question. I'll run you through it. Simple like, in terms of you're going to build the frame of your house as usual, 2x4s, 2x6s, whatever. Typical framing is around 16 on center, with a monolithic infill cast in situ around the structural frame, whether it's steel, whether it's wood, whether it's concrete. We're going to do the rough framing as usual per the permitting, per the codes. Then you're going to get the water boy's going to come in, and that's your plumber. He's going to run all the waterworks, the rough. Then the electrical, the Sparky's going to come in and run all the electrical stuff, your low voltage, everything else. It's all set up in before you get your framing sign off from the inspector to then do the insulation. And so the hemp becomes the insulation of the structure. So now we're putting up temporary forms around the framework, whether it's steel, whether it's lumber, whether it's concrete, whatever. And then we're casting in situ around that structural frame. That becomes the insulation of the house. And that's how we were able to get into the building codes and start working towards, and getting various permits for building.
That was where I was going, building code stuff. But I see what you just meet code, and after that you're good to go. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because
I need to jump in here because we have insulation around our show, and that is called the opening and the closing of part 1. And we do want you to tune into part 2 because there is a lot more to learn about utilizing cannabis hemp for building materials. And please make it a point to visit timeforhemp.news to download some groovy tunes from the Illusions of Music and lots of free podcasts. And Al Graham, give a shout out for Pace Radio.
Yep, find us paceradio.net. We talk about psychedelics and cannabis, and we're available 7 days a week.
And Al Byrne, a shout out for your book.
Yep, it's my book. We cover cannabis and psychedelics and a few other things. It's a history book. It's a learner. It's if you've any interest at all in keeping your health and using cannabis and you don't know much about it, you'll find this both a primer and also go into some really great detail. And they're going to tell you about a lot of things that the federal government did over 40 years that just weren't nice.
And Greg, you want to give a shout out for your website?
Yeah, it's hemptechglobal.com, where we teach and build and do everything with hemp, from food, fuel, shelter, clothing, health, and even jobs, and maybe even world peace.
And we ask that you like and share this particular video because that is the only way we're ever going to be able to let the whole world know just how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers made makes sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant right now. It's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp, why not us? It's time to lift the hemp band. It's time to lift the hemp band. Yep, we can. I know we can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. But we can work together and lift the hemp band. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 20radio.ca.
smoke it. I like what you're rolling. I'm feeling that strain. Vaporize it or cannabis and psilocybin. It's the toast dream. Mellow high, it ain't hard to find out in our scene. Meditate, we can meditate on the toast dream. Contemplate, we can contemplate or just be. Vaporizer or hot box. Roll another, I'm on it. I like what you're rolling. I'm feeling that strain. Yeah, I love that aroma. I just wanna smoke it. I like what you're rolling. I'm feeling that strain. Vaporizer or cannabis and psilocybin. It's the toast dream. Mellow high, it ain't hard to find out in our scene. Meditate, we can meditate on the toast dream. Contemplate, we can contemplate or just be.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone. As always, welcome to Pace Radio Show. And as always, we're coming to you at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca, as well as our social media locations. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
Well, I'm sitting here with my emotional support cow, which is a heating pad.
I see
And
that.
yeah, that's about that's about the best of it today.
Yeah, and you have your support heat cow is something.
Yeah,
that
my
you
support
use.
cow, my cannabis, and I'm just sticking a roam. And then my son made sure I have tea and water and grapes and some nutritional food beside me because I got up this morning and I couldn't walk. I was actually sitting on my walker going backwards to get to the bathroom.
Oh, really?
I could not walk.
And-
My knee.
And
It was just-
this is due to your arthritis.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. Yesterday it was my shoulders, both my shoulders, which are still not much better. And then today again, now it's into my knees. So, yeah. Okay. I've asked you to come up over here. You won't. So you can just emotional support to grandma that wants up here, but then you go to get her up here and she just wants to fart around.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've been
It's
balancing
playtime.
on and off.
It's playtime.
No, it's time to get up here, and she won't jump up here, and she expects me to. I don't know what she expects me to make a whole production of her getting up here. Pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
couple weeks of straight pain, so it's been magical.
So what did I see? You got that vape pen you got there that I seen? Because your
Yeah,
video's a little dark because of the
Oh, it
windows
might be dark.
behind you.
I
I can
can
still see it.
let's see if I can turn some lights on, maybe it'll make a difference. But yeah, I've got a vape pen that I just got today. It's resin. It's not anything with botanicals, but it's from the legal store.
It's
Because
live
again,
resin.
yeah, live resin, because our res store still is not open. Like,
No,
I don't
eh?
know what's going on since all the hubbub down in Nova Scotia, but they've been closed since before Christmas, right?
You're
Or not
right.
before Christmas, right around Christmas it was. I got to get this dog before she just drives us crazy with her barking. So, no, Piper, you go there. Okay, so, I've only had access to, whether it's, or I order it online, and I'm not patient enough to do that, where I have to wait for it in the mail, right? So I've been going to the legal store. So yeah, I've got this vape. I can't remember. This is Valhera.
So you're a patient with no patience.
No patience, none,
Yeah.
zero.
So it's a what?
I don't think anybody. It's Valhera.
Yeah.
Valhera, I think is the provider.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a.
They're really.
I got one here too, and
Looks
tonight,
similar.
tonight we got some studies and stuff that we'll be talking about, and it just happens that one of them has to do with vape pens.
Oh, you got a purple battery too.
Yes, I've got a yellow one that I can't find. It's been missing for like 6
I have a
months.
green one too, Dakotas. These are the best little batteries because you can turn them.
Oh, is yours a
like-
tribal as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, and yeah, I love it. Love them, and they last a long time. And they're $19.99 out here. I don't know what you pay for the Mountain Ontario,
Yeah,
but
$20. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Now the thing I hate about them is the last one I had purchased, it leaked, and I thought, and they got that solved yet? Don't.
I've never had one from the legal store leak on me.
Haven't
Ever.
you? Oh
Never.
boy.
And the store that I go to,
I had that one. I had one that leaked so bad that when I pulled it out, it removed part of the battery with it.
I've only ever had that problem from the ones from the rest.
Oh, yeah. What about the?
I've never
What about the plugging?
no plugging either. And my store always gives me a receipt and
What?
sends it home with me.
Oh.
And tells me if I ever have any problems to bring it back.
Really?
But no, I've never had any issues.
No.
And we
no
use them
yesterday.
like regular, like I buy them every 2 weeks. Like every time we get paid, I buy them.
No issues. Dang.
None.
Well, I'll tell you, even if I preheat it, because we have the preheat option, and even with that, it doesn't matter. I found that the clog's so bad that your tongue can actually get sucked into the hole, and when you pull it out of your mouth, you can hear it popping.
Pop it out. Right? Yeah, no, I agree on that.
And then when it finally, because you've been sucking so hard on the damn thing, by the time that it breaks loose, it's like getting a super toke.
So you don't even know if you're high from the cannabis or if it's from your brain losing oxygen. From sucking so hard on the pen. Yeah, no, I've had, like I said, I've had issues with that before
There
from
you
other
go.
providers, but not the legal providers, like not the ones I've had.
Yeah?
I've been lucky.
Ah.
I've used the box hot ones. I've used the 1964s. This is, like I said, this was the Valhera. We've got a Quest one here right now too.
That's what I've got right now. I
was going to say that
Quest
looks like
right
the
now.
Quest. That looks like the Quest one that we just finished with. It's nice. That's a good one.
This is a
Good
Quest.
to rate that one. And then this one is Flight. This one's Flight, and I had no issue with this one either. It's just not quite empty. And I got but no, the Quest one we've never. I think Taven, or I've had that last time. I can't remember.
I've never had a 1964 leak, and I'm gonna say a majority of them I didn't have a problem with. But Yeah. Some out there are just nasty. I don't even go. I won't go back to them.
I will say that there was one provider that I still won't use their stuff again. And every time I did, and then there was also, we bought some pre-rolls the last time we bought pre-rolls, and Taven always takes them apart for his bong, right? Well, they were so full of stems and stalks, and when I lit one up, it would poof into like it was all paper.
Wow.
Yep, and they were Palmero pre-rolls. I was so disappointed because they're a decent provider. Why I got them. But I'd never bought their pre-rolls before, but I'll tell you, I'll never buy their pre-rolls again. Not when it's paper and stock and stemmed, when you open the joint up.
As I mentioned tonight, we got some studies and stuff we're gonna go over, but just to remind everybody, hit the subscribe button, and don't forget to share us on Facebook due to Facebook issues.
Yeah, they tell us that we're
The
not
on
getting
again, the on again, off again. You can't. We're not going to recommend you, and then like a week later, oh, we made a mistake. We're going to recommend you, and then like 3 days later, oh, you're not recommended anymore. And like,
would you like to verify? Just pay $1.29. It's on sale.
Keep it alive if I pay for it. They'll recommend it if I pay for it.
Yeah, they'll recommend. They'll put a blue dot beside it and recommend it to make it so that it's that it's verified. It's a verified account.
Right. Yeah, that's a verified account, but I don't see where that's they might not want to. They might want to verify an account that they don't want to recommend.
Well, that's what I found funny. They told me that they wouldn't recommend the account, and then within a week later, they're asking me if I want to verify my account and become like verified with the blue dot beside the account's name on the page. Coffee with marijuana, and I'm like, last week you wouldn't recommend the page, now you want me to pay you whatever it is to verify the page.
So as I mentioned, some studies. So tonight we're gonna go over studies that include how cannabis can help with fatty liver disease, to helping to reduce crime. Now, what we haven't discussed yet, and we don't normally discuss Canadian politics unless it's cannabis related. Cannabis related on the program.
I was wondering if you were going to bring that up tonight. I was going to try and stay.
And as not all our listeners know, but Canada, we had an election, so basically a year ago, and the Liberals won. And since then, there has been some people crossing the floor. And today, out of nowhere, that really blew a lot of people away, there was another Conservative member of Parliament to cross the floor to the Liberals.
The worst one ever, besides Michael Cooper. I think she was my second. Michael Cooper's my first least favorite Conservative. Well, besides polio, and then she was the next.
I couldn't believe. I was in like, what? And that is because we know her.
But I went, wow! I just, oh my god.
Yeah, because we know her as through the cannabis end of things, and because back in 2017, as far as back as 2017, I think this is what this is. Oh, hang on, no, I backed up too far.
Anti-women's rights.
Yeah.
Pro-conversion therapy. Voted against dental care.
Yeah. She, when it came to the cannabis end of things, she commented that it's going to, if we had the 4 plants, the growing of the 4 plants was going to allow little 12-year-old Johnny to put his cannabis in the toaster oven and smoke it. Like, what?
Remember, senators, do what we need. Don't legalize weed.
Yeah. With her poem as well.
Makes a poem about fucking not legalizing cannabis. That fucking orange turd.
Yeah.
That's what she reminds me. Even with her when she walked in there with Carney State, all she reminded me was the Pillsbury Doughboy dressed up in red.
Well, here's an article right here, 2017. It's in the Straits in BC.
Trust me.
It's called the
My
Roach of the Week. Conservative MP Marilyn Gladue say kids will smoke pot with toaster oven.
Oh my god! Like I said, besides Pierre Poilievre, Michael, which is like my least favorite fucking conservative MP. Like when I seen that this morning, like my immediate fucking response was laughed out loud. Oh my fucking god!
Yeah.
I didn't know what else to say because anybody who knows me knows that Marilyn Gladue is my most least favorite person in the fucking world because of her little senators do what we need and don't legalize weed. I can still remember that. It just drives me insane.
Yeah.
Do what we need. And now she's gonna what? Backpedal? Oh, I wasn't a convoy supporter. I'm not anti-vax. I didn't want
Well, I saw before the show that the conservative members were ripping into her because of what she'd been saying lately about these floor crossers, all these people who've been crossing the floor, and that they should be having these by-elections. But so they're going at her about that. But it was on the cannabis issue. Is why I was bringing it up.
Like that's what I mean. She's a horrible, horrible person because she was probably one of the loudest conservatives when it came time to legalize cannabis.
Yeah.
Like standing up against it. Like, and she was the only conservative that was ever able to put a private members bill through. Like, but again, because of that, it's not like she was a backbencher either. When she spoke, the rest of the conservatives
right.
their mouth.
Okay, where are we? Right there, I think I've got.
Yeah, she's a horrible.
Yeah, here's her quote. She says that we have already established that this legislation, which is on the legalization of cannabis, would put marijuana in the hands of children, not just with the 15 joints that 12-year-olds can have,
Oh my
but
god!
with the 4 plants per household. So little Johnny can put some in the toaster oven and smoke it up.
I know. There's nothing more ridiculous than that. Like I said, there's just nothing that I don't even. Like I have to wonder. And it's not like the liberals are desperate for fucking crossovers. They don't really need them. So I don't know what the hell they're thinking for taking her under the fucking tent. I really don't.
Yeah.
I think it's
Now
going
she
to cause
says
problems.
that Colorado that they had a 32% increase in drug impaired driving. Now I know that we're gonna have there is a study on some cannabis driving that I've got on the list there tonight, and now she raises issues about the treaties at this time. I was talking to somebody on yesterday about the treaties, and I agree with what they said. And with the treaties is that the medical use is perfectly fine. There's no issue with that. When it comes to the treaties, it's when it comes to the legalization of it because it's not in the treaties. And they said that that's the issue is because they don't look at that as being supported by the UN, even though other countries are doing it.
But there's very small comparison between medical and recreational. Anyway,
Yeah, it's not in the treaty. I've got a one report. If we get to it tonight, it's an article and it's written by a fella.
But that's why they're
he's talking about he's talking about human rights and about CBD.
Right. Well, I know that was something they were going to try and in the States you can buy CBD in the gas stations, right? But is it really CBD?
Yeah, they're selling at Circle K in the US. You can't get it at Circle K here in Canada.
No.
But they are connected to licensed producers.
So you have to wonder about that and how that kind of
Well, we'll see what Miss Glad do to finish up with her. We'll see how she makes out on the everything file, but the canvas file is usually what we focus on. So,
Well,
and I mentioned
it's not something that's coming up, so you know what I mean. Like it's already legalized. There's not a
Correct.
whole lot that she can do about it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I haven't read into any in depth of
No.
The reasoning behind it and what each side
They
is
don't know.
saying.
I don't think anybody knows. They're all like I
Like
don't
I've
think
seen,
she's
I've
doing
seen something posted by a couple conservative people, but I haven't seen anything from a liberal person. I haven't actually even gone looking for it because it hadn't shown up
She's
in my
basically
news feed.
Well, what she's basically said is because for her riding, which is Scarborough, because of the steel and the cars and everything, that she feels that she needs to be working with the government with her engineering background to try and help her and represent her area for the best way. And the only way she sees forward with that is under the Carney's leadership. That's the explanation she gave. Taven, can you put this for me for 15 minutes or for 5 minutes, please? Sorry. Yeah, like that. And that's the explanation she gave. So
Okay.
5 minutes. You have to roll it up like that and put it in the microwave for 5 minutes. Thanks.
Do you have to mist it first?
No, you just have to make sure you take the Scentsy stink bag out of it because it's a Scentsy one.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's just beads and stuff. I got a infrared heating pad coming tomorrow because that doesn't stay hot long enough or get hot enough. Nothing seems to be hot enough, and then it's too hot.
Okay. Now, as I mentioned, study cannabis and the fatty liver disease. They say it's a serious health condition involving a buildup of fat on a person's liver. And there's two types. One's caused by heavy drinking, and the other one is caused by different contributing factors, including but not limited to diabetes, obesity, high blood pressure, pharmaceutical drug consumption, and infections. I know that my doctor, in the early when I was first diagnosed with Crohn's, I ended up with a liver disease, and they had to do the biopsy on me, and he stuck the needle, which was like huge, barely fit on the tray. I don't know if it even fit on the tray, and stick it in through between my rib cages, in between my ribs, and had me breathe certain ways. So I was like awake during the whole thing. He just gave me a local anesthetic in that spot and then stuck it in. So
There'll be no fucking way. No fucking way. No.
They used let's see, CBD, CBG, and the studies were published in the British Journal of Pharmacology. Let's see, they used mice, just so you know.
We're always using mice.
They said that CBD and CBG treatments improves the glycemic control, reduce hepatic triglycerides, and normalize some lipids without affecting the energy. So, and a lot much more big words in here.
Don't you love that? They make it so you can't even
Yeah.
understand all your friends say.
Yeah, that's the thing, eh?
I'm lipids of this thing and fucking flipping of that thing, but I don't know what the fuck I just said.
They said here these findings identify a novel endocannabinoid system independent mechanism by which CBD and CBG enhance this hepatic energy buffering and other things as well. They say it's contributing to improved liver lipid handling and supporting phytocannabinoids as promising therapeutics.
Yeah. Wow.
So yeah, that was, and as I said, that was done on mice.
Well, again, they're doing the studies on mice,
And
which I appreciate. But I mean, how many years are they going to continue to do studies on mice when we already have it been legalized and have human consumption in Canada been being used legally for how many years they could be using human? I mean, I know there is human studies being done too, but come on with the mice.
yeah, I think that's sort of one of the normal routes to do it on a mouse, and go from there before they get into human trials.
Well, I understand that, but again, how many years have we been using mice? And they've
Like
been
we
doing
and like we know that. Yeah.
I just kind of find it odd that they just continually keep going back to mice. I guess I just find it odd.
Now, I guess this isn't really a study, but it's something that has been building up slowly but surely when it comes to cannabis, and that is impaired driving. And they say that they have discovered or created something. It's federally funded study. Well, it is a study, so there you go. Reveals cannabis breathalyzer breakthrough with a 3D printed roadside tool able to detect THC. They say it's portable and low cost, and it doesn't need secondary lab analysis. It was created by, the study was done by a university, just so you know, in Virginia.
And is it-
And as we know, there's, when it comes to this, they say they need this testing because the more states are legalizing. We heard the same things here, right?
Yeah. But again, they were supposed to bring those silly machines that they had in Australia to Canada too, and we never did so.
Yeah.
Because they were too expensive and they were too
Mm-hmm.
I can't even
And the
remember.
saliva.
They spent a whole pile of money on research on them. I know that much.
Now, they also mention here that detects THC, the Delta 9, CBD, and CBN.
Oh.
Yeah. and it can detect, it was able to detect 10 to 100 nanograms of cannabinoids.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Which, the legal limit here is 10.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And they have the warning sign, the warning level, like to do with alcohol and all that. Let's see what else. They say overall, this project established fundamental data supporting the feasibility of a portable, low-cost, colorimetric tool for detecting cannabinoids using 3D printed cartridges and readily accessible reagents. While
Isn't there a-
additionally, validation and field-oriented development are needed. These findings provide a proof of concept framework for future roadside or point collection.
Right?
But still, they do all this. But you know what the end result is? There's still nothing that says what the actual, there's no scientific data showing what the actual impairment is, like how we haven't established and tested on the alcohol end of things. We have an arbitrary number when it comes to cannabis.
Well, that's exactly it. They don't absolutely have like anything. You're welcome, honey. Thanks for putting this away. Like, I mean, they've come up with all these ideas and all these, studies and all this stuff, but at the end of the day, they've got no end solution and nothing that's actually being used that they can use for like actual results, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, let's say here, in 2023, a federally funded report by researchers at the University of Colorado and another place concluded that evidence does not support the idea that detecting THC in breath as a single measurement could reliably indicate recent cannabis.
Well, no, because I could be blowing on.
Well, they don't
this.
support that.
This
So
nicotine, like the nicotine could come up like positive as the same thing.
yeah.
No, it's like I don't know. I don't know.
That, and then a 2024 DOJ report said that states may need to get away from the idea that of the THC levels are even a reliable indicator of impairment. So that's the DOJ saying that the states shouldn't even rely on that as an indication of being impaired.
Well, what do they have that actually links THC to impairment?
What's that?
What study do they have that links THC to impairment? Like, what do they have for human studies that actually links THC to
Yeah.
impairment? They want to bring in CBD and CBHs, which we know doesn't cause much of an impairment to when usage of cannabis per se. It's more the THC levels that everybody's screaming about. But what's their actual proof of any link to THC to impairment?
They have here that in a separate report last year, the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said there's relatively little research backing the idea that THC concentration in the blood can be used to determine impairment.
Remember when Stephen Harper was trying to do that study finding the harms on cannabis and then also it just disappeared? Like, that's what I mean. Like, they spend money trying to find the harms, but they can never absolutely link THC to impairment. The studies aren't. I'd like to find one because I don't think I've ever seen where they've actually got like scientific proof that THC leads to straight impairment.
Yeah. Oh, so it'd be it's
Like they want to
what
put
it is. They have that, and then until someone can get a law, challenge that.
Well, they've been comparing
With a good
alcohol
case,
to
like there's been
for years, right? Like it's the same with prohibition, and I think it goes back to prohibition. I think it goes back to the fact they prohibited liquor, and then they prohibited cannabis after liquor, and they've been comparing cannabis to liquor since prohibition. And it's apples to oranges. We both know that, but the impairments are absolutely two separate entities altogether. Mixing the two together for some people is absolutely not a great thing to do. There are all kinds of different things because everything can, conversely affects everybody differently, whether it's alcohol or cannabis. But I think continually trying to compare the two, whether it's between the laws with impaired driving, whether it's in the impairment issues when they're non-comparable, I think we need to start steering people away from trying to compare the two, because as long as we keep in that cycle of comparing the two, we're going to end up with the same results of people thinking that cannabis is impairing. And there's absolutely no proof that THC leads to impairments.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a break. I see it's the bottom of the hour. And when we get back from break, we're going to be talking more about cannabis and driving on something I've got here as well in front of me. So we'll get into that when we get back. And other than that, this Space Radio Show, we're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And we will see you in, I don't know. It depends on what commercial I'm going to pick. They're all pretty close. They're all under 3 minutes. So, all right, let's get back to the commercial break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives. Check out these knives collection. Stop in and take your seat. You can get Coke by Shay. Daily deals. Check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420 Pace.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. Before the break, Tamara, we were talking about cannabis and driving, and I said that I had some more information on driving with cannabis. We got back from the break. How's your cow doing?
Moving all over because everything's like, yeah, we're just moving it around where the pan goes. It's kind of like just everywhere. So my knee, just keep on going. Don't mind me. I'm just moving the cow.
All right. Okay. All right. So what they have found is that frequent cannabis users show no driving impairment the morning after smoking cannabis the night before, according to the study. And as we know, cannabis stays in the system. People can get busted for impaired driving friggin' weeks afterwards because of the level of the amount of THC that's in the system. Sticks to the fat tissue in our bodies.
It can stay in your system for up to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
You can have smoked a very limited, like not even a very big amount, and still 6 weeks later, just like drug test positive for cannabis.
Yeah. Well, a former host here on the network, he was tested a month afterwards because he was driving truck, and he still tested positive.
Yep.
So, this is good to see where this report says that the next day, they say 12 to 15 hours after. So what they did, they took 65 frequent cannabis users who smoked the night before and 65 non-users. And they said that the researchers found no significant differences in driving performance between the two groups. And all the drivers, their blood and THC levels were above 2 nanograms, which is the legal limit in the UK. Ours is 5. Right? So,
right.
Yeah.
And they tested people that had no THC in their systems at all, right?
Yeah. The non-users.
And they tested the same.
Yeah. They say the regular cannabis use group showed no significant driving performance 12 to 15 hours after the last cannabis use the night before, compared to the control group. Blood and oral fluid THC concentrations may not be an accurate correlate of driving behavior. So there you go.
Well, again, like if you're a shitty driver, you're just a shitty driver.
Yeah. And they say that the findings suggest that the current legal thresholds of THC may not accurately reflect the actual driving. Now, the participants in the cannabis group, whether they smoke, their THC average was 30%. CBD was only 0.6. So they said they inhaled approximately 159 milligrams of THC. They completed 4 driving scenarios, including weaving, speed control, reaction time, and following distance.
You know, I found it off the audit because somebody showed me. I think I already said this shows ago that I was handed some joints of cannabis that said they were 14.7% CBD.
Mm-hmm.
What? Like, where did that get? When did CBDs become that high in levels?
Yeah, really. You said 17%?
14.7%.
Oh, 14.
But I mean, that's high, like for CBD. I just thought it was odd. Cool. You never know with technology these days.
There's something here I thought that might be. Okay, no. So they users and non-cannabis users and tested them the day after, and there's lots of people who can drink Friday night and they'll be impaired Saturday morning on the way home. I've been stopped. I've been stopped by ride programs at 8 o'clock in the morning. And that's what they said. And I asked. And they said, "Oh yeah, people heading home the next day."
Yeah, that's because the people don't realize that even like if you don't like alcohol, takes 24 hours to get out of your system, right? But if you're up till like 8 o'clock in the morning partying your ass off and you're still drunk, you're not even sleeping. You're just passing out. So your body's not even going into emotion, and you have to like be off of liquor for at least minimum 8 hours before you should be driving. So if you drank till 3 o'clock and you're getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning and driving, you're still drunk. You shouldn't be driving or going to work. And how many times, like back in the day, did I stay up partying until 3 o'clock in the morning, go rolling into work at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, feeling like shit, eh?
Still drunk, like woo! Like, I've been there, but hey, I made it. God damn, those are the days. We're talking like the 80s, so yeah, we're talking a long time.
Correct. Okay, now from that, we're going to move on, as I mentioned earlier, vape pens.
All right.
Vape pens. What are they saying about vape pens?
Oh, I'm sure nothing good. I mean, why would they say anything good about anything you like?
Well, look. Well, this is. I'm gonna edit this first line here, just slightly, okay? Where they say the use of cartridges containing THC is linked to the earlier development of scromiting, according to the newly published study from the University of California.
Okay, what the fuck is
what is scromiting?
I'm like, what the fuck is that? Is this some new generational word, scromiting? Does it mean cow? Is it like, like...
It is a new word.
Oh my God, it sounds ridiculous.
It is a way, well, according to the information I have read on, it is the new word for cannabis hymesis syndrome, CHS.
It sounds as crazy as the word. Jesus Christ. Are you scromiting today here? Do you have scromiting?
You'll have to well, I'm talking here. If you got the phone in front of you.
Oh my God, I just want to die. Are you kidding me?
Scromiting.
Like, that's killing me. Like, I'm dying. If I wasn't in so much pain, I'm sure I'd be making up some stupid, ridiculous joke about this. But I kind of think but scromiting, there's got to be something. I'll come up with something.
Yeah, I'll just do a quick little search.
It doesn't even sound like cannabis hypothesis, like scromiting. Like, who in the fuck came up with that? Sounds like fucking something you do with a fish and squeaking in Nova Scotia. Kiss a fish. It's vomiting. Are you kissing a fish?
Okay. This is in USA Today.
Oh, of course it is. God, of course it is.
What is scromening? New medical slang divides health experts. And what it is it's slang for this cannabinoid hymesis syndrome.
And what are the symptoms
That's the
of
new word
this?
for it.
Scooting across the floor, scrumming.
That's what. Do you know what the? Do you know what the? Do you know what the symptoms? Do you know what? Do you know what the symptoms are for the
No, I
CHS?
couldn't. No, what are they?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So
Am I gonna laugh?
the CHS, what that is, as far as the way to describe it, is uncontrollable vomiting. It's circular vomiting. You can't stop throwing up. And they say it's overload on your cannabinoid system. Yeah. It's the scromening is combining the word vomiting and screaming.
And what? And what?
Because
Screaming?
it can cause patients to scream while they throw up. And it's gaining the word itself is gaining momentum. They say.
I just can't even anymore.
Yeah.
You're killing me here. Scromming. He's fucking vomiting and screaming at this. What in the actual fuck? What is wrong with people?
Check it out.
No, I think I'm
Now,
a kid. Oh, Jesus.
I have talked to
kiss the
a
fish.
fella. I know a fella personally who suffers from scromening. He went to the hospital because he couldn't stop throwing up, and they told him that that's what he had. They used CHS at the time, but that's what they told him he had. And he said, what? Like, fuck that type thing, right?
Did he quit smoking cannabis?
What's that?
Has he stopped smoking cannabis?
Well, yes, because he went, frig that, and he started smoking again after he got out of the hospital.
And he started scrumming again?
Yeah, he went back to the hospital. I got readmitted to the hospital. So he stopped altogether. He says, I can't do anything. I can't do edibles or nothing. He's pissed.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did they not, maybe, is it not like the provider poisoning, some sort of poisoning?
Well, some articles that I have read on it has mentioned about pesticides.
Because I mean, how
some
many
of it
years
leans, some of it was leaning towards neem oil.
Neem oil, you
Now
can't
we know
smoke.
here in Canada, there's over 100 pesticides that are legally allowed to be used by LPs.
But we often suggested neem oil too, and then I found out how toxic neem oil is.
Yeah,
And you should use neem oil.
and I know down in the U.S. they've had problems with pesticides as well when it comes to an overload of them.
Yeah.
So
Well, like I said, I can't imagine. But then again, like people are allergic to other things. We're all individuals. Like here I am laughing, which is kind of rude now that I think about it. Because who am I? Who am I to say? I mean, the word's ridiculous. I think that's
well, you reacted like a lot of other people, and I always do mention fellow who I know.
Yeah, and again, like I'm not trying to dissuade his story or invalidate his story or that these facts are actual. I just think the word they're using, I just found kind of ridiculous, to be fair. Because the first thing you think of is like, what is that? Kissing a fish? Like you don't think of like That's the first thing I thought of. Strawberry.
It's screaming, vomiting.
I know, I understand it
Vomiting.
now. But,
Yeah.
when you're screeching too, you're kissing a fish. So I mean,
But it really, it can, to some people, it could sound really scary.
oh, I could imagine.
You know,
I can imagine, especially if
cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. People have pronouncing problems pronouncing.
Is that what
Vomiting
people
is
are-
easy.
Is that what people are hearing in the forest, dark at night? People are, throwing up in the forest and screeching.
Now back to the vape cartridges. Okay, back to the vape cartridges.
Is it
Now, they
cause
did-
strawberry?
Researchers surveyed. Sorry, 1,134 people with CHS and found that different methods of consuming cannabis made no difference in the severity of the symptoms. And that's what this guy was telling me. Can't do edibles, it can't vaporize or anything. Okay? So he says, but it says that the vape cartridges were associated with a shorter time to symptom development compared to other products. So they're saying you get CHS from edibles. You just can get it quicker using cartridges.
I don't even know what to say because, like I said, I don't want to invalidate anybody's experience. It just sounds like
Yeah. Now let's say CHS. Okay, here's an explanation of it.
It
CHS.
sounds like this is
It is a condition that results in patients experiencing repeated and severe bouts of nausea, abdominal pain, and vomiting. It has been linked in previous research to the heavy and daily use of cannabis products. And symptoms present in 3 stages: the prodromal phase, the hypermetric phase, and the recovery phase.
But how long is this supposed to last? How long does it last? I guess this guy wouldn't know anymore because he's
Well, they said that in the
episodes last. Like,
well, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that right here. In the prodromal phase, patients generally experience morning sickness, anxiety, and mild abdominal discomfort. This phase can persist for several years and often agitated by continued cannabis use. They say in the next phase, the hypermetric stage, they report episodes of intense vomiting and abdominal pain, have a reduced level of food intake, which often results in weight loss, and are prone to taking very hot showers or baths to ease.
So it sounds like it's lasting like hours and hours and hours and days.
They say this stage usually comes to an end when cannabis use is stopped.
So you keep smoking, you're just gonna keep puking, and meanwhile you're puking, so you're still smoking, thinking the cannabis is going to stop your nausea, and all you're doing is making yourself sicker.
Yeah, they say the recovery stage signals a return to normality for the patient and can last for weeks or months. However, the symptoms of CHS are seen to return with the resumption of cannabis use, even after you've done gone through all of the stuff. And the survey revealed that at least 96% of patients with CHS use cannabis at least once every day, and around 45% said that before their symptoms started, they had used cannabis 6 or more times per day.
I don't know what to say because that means we're all at risk of that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, my number's so above all that stuff. Now, I just on one other note on this, on Sunday, this coming Sunday night at 8:00, you know Dr. Ethan Russo?
Yes.
Okay. One of our content providers on the Veterans Action Council, based out of the U.S. They have all kinds of people who come and speak at their roundtables. This I have. We're airing one with Dr. Russo, as I mentioned, and this was done. I I think approximately about a year ago, and it's all on CHS. So anybody wants to listen to a cannabis researcher talk about it, I haven't seen it personally to know which way he talks about it on there, but it'll be there. It'll be airing on Sunday
Yeah,
night.
the expert that would be the one to speak on
Right.
it. That's how I feel. Again,
Exactly.
like I said, doctors that are speaking on it, are they just making something up to go along with because we don't have any
Mhm.
any information? They don't have any education on cannabinoid
Yeah.
systems or how it's supposed. Are they just making excuses or making up?
Yeah, I don't
Like,
know.
you know what I mean? If they've got no exposure to cannabinoids, how do they know that this symptoms and this
Mm.
whatever is what it is if they've got absolutely no background on it?
They say that here they say that patients reported using around 10 grams of cannabis per week, with most products coming in the form of vape cartridges or flour. Patients source their products.
Were they eating properly? Were they going to parties? Were they taking MDMA? Like what else were they doing? You know,
It just says here, I don't know, I've got that, but patients source their products from licensed and unlicensed dispensaries, as well as from home grows, with 62% purchasing from licensed dispensaries. And most of these people had used cannabis for more than 3 years.
I know.
Yeah.
How many people was there? Like thousands or just a few?
Well, they did a study of 1,100 people.
Okay, so 1,100 people all went out, did mushrooms, got high on something else, then
Yeah, now,
got sick.
as
I-
as always, this is involved in all studies. Okay, there's usually always this little disclaimer thing. It says, while the study shows an association between vaping and earlier CHS onset, the researchers noted it does not prove that vaping directly causes the condition to develop more quickly. They suggested several possible factors, including higher THC concentrations.
It's always written in the small print.
Yeah, faster absorption.
Headlines,
Now,
cannabis leads to hyperpsychosis, whatever
What?
structure.
what I've
Oh
what
my
I've
god.
something wasn't touched on that whole report and any other report that I've seen. Really, they talk about vaping cartridges and they talk about flour. That's the most consumed way. Now they said it didn't matter which different sources or different ways it was consumed, but it didn't really come out and mention, like, if you squish your own rosin at home.
Well, that's the thing. Like,
Now it
people
is
use
high. It would be high THC, so they might say that would be all lumped in there together. But
they're not taking a full valued study, as far as I'm concerned. They're not even talking, and they never have talked to people that can consume cannabis as a medicine already. They've never gone to people that have
yeah,
taught them to, like them
Well,
getting an email screaming
yes.
at them, like, you realize this, this, and this. Oh, and then they look it up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're not listening to people that use cannabis.
They say the numbers increased from 4.4 cases per 100,000 visits to hospitals in 2016 to 22.3 cases per 100,000 visits, and have peaked at 33 cases
more
in the
liars
early 2020s. Huh?
I'm gonna call bullshit. I'm gonna say there's just a few more liars that went into the hospital, snorted some coke, and got sick, and now they're blaming it on weed.
Yeah, that I don't know. They don't mention anything about coke in there, so. But
right, like,
so yeah, it's where was it in the 70s? Where was it in the 80s? Where was it in the
that's what I'm
90s?
asking. Where are all these fancy
Where was
screeching, fucking scromming? Whatever that
is scromming and greening out? Greening out, it doesn't even sound like scromming to me.
No, greening out just means you just felt uncomfortable, and usually, like, you feel uncomfortable and probably sweat a little bit. It might
Got a
be,
little
but
high. Yeah, you got too high.
drinking. Like, you know what scromming sounds like to me? Somebody went out, got super drunk and took some pills and then fucking smoked some weed and then couldn't stop puking. Even if it was like, you know, those little white crosses that we used to take, because like I used to like those little like, or even if it was like acetaminophen or an aspirin to get rid of the headache that they were drinking with, and they smoked some weed. I don't know. I'm calling.
Yeah, I know. I'll keep scratching my head on this because, like I said, I know somebody.
I know you do. I
And
absolutely know you do. I'm
yes.
not calling. I'm not saying that he's invalid, but
No, I know.
I don't know
I
how
know.
like, that's one person, and how many other people do we know that smoke like way more chronic than he, you know, maybe this person did or has. I mean, maybe this
Yeah.
guy's an old guy.
Well, no, we know
he
some
just
people.
he just oversmoked himself.
Could you like? We know some people who smoke cannons, and could you just imagine them all of a sudden coming down with scromiting?
Could you imagine that would be like me? I've been smoking cannabis since 1989. All of a sudden, I start scromiting. I don't even know what I did to myself.
Yeah.
Nobody would be able to stand me. Nobody would be able to stand me. Let's put it that way. I'd be like the troll in the fridge. So, you know, cannabis
Yeah.
saves you guys from me. Like, trust me. You'd be way more of a troll than I already am.
Let's see what we're gonna come back
But
with.
again, like I said, it's so unusual that all these new terminologies and all these new symptoms and all these new things have come up since cannabis legalization. But
Well, that's the
for all
thing.
years,
Correct.
you know, I mean, sure, cannabis has changed, and yes, they've hybrids and they've crossbred it, and yes, they've done a little tweaking here and there, and they've changed things. But I can't see a plant being changed so much that all of a sudden it's causing some harm. I have a hard time with that, I guess. They're trying to cause
This, especially this
it's
vomiting, it's just
basically saying it's harming people. And like for all those years we've stood up and said cannabis doesn't harm anybody, it's never killed anybody in the history of man.
yeah.
And here we got people that were scromiting. Well, that's harmful.
Well, I just thought of a comparison because the fact that it's almost 420 and the global marijuana march starts usually the first week of May. And I put that song together about the global marijuana march and the pictures in the video. Like, we had tens of thousands of people, 40, 50,000 people that were at these events. That would mean that, according to that report, at least 20 people, somewhere around 20 people, suffered from scromiting that day.
Yeah, right. And not one of them. You didn't see people scromiting anywhere. Like, you didn't see people being pulled off the side, being pulled into an ambulance. Oh, this poor guy's scromiting. Like,
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say.
All right. Well, we're gonna go to we're
All
gonna.
I see is a guy fishing a fish.
It's already break time. We spent that whole segment talking about scromining. But hey, people don't learn about these things unless you speak up, talk about them. So
Yeah, at least we're laughing about it. So at least we're educating with a little humor.
well, hey, and we're patients, and you got your support cow there.
I got my support cow going. Oh my God.
I have to talk to people. I have to talk to people about shit because of my condition with my Crohn's disease. So
yeah, of course we are.
and we can learn to laugh about our condition. Make jokes about it.
We have no choice. Because if we didn't laugh, we'd be crying all the fucking time, complaining all the time. Like, could you imagine? I complain enough as it is. Like, really, like let me laugh every once in a while. Especially when I'm in this much fucking pain. So I'm laughing or I'd be crying. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. When we get back, we're going to find out about another benefit of cannabis, and we'll be back in about just a little less than 3 minutes. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're presently live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adopts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, you're back with the Pace Radio Show, and we're talking about the benefits of cannabis, some of the studies and reports that show up in the news. And before break, we were talking about scromiting. And for those who know about scromiting, you can check it out. SCRO, scrom, MITTING, scromiting.
And then you can laugh really hard and let us know what you think.
And one more note on that, just a reminder, because scromiting is the new term for CHS, cannabinoid hymesis syndrome. Sunday night, 8 p.m. here on the Pace Network, you can find an interview that the Veterans Action Council, veterans out of the U.S. who are doing fantastic work. What can I tell you? They're going to be talking to Dr. Ethan Russo about CHS. It's a recording. It's about a year old, so be able to take a look at that and see what he says about it. So, and moving from there, who would have ever thought this? More cannabis could mean less crime. Reports say yes. That's right. Bring in more cannabis, get less crime. They said that they found that legalizing recreational adult use cannabis was associated with lower violent crime rates, while medical cannabis legalization was linked to reductions in property crime. Good stuff. Yes. Violent crime is... What's that?
Anytime that you can turn down the volume bit. I think we talked about a study a couple weeks ago about how the difference in alcohol consumption comparably has dropped, and they're linking that to also to cannabis legalization. And I think alcohol leads to domestic violence. I think that alcohol leads to violence, where cannabis, I'm having a hard time believing that it has a lot to do with violence, right? Like most people that smoke cannabis, like myself, hit the snacks and pass out in a chair. I've never once seen anybody, I mean, I hear break-ins to cannabis stores, but I don't know if that's a violent, that would be a violent offense, of course, but it's probably the most violent offense I've heard when it comes to cannabis would be a break-in or a robbery of a cannabis store.
Yeah.
But again, I think that the consumption of alcohol lowering because of the use of cannabis being linked to that.
Be
That's a
less
huge thing.
yeah.
It's being lowered, right?
Yeah.
I think it's been beneficial to.
That's part of the effects of the less.
Well, again, like I said, when people are drinking less, they're not fighting as much. Like
Yeah.
people have a tendency to argue and fight when they're drinking. I don't know what it is. Some people are happy-go-lucky. Alcohol doesn't do that to people. But some people, alcohol turns into a completely different monster.
Yeah.
Let's be fair.
They
So-
say violent crime was defined as aggravated assault, murder, rape, and robbery, while property crime included larceny, burglary, and motor vehicle theft. There you go.
Well,
So
I
more
think an
cannabis,
educated,
friendlier, happier people.
Yeah. more educated.
Well, that
You know,
tells me.
I agree. I agree. And they also say that people with higher educations are the ones that are consuming cannabis as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I know.
what else we got
Yeah,
here?
really means, but you know how they used to always say that people that smoked cannabis were stoners and weren't educated and were playing video games in their mother's basement, so that's changed.
Yeah.
But,
Did you? I don't know if you saw in the report. This is something that would be nice if it was available in Canada. It would be nice. Obviously, it needs some adjustments as well, but in the U.S. with the Medicare, there was an announcement that they are going to start covering hemp, THC, and CBD products under the Medicare and Medicaid services. That's not happening here in Canada.
no, but I also know that people with Medicaid are also being charged $15,000 for 5 stitches.
Oh yeah. Why not? Yeah.
So you
I
want to
don't
tell a
doubt
Canada
that.
company they're charging me $15,000 to get stitches? Like, I don't know. I think I'd
Yeah.
rather pay for my
Yeah.
cannabis and
No,
not
but
have
I'm not talking about their healthcare system. I'm just talking about just this program itself.
I know, but what's going to be the copay on that?
The co-payment, well, they get this is where the numbers are low. As I said, it needs to be improved. But they're going to allow them up to $500 worth of hemp-derived products each year for eligible patients. That's the key word too, as well.
But it's not
Eligible
cannabis-derived products; it's hemp-derived products.
It's what? Hemp-derived products, correct. And it should
Right?
be
So
cannabis. So I said the system needs to be worked on.
I'm such a pessimist. I've got it all figured out before you even said it. It's gonna be lame. I know. I'm talking about this. Yeah.
Now, I like to see something like our vets, right? Our vets get X amount for medical purposes. It'd be nice to see something where patients had,
absolutely.
some type of coverage, right? Where
I think that if I think that it should be across the board. I think that any medical patient in Canada that's using cannabis for medical purposes should be benefited the same amount of money that the veterans are allotted. We are all patients. I think that we should be treated equally with equity. I'm not saying that they shouldn't deserve more, but I'm thinking that they're getting cut back to $6.50 per gram price per market price as it is. The least they could do is help us with $3. Come on. And you have to be legally licensed, registered, but then you have to be going through an LP and all the same shit that they've got to go through. Like, it's
they
easy
do. They
for them
have to go through. And there are some
It's
products.
easy for them to get reimbursed for their cannabis. Like, they got to
Yeah.
fuck around. It's a shit show too, right?
There are some products that they have access to
that we don't, like in the,
Yeah, I know.
in the stores and stuff.
Yeah.
Now, here's another
But there's also
spot.
a study out of the States. We'll go back to that.
Yeah,
One
here's
second.
another spot where this
There's a new study out of
Medicare.
the States that's actually rolling back the studies on the benefits of cannabis for PTSD. It was on CBC last week.
That they're rolling back, cutting back on those studies.
No, there's a new study out that was done by some university in the States. It was on CBC last week. That is rolling back, basically saying there's absolutely no benefits for PTSD from cannabis use. Absolutely.
Oh,
none.
really? Eh?
Yeah. So
That's interesting. That's just
No,
one
it is-
report. We put that up
Right?
against the many that say the opposite.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So again, you've got a new government with a new regime coming in, wanting to reclassify it, but also not really classify it.
Yeah. Well, it's been delayed. Obviously, the
I know.
reclassification.
Ridiculous.
I did receive some updated information on it. But now here's another spot that needs some fixing. Inhalation preparations are not allowed, and products can contain no more than 0.3% THC by dry weight.
Well, they wouldn't. They're hemp products.
Like what?
They wouldn't even have to. They wouldn't even have to worry about them fucking even having that much. We look, you have 0.03%.
Yeah. Like,
3%. Woohoo! Like,
now, just so you know, that THC limit could change, could potentially change. It could be
To what?
increased. 0.4.
1.1.
No, from 0.3 to 0.4.
Oh my god. That's because they got better skin.
Now, but I would sort of say, does this also point to them, the U.S. government, saying that they recognize hemp-derived products for medical benefits? Something that we don't have here in Canada,
Yeah, but
even for cannabis.
right? But again, you can't smoke hemp. You get the same benefits from it. You can't smoke hemp to get the same benefits you do from cannabis. So it's again like comparing apples to oranges.
Yeah. So, but we need a
Consumption of
program.
hemp for CBD, like for CBD consumption, hemp, for sure can have benefits.
Yeah.
But again, if you're putting it as a hemp and you're only allowed like 4 THC, hemp doesn't have T at any higher levels. So if you're only growing hemp, that's the whole basis of the word. They're saying hemp. They're not even using the word cannabis.
No, they're using the word. And being that part of the EO, the executive order, was banning hemp-derived products.
Right. But hemp-derived products are what?
And they're allowing it this way, so.
Because you can't smoke hemp. Like we both know you can't really smoke hemp. I mean, sure, what are you going to smoke? The leaves? Most hemps are full of seeds. What are you going to smoke? The seeds? Like I've never seen a hemp product that's not full of nothing but seeds and long, spindly
Snap,
leaves.
crackle, pop.
Right? So it's not like you're going to grab a bud off a fucking hemp plant and be able to smoke it because it's going to be full of seeds or it's going to be post seeds and it's going to be full of seed pods and oh my Christ, like what a
So
joke.
in the end, the program has a lot of flaws, but the idea of making access available to patients through a government program,
I think it's a waste of
for
taxpayers'
coverage, medicinal coverage, it's something we don't have.
I agree if it said cannabis and it wasn't hemp.
Yeah, cannabis. Yeah, correct. And
Because
it's just like our legalization. A lot of us are happy it's here, but boy, oh boy, it still needs a lot of improvements.
Well, yeah. Again, like if you're talking about medicinal hemp or medicinal cannabis, you're talking to two different apples.
Two different
right?
plants.
Two different types of two different types of apples. You got Granny Smith and you got Macintosh, right? That gets the same fucking shit. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's all in wording. And I guess as long as you want to get it through legislation, and once you get it through legislation and have it as hemp, then I guess you can move forward with cannabis. It's baby steps, I guess, if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Now, one other myth. We're going to move on to another story, another study here, and myth, I guess I called it, and that is the fact that not only I'm sure Ms. Gladue was part of this during her time in the early days. Said that what about what she said? What about the children? So what about the teenagers, the youth access, the kids, the young teens are going to Johnny's going to be taking his smoke and putting his cannabis
toaster oven.
in the toaster oven and smoking it, right? Okay, so part of
That just showed that woman never had a childhood.
this would sort of lean probably towards, she would say that the effect of the kids, and this report says that no increase in problematic teen use after cannabis legalization. Huge. This is a huge study, they say. Researchers analyzed 2.9 million inpatients discharge records from adolescents of age 10 to 17 across 13 U.S. states between 2008 and 2020, examining whether the state cannabis legalization affected the prevalence of cannabis use disorder. Ooh. Cannabis use disorder. You know what CUD is? Is it?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now they say CUD, cannabis use disorder, is diagnosed in patients who meet at least 2 of the 11 criteria required by the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. The condition is defined by a persistent cannabis use despite clinical significant impairment. Oh. Okay. They say that this multi-state analysis of adolescents' inpatient encounters across 13 U.S. states between 2008 and 2020 found no consistent evidence that state non-medical cannabis legalization was associated with an increase in the prevalence of CUD diagnosis among adolescents across multiple models and demographic subgroups. The analysis consistently found a null association, suggesting that the prevalence of this clinical diagnosis remained stable following major policy shifts.
I don't see that we've got like headline news that we've got kids falling over and jumping off bridges, smoking cannabis and causing all kinds of havoc. But we knew that. We knew that was going to be a non-issue. We just wouldn't believe us.
Yeah, exactly. And then, as I say, it's growing. It's a growing body, body.
More people are more apt to be more open about it, right? So you might have thought that there's there's an uptick in people that are using cannabis, but there really isn't. There's just more people that are consuming it in the open. There's more ways of tracking it now because they have legal stores where people are buying it from. Mm-hmm. So they can keep better statistics on projection, on marketing, right? So again, I don't think any more people are actually smoking cannabis that were probably smoking it before legalization. I just think that people are more openly doing it.
More openly doing it. Now, they say that recent data from Germany showed that youth cannabis use among teenagers, that's 12 to 17, declined after adult use legislation.
It's no longer a taboo.
Yeah.
You really find that. You find that even as you get older, right? Once you're legal age, it's not so fucking fun to get to drink anymore because now it's not a big thing, right? And I think it's the same when cannabis became legal. I don't think it became such a taboo that it made it so that it was so appealing.
Now they say that according to U.S. data, they say state regulators they have conducted 7,800 compliance checks of licensed cannabis establishments
They found that 94% of the cases, the minors were denied access to cannabis use. So they're directing that to the fact that because of the cannabis stores, like you mentioned, they're not
Right.
getting that access. That they
Well,
used
that
to.
too, kids aren't getting that access because they are blocked from the 19 and over.
Yeah,
And again,
and
there's
as
a
we've
lot of
talked,
access,
yeah.
and there's more access to MDMA, like to meth and stuff on the streets than there is for them now, which I think is a problem. Why I think we should legalize and regulate all drugs, because then it gets them all off the streets and away from them. If you really want to protect the children, you don't just legalize the most harmless of all substances and put it behind doors. You take the hardest ones out first, like heroin and crack and cocaine and all these things that are causing all these addiction problems, right?
Yeah.
At least if people are going to use drugs, because nice people use drugs, at least let them be safe while they're doing it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I'm
And you're not
just
going to stop people from doing drugs. You're just not.
no. Okay, what else we got here? Studies. Here we go. Probably our last one before we wrap things up.
Yeah, I'm just making a mess.
Yeah. Daily use of FDA approved CBD formulation increases body mass index in anorexia patients.
Mhm. That's, I guess, good.
Yeah.
RFK approved.
Oh, I see what they were using. Okay. They were using Epidiolex. That's the FDA approved plant-based formula.
Oh, so they were using pharmaceutically.
Correct. That's what they were using. That comes from oh, it's a big company too.
Moderna.
I can't think of it offhand.
Moderna? Pfizer?
No.
Campbell soup?
No. No, it's actually it's FDA approved. CBD.
Well, there's several that are in there's several that are called
It's
cannabis.
for epilepsy. It's for epilepsy is what it came for, what it was originally created
Oh,
for.
so it's an antipsychotic then.
Yeah. And it has
Wow.
some cannabis whole plant stuff in it or something, I believe. Let's see. They said that they use took 32 women diagnosed with anorexia, so no mice. Okay. Okay, and this has been proved in the U.S. since 2018, just so you know. And they say that patients consume standardized doses of either CBD or placebo for 3 weeks. The patients who consume CBD acknowledged no serious side effects and experienced a significant increase in body mass index over time compared to the placebo group. And the authors conclude this study demonstrates a favorable safety profile for CBD in women with AN and atypical AN, the anorexia, with the capacity to support weight recovery and an indication of improving eating disorder psychotherapy, psychopathology. There you go. So yeah. They talk about future research in the CBD focusing on larger sample sizes and longer stuff. So, anything that helps, increase body mass index. Boy, you've really brightened up there, Tamara.
That's because the sun's beating right in that window.
Did you just have an idea? Did you just have an idea and the light bulb
Yeah,
went
I
off
just
in
got
your
a
head?
ding, yeah, light bulb went on. Yeah, no, this is my west facing window, and it's because of the time change now, and because it's
Wow.
late until like 10 o'clock at night. I couldn't beating it. This is my vitamin D. So I got a south facing window here, and I got 2 west facing windows here, and that's that's pretty much my deck's all east facing, and yeah,
Yeah.
so the house is like you get sunlight pretty much all day.
All day. All right.
It'll,
Well,
it'll
instead of blinding everybody by the light,
and I'd get up and move it, but I can't even move right now. Or I'd get up and
yeah,
run.
yeah, no, we'll
Having a
just
hard
we'll just there's only another minute left in the show anyway. So.
Sorry for blinding you by the light, but hey, at least you got a little sunshine in your life.
That's right. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
sun
Especially
in
if you're
your
getting a
life.
lot of rain. Like we're getting a lot of rain here. So.
You know what? We have had some pretty great gross days here. Like I
Yeah.
said, with the pain levels I've been in, it's been pretty great and gross. So
Yeah.
I'm happy there's a little sun coming in right now.
All right. Anything before I sign us off?
No, have a great week, and we'll see you next week.
All right. Sounds good. Other than that, thanks go out to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. Thanks to everybody for tuning in the program, whether you are catching the audio podcast or the video end of things. And other than that, we will see you next week. And good night. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp. I am your host, Casper Leach. Thank you for tuning in to the big broadcast today. And we are going to be focusing today on utilizing hemp as a building material, which a lot of people is a building material. What can you build besides a nice sandwich with like hemp bread or some kind of hemp sauce for your spaghetti? But you can do more than use hemp for food or fiber. You can also use it for, building homes. And we're going to be talking about that today. And we're going to be, don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, and take time for hemp. Joining us on the big broadcast from Canada is a gentleman who's been working diligently to end cannabis prohibition in his country, Al Graham. He's got Pace Radio Network, and he is a fantastic communicator and a wonderful reporter. Al, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Just to let everybody know, PACE, People Advocating Cannabis Education, is about cannabis as well as psychedelics. We have programming 7 days a week. A new show is released each day, and everything is replayed again on Saturday, back to back. So catch us out, paceradio.net.
And we've also got a fantastic joint host from the southern part of the United States in a little state called Florida, and that is Al Byrne. He's also a writer of a pretty groovy book that you might want to pick up sometime called For Country and Cannabis. Hey, Albert.
Gentlemen, nice to see you guys. And yes, I am in Florida, and I am glad I am because everybody else in this country is cold, and I'm actually quite comfortable. So I made a good decision coming here. But yeah, we're talking hemp today, which is, of course, cannabis. And the book I wrote there For Country and Cannabis discusses hemp. And I think you should read it if you have any kind of interest at all. And if you're a patient, if you're a caregiver, if you're interested in the history of the movement, if you're interested in the details of, for instance, of why should I use cannabis? Well, just it kills cancer cells. So let's start there. And the book is full of all the references you need to back all that kind of stuff up. But we're talking hemp. And yeah, I bring hemp into the book, but I also want to point out another book. I think I'm making that one clear. Cannabis
and medical practice.
Yeah. This is a book that I did not write. I produced, and actually, it was the only book referenced in the 2001 Institute of Medicine's study on cannabis, and there's a story around all that. But I bring up that title because it's still in print, and in there is 2 excellent chapters about hemp grown for food, and hemp grown for, among other things, construction materials.
Cool.
So I just want to tell you that this conversation's been around for a while, and hey, 1997, I was talking it. You know what I mean? So it's going to be fun to do that today. Our guest is a peripatetic individual, and as such, we've cornered him in North Carolina and on the West Coast, and he's headed out to New Zealand soon. And we've had him before as a guest. Quite interesting man. We're going to talk a lot about his idea of creating houses for veterans and the elderly. And so I may introduce, please, Greg Flabel.
G'day. Oh,
The hemp guy. And you're on the West Coast right now, aren't you, Greg?
I am indeed. Yeah, I'm sitting in little old Southern Oregon in Medford, which is like the extension to the Emerald Triangle from Northern California.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's also a beautiful area.
What's your latest project? What are you working on, Greg?
So we're working on basically we do everything with the plant. I mean, Al mentioned earlier about food and fuel and everything else, but the 5 tenets for us are food, fuel, shelter, clothing, and health, all designed around the cannabis sativa L plant, and as well as the health and wellness. All the products that we make and consume and help other people with. And it's just right across the board. We do, our initiative for our Hemp Town on Main 501c3 is to help homeless veterans and seniors. I'm noticing even in my own travels, locally, a lot more seniors ending up on the street. And really in this economy, it's been spiraling down for some time, in my opinion. A lot of people are like one paycheck away or 1 month away from being homeless. And the medical bills are mounting, and pressures of regular everyday food on the table is increasing. I think that, with our agricultural materials, we can help with alleviating that issue with housing. I've designed some modular units. I think I've spoken about these before, that were designed 4x8 sheet supply and OSB for making some homeless shelters. And these are modular. We don't have to do permits with them. up to 200 square feet. They're portable. They can be taken down again, but in our case, they wouldn't be, because we build them on site using hemp and other agricultural waste material. So we've kind of morphed from that picture you've got up there. That was the first permitted hemp house in America, done on Town Mountain in Asheville, North Carolina.
That's beautiful.
We did
Yeah,
that.
that's a cool house, man.
Yeah, 2008, 2009. And we built that house for $133 a square foot using recycled cement, recycled steel, recycled windows and doors. We carted, there was 3,000 feet up on the side of a mountain. We had to make the road to put the house in. And when the owner converted from a construction loan to a 30-year, it went from $133 to $240 a square foot in terms of valuation. And we also, to this day, we still get up to 30% discount on the fire insurance, because the stuff just does not burn. I mean, it will eventually, but it'll take a long, long time. So the doors and the windows will blow out before the hempcrete walls do. So it makes it a lot safer. And we get even in New Zealand, where I built my own house with hemp many, many years ago, we still get a 30% discount, or around about 30% discount on the fire insurance.
Nice.
What do you use for a roof?
Roofing, just regular roofing materials. Usually I'm using standing seam metal roofing.
Metal roofing. No, I was thinking along with the I live in a very prone fire area, and metal roof is almost a requirement where I live. So I'm thinking, you got a metal roof and a hemp structure.
Yep.
You're not fireproof, but you're damn close to it.
Well, it's fire retardant, we should say, because lime, just to put it in a bit more technical layman's language, if you like, the cellulose, which is the lime and the wood or whatever we're using as the insulation, it's got to be protected. So the lime binder that we're using is actually the protecting homogeneous security for the cellulose. And lime itself is inherently carrying moisture. And so it's the wall system that we make is always going to have some sort of moisture in it, but it's vapor permeable. So when the heat hits it, think about something. When heat hits us, we sweat. When heat from a fire hits the lime, it's sweating. So it's driving off moisture. So that's the actual layman's terms retardancy in the hempcrete, right? Just to put it in a bit more perspective. So because if you put a match to hemp, stalks, they're gonna fire up. But if you've encased that cellulose in some protection, like the lime, which is a natural material and that's available right across the planet, every country has huge, build up millions of years of calcium crustaceans for limestone. And that's essentially what we're using to protect the cellulose. And in the iWood structures that we're building, we're using 30% less lumber as it is. And then those wood shavings we can turn into cooking pellets, heating, and we also put some of those back into the mix to make the biocrete. So we've gone from, and it depends on which country we're talking to about building. We're using sugar cane waste and coconut waste in Mexico and South America. So we're making, we make sugarcrete, cococrete, biocrete is kind of the generic name I'm coining to it, because we can take a lot of different agricultural waste material and put it in there and protect it with the lime binder. And now you've got a solid wall. I mean, man, back in Eastern Europe and the Roman times, they used horse crap and horsehair and straw, and they would make adobe kind of infill, right? Same sort of principle, and that stuff it takes a long time to burn too. So it's the same sort of thermal mass and thermal conductivity all wrapped into one material to build a house that also you're going to be healthy living in, because the lime itself carries a pH of about 8.4. And so while you're exhaling inside your home, breathing, exhaling, you're putting out CO2 when the walls are saying, gimme, 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 and they're fossilizing. And so over a long period of time, those hempcrete or biocrete walls are going to fossilize and turn to rock.
Well, how easy is it to find this type of material in the United States and or New Zealand? Do you have to have it specially made? Can you walk into Home Depot and get it?
You won't be able to walk. That's a great question, Casper, and I wish it was so that you could walk in and buy it off the shelf at Home Depot or Lowe's or Ace Hardware or whatever, but it just is not the reality. The cortication or the processing equipment to strip away the fiber, which makes my shirt, from the inside cellulosic pithy part of the plant, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of heavy equipment to do that. And to make it financially viable, unless you're producing or unless you have the capacity to produce around 4 metric tons per hour, you're not going to make any money anytime soon, right? And there's a lot of smaller operations for if you're doing it yourself. Yes, you can buy these rollers that you can grow a couple acres of hemp and decorticate it yourself. You run over it a few times with your tractor or your SUV, and you'll break up the inside part of the plant, and you can use that, mix it with some lime, and bada bing, away you go. It's not really rocket science. I mean, I remember 20 years ago, or 15 years ago, when we built the first places in North Carolina, I thought, man, I've discovered something that's better than sliced ham, and I'm going to corner the market on bio building hempcrete. Man, I brought it back from England. We building the first houses. I'm going to corner the market with hempcrete. Well, that got because it comes down. It was more expensive because of the processing around the plant. It's hard to get that waste material into a state that you can actually use it commercially. And so that's been it's been a hard slog over many years.
While you're at many years, can I bring a question at you here? You made the first house there that we saw, the beautiful house you had a picture of, in 2006.
No. That was 2009. We started that house.
Okay, all right. So my question is, and I don't know what I'm talking about, but I understand that in Europe, constructions of some rather large buildings, maybe France, this been going on over there for
correct. Yep, Al, you're spot on, and that's where I learned it, because I was in West LA doing a kitchen remodel for some friends of mine, and the wife was doing her law degree, and her thesis was on hemp, the miracle plant of the future. And I said, hemp? What the bollocks is hemp? And all of a sudden, she presents me with this thick, thesis that she's doing. I'm reading all about it, and then I read The Emperor Wears No Clothes and all this sort of stuff. And I'm like, man, this is great. I ended up in England, going to the decortication facility and meeting some farmers, and then going on some builds and actually doing some stuff. And then thought, I'm going to bring this back to the US. So that's how we started back in North Carolina. But to your point, Al, yeah, they have for 20 years prior, they've been using hemp waste in France, Germany, in different countries, even in the Netherlands, for building. But mostly in France, they've been doing it. In fact, I had the rare privilege and honor of visiting a two-story hemp house in the old part of Paris, France.
Mm-hmm.
That had suffered a house fire, a full-on house blaze. Everything except the 4 hempcrete walls was blown out. Even some of the clay bricks in the fireplace had crumbled down, but the two-story walls of this house were still intact.
Wow!
I got to visit inside this house, and between the floors, they've redone the roof. They've done everything. They've put even more hemp into this place. Very old house. It's still standing today. It's still there. It doesn't look like it had a fire, but that was an amazing visual, first-hand experience seeing a house that had been built 20 years earlier.
So why do you figure? I mean, other people in Europe or France, wherever the hell you were, said, "Hey, look at this." So how many has it got on in France or here?
It's catching on, but again, it's the price. I mean, it's 10 or 15, depending on where you are, maybe 20% more for your insulation of your new house than if you're doing regular, petrochemical pink bats, right?
Yeah.
It is a premium product to insulate the house, but and so that's an upfront cash cost, right? As a builder of homes, I'm like, how much I got to take out of my pocket, put on the table, turn the knob, and walk into my new house.
I got it.
And it's all about the dollars and cents and the spreadsheet. But
if I'm a banker and you come to me and you say, I want to buy a hemp house, and because it's made out of hemp, it's going to cost whatever you think, 15% more than if it was just a stick job.
Correct.
And then the bank says, well, this extra money, and I say to them, well, here's two deals. I mean, we're gonna pay a lot less fire insurance, and you're gonna have a lot less problem with any kind of loss like that into the future with this product. And by the way, for that kind of a guarantee, you ought to give me a lower mortgage interest rate. I mean, I think that the capacity for a hemp home of some sort, about fire retardant, you're talking about it's antifungal, it's anti-mold. It gets nothing but stronger.
Yes.
It's
everything
unedible.
Albert
Right?
is saying, you would think that also because you can grow the material in your community. A farmer can put out 40 acres of this and grow what you need to build a house in your own hometown. You would think that it would be less costly. Now, why is that not such?
I got another question. Anything eat this stuff? I mean, there's something anything that eat hempcrete, because there's something in the earth that'll eat anything, and I'm just wondering if it has a
like termites to wood. Is there anything like that?
No, in fact, studies have been done in Australia as well on white ants, in North America on termites. And they are termite resistant because the lime itself, the hemp, is obviously it's edible, but the lime itself is ascorbic, so it's rough. So the insects are going across the lime, and it's abrasive to them. So they don't, and it's also a bit of a smell, so they don't like it. It's aseptic, and so insects do not like it.
insects. Okay, great. And then I'm sorry, Casper, but Casper had he's basically, this could be a local done deal. Basically, you could have a state growing a lot of hemp, maybe even state funded, merchandising to get the machinery, et cetera, get it going. And then you use it as a building material at local jobs. It seems like,
well, and then it should be cheaper if you do that. Why is it not less costly than the other old-fashioned way? Because it sounds like the old-fashioned way is more labor-inducing and requires more material, and the materials are harder to get a hold of. Whereas you can put in 40 acres of hemp and in 3 months start building a house.
Well, you really only need 2.5 acres of hemp. 1 hectare of hemp will insulate an average 1,500 square foot home.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So why does it cost so much more?
It's because of the process. Because you've got the fiber on the outside of it, which is the bark around the tree, if you like. You got to strip that away, and then you've got the inside pithy part of the plant that you've got to break up and put into a position, get into a gauged, some sort of size that's better for using. So in that regard, we've come a long way in terms of sizing for herd, or the inside part of the plant. And we've got different grade sizes that we use, and for a long time we've used like a universal size for horse bedding, animal bedding, which is kind of a cross between the micro size and the mate and the bigger size herd. But it's all about the insulation value. So the more air that's entrained in your aggregate mix that's protected with the lime binder, the higher your insulation value, right? So, and also the fact that the herd is what we call hygroscopic.
Okay.
And
What does that mean?
That means that if you put it under a microscope and really magnify it out, you'll see it has a lot of xylem in it, which is a lot of like air pockets, holes that carry nutrients and air and everything in the plant. So that cellulose has it's like balsa wood. It's so light, and it has a lot of little pores in it that make it vapor permeable. That's the attractive and why it's really down inside your temporary forms around the structural frame of the house or this whatever you're building. The tamping method or the casting method is going to determine how much air is left in that material that then becomes your insulative value.
Okay.
So the hempcrete, the way we do it, we're at about 1.6, 1.5 per inch. And that's based on the tensile strength that we want of the material cast around the frame. If we were doing it for roof insulation, we use less binder, more cellulose, and we're looking at about 2 per inch.
All right.
Yeah.
So now, when are we working here? When you talk about building the structure, are we talking here with a preformed block, or are
No.
we talking you build a form and you fill it with a?
So yeah, good question. I'll run you through it. Simple like in terms of you're gonna build the frame of your house as usual with 2x4s, 2x6s, whatever. Typical framing is around 16 on center. Because we're using a monolithic infill cast in situ around the structural frame, whether it's steel, whether it's wood, whether it's concrete. We're going to do the rough framing as usual per the permitting, per the codes. Then you're going to get the water boy's going to come in and that's your plumber. He's going to run all the waterworks, the rough. Then the electrical, the sparky's going to come in and run all the electrical stuff, your low voltage, everything else. It's all set up in before you get your framing sign off from the inspector to then do the insulation. And so the hemp becomes the insulation of the structure. So now we're putting up temporary forms around the framework, whether it's steel, whether it's lumber, whether it's concrete, whatever. And then we're casting in situ around that structural frame. That becomes the insulation of the house. And that's how we were able to get into the building codes and start working towards, and getting various permits for building.
That was where I was going, building code stuff. But I see what you just meet code, and after that you're good to go. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because
I need to jump in here because we have insulation around our show, and that is called the opening and the closing of part 1. And we do want you to turn into part 2 because there is a lot more to learn about utilizing cannabis hemp for building materials. And please make it a point to visit timeforhemp.news to download some groovy tunes from the Illusions of Music and lots of free podcasts. And Al Graham, give a shout out for Pace Radio.
Yep, find us paceradio.net. We talk about psychedelics and cannabis, and we're available 7 days a week.
And Al Byrne, a shout out for your book.
Yep, it's my book. We cover cannabis and psychedelics and a few other things. It's a history book. It's a learner. It's if you've any interest at all in keeping your health and using cannabis and you don't know much about it, you'll find this both a primer and also go into some really great detail. And they're going to tell you about a lot of things that the federal government did over 40 years that just weren't nice.
And Greg, you want to shout out?
where we teach and build and do everything with hemp, from food, fuel, shelter, clothing, health, and even jobs, and maybe even world peace.
And we ask that you like and share this particular video, because that is the only way we're ever going to be able to let the whole world know just how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant right now. It's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp, why not us? It's time to lift the hemp band. It's time to lift the hemp band. Yet we can. I know we can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. We can work together and lift the hemp band. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Fresh frozen on the shelf, little glass jar. Top stealth, label crooked on the side. Who cares? We just laughing in the kitchen, 2 chairs. Super joints in a Ziploc, fat rolling tray covered in the past. AK-47 in the stash, loud pack. You can smell it through the cab. Fall back. Fresh frozen, we stay chill. Super joints, been there, will. AK in the air, that thrill. Past the roach clip, take your fill. Hey, blunt tip, cherry still. Round and round, time stand still. Fresh frozen, yeah, that's real. Whole room slow like melted steel. Roach clip on the ashtray, chrome, tiny little soldier, smoke to the bone. We save every last bit, that's right. Patch a blunt, spark once, good night. Brown wrap, tongue tap, seal tight. One spark, whole squad take flight. Couch deep, cartoons, blue light. Half talk, half think, alright. Fresh frozen, we stay chill. Super joints, been there, will. AK in the air, that thrill. Past the roach clip, take your fill. Hey, blunt tip, cherry still. Round and round, time stand still. Fresh frozen, yeah, that's real. Whole room slow like melted steel.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
Hi, Guy. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I know, eh? What do you think
getting
about that?
sick of it, Al.
We see our names everywhere.
I'm getting sick of it.
So, oh, yeah.
People keep calling me.
Yeah, people send me questions all the time, wanting me to solve things for them. I think they should have used a small I for
They
the
did
I.
at the beginning.
Did they? Because it just ow, ow, ow everywhere. No. We're very popular. It's a popular name now.
I have a strain to review.
Do you?
And we've got a message from Allison. that we can play? It is in our chat. If you wouldn't mind pulling that up, Al.
It's in our chat, but on
Yeah.
Facebook.
There's a couple of things in the chat on Facebook.
Oh.
And also, it looks like we're going to have a white Christmas.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty well guaranteed right now.
We're
I
supposed to
did
get
see
another-
Yeah, I
What?
saw one day in the forecast over the next 2 weeks it actually gets to 0. Everything else, yeah, and lots of snow.
Oh, is that
we were
all?
talking before the show. I'm expecting another 20 centimeters here in the next 24 hours.
We've already had several minus 31 days here, dude. Not feels like.
We just had a minus. Well, yesterday morning it was minus 21.
Yeah, minus 21 and minus 31 are a little bit colder.
Yeah,
it's she doesn't even want to go out for more than five minutes. Does your dog like to go out?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, she's a husky, isn't she?
Yeah,
She got husky. Yeah,
she is Malamute cross, correct?
As Rosa
And I was
is
told, don't call
a
her
husky, mastiff, and lab cross. So all snow dogs. And
yes,
but she does the my paws, they're so cold.
Oh yeah.
Stephen looks out the door and goes, turns around and walks away. I'm waiting for him to jump into the snow one day when they have the door open.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. Are we lagged today? I think we are. Yeah, we are. Lag. So we've had some interesting things happen in the world.
Well, it's only because I had to start up Facebook and stuff like that. I think it's a resource hard. My own computer here. So.
I've got 2 Facebook pages open. I've got this open on one computer, and then I've got Facebook and other stuff on the other computer. As I mentioned earlier, my computer is excommunicado.
Yeah, exactly. All right, before we get into, I got Allison's video here. Before we get into playing Allison's video, other things that we're going to get involved in today is got my recipes, something to do with some nuts and a milkshake.
Ooh.
We got some news, and I'm sure some of it we're going to be probably with an extended talk, and got some events as well, information.
Oh, there's actually events going on.
Yes, yeah, there's actually one. It's in like 4 days. No, sorry, yeah, 4 days.
I just looked up at my screen and I saw Allison sitting there, and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
Yeah, and before we get into that, also don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. No matter
And you know what? Soon I'm going to set up stars, because I need to raise some money for a new computer.
I don't know anything about this stuff.
Yeah, no, neither do I. Although even though our pages are always getting blocked on Facebook these days for one thing or another, I've been approved for monetization. So
have you?
I'm going to take advantage of it, I think.
Okay, so message from Allison.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Here we go.
Hi, this is Allison Burden from Burlington, Ontario.
Oh, that's
Canada.
very low. Here, let me turn you up.
Retired law enforcement here in Canada, where I was charged with trespassing and having an unknown substance on premise when I was in an establishment here in Burlington, watching my friends play some Fluffy Guy. Anyway, my lawyer, Paul Lewin, worked an incredible, magical thing and ended up being able to have them drop my charges. So I have no longer do I have charges for either trespassing or having an unknown substance on premise. But I still am continuing with my fight. I'm fighting for all drugs to be legalized and regulated all around the world. I want people to understand how people like me live without access to these substances as I am right now. I have no psilocybin. I have lots of pills, but I wouldn't be awake to do this. So that I don't want. I want to enjoy my life while I have it. From my heart, I'm so thankful, Lewin. And I thank my partner, Gary. And I also want to thank specifically Nicholas Pope for offering to testify by video. On the day of my court hearing on December 2nd was the original day. And now it's no longer going to be. So you don't need to show up at court for me, everybody. And lastly, again, and not at all least, I want to thank everybody from around the world who has supported my fight to legalize and regulate all drugs all around so that they can be studied. And again, and even if they are illicit, we'll make it so they understand. So thank you very much. I always want to say how much I appreciate and love every angel that's ever helped me in this world. Thank you so much. And again, together we will.
You know what? I have to say, I've known Allison as you have. She's been a co-host for both of us for a long time. She's one of the first people that I met when we were searching for help for Kelly's ex-husband's sister, who had Lynch syndrome and was sitting in a hospital and needed some oil. And I had not met Allison ever before. At the Freedom Festival, we met with her, and she gave us some oil for Roxanne out of the goodness of her heart, without even knowing us, really. We had just appeared. I'd gotten to know Amy, and we were doing the show and stuff, but she herself is an angel. And although she's having a rough time now, she hasn't stopped. She's the first person always at the Global Marijuana March in her wheelchair out front, and this year she couldn't go because Gary forgot to plug in the battery. Let's be honest. But yeah, I'd love to hear what you're saying, Al.
Would you? Yeah, I can't remember the first time I met Allison. I know it was in the early days of my advocacy. Probably through my friend Diane, and then would meet Allison maybe at an event. It was probably the first time that I met her. Yeah, that'd be 20 years ago, at least. So
2022, maybe. I mean,
yeah.
20 or 22 years, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
So,
and it could have been at a treating yourself booth at some non-cannabis event while we're there educating people.
You know what it is I am very open about my mushroom use. I go to things, I go out, I shop, and but I don't walk around with a drink in my hand. And that's all that's happened is she had a drink with her medicine, and she went to an event, and they asked her to leave.
Yeah. She says that she got a waitress she's never dealt with before, and
she goes to this place all the time, apparently.
Correct. Yeah, yeah, she's there all the time. And then they called the cops on her.
And unfortunately, here in Canada, once the police are called, it's their call, not the owner of the restaurant. It's their call, whether or not they're going to continue the investigation or charge you, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think that they do that in the States. I think that they read you your rights and they investigate, and they either charge you or they don't. But I mean, I get that it's their bar, but Allison's a frequent flyer at this bar, and the owner should have been consulted before the police were called. That's all.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly who called the.
Yeah, exactly. So,
now whether that became something that was, I don't know I've never done any training. What's the self-serve training? Is there anything in there that tells them that they're supposed to automatically call the police if they see something like that happening? I realize
how would they know?
I don't know.
I think what it was
a drink. It wasn't that she was sitting in there smoking joints like the old days.
Exactly. But what it is a lot of bars and restaurants, some will let you bring your own stuff in, but a lot of bars and restaurants won't even let you come in with a Tim Hortons coffee or something.
Yeah, and that's more likely what's happened here. Is that this
exactly? And Allison, being the advocate that she is, spoke up and said something. And then they went, whoa, you can't do that here. I'm assuming. I know Allison, I know the way she is. Somebody puts their foot down, she puts it down in front, So
yeah, I'm trying to think of if it was whether I was talking to her or it was one of her I read information from. So
well, we asked her, and she answered me while we were on the air a few weeks ago. So I'm playing with the size of this.
I see that. I thought, geez, what just moved on the screen?
There.
That keeps it below the picture.
Well, no, it'll migrate into it if there's more comments. And we'll see that when somebody says hello.
Somebody says,
I suspect that our pal is watching. So
we have some YouTubers watching.
So Buddy will be in there.
Yep.
Probably.
Yep. Exactly. All right. Played the video. What?
We played the video.
We played the video. So that means that I have that question that I always ask you, and that's,
what are you smoking?
I need to change that. I need to change a lot of things. If I could get my fucking computer to work, I have. I'm enjoying the consistency of the big bag of buds. Big bag o' bud.
And what do you have in there this time?
Well, usually I get a split combo, which is an indica and a hybrid. And I like that because then I get a third one when I mix them together. But they didn't have any. So I got an ounce of purple cherry punch.
Oh.
Yeah. It's 290 THC and 0.91 CBD.
All right. Got a question. Got a comment. Buddy reads
I told you Buddy was there. Hi,
yeah,
buddy.
How'd you know it was me?
How'd I know? Well, you kind of appear about 5 minutes into the show, usually, both of my shows. So, so I'm enjoying this because it's not high THC, and I'm not feeling overwhelmed. Sometimes a high THC strain will make me feel a little bit overwhelmed.
Yeah.
More so than a sativa, to be honest. It's weird.
yeah.
I know. Well, with my dopamine levels different, because my
It's like-
ADHD,
When
it literally reacts differently, right? Like Ritalin. If I take Ritalin, I calm down. If you took Ritalin, you'd be off fucking doing a study bee at a fucking university or something.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Ritalin is still the number one study drug on most university campuses. So, they've probably changed that to crack now, but whatever.
Okay.
Oh God,
what am I smoking?
I don't know. What are you smoking, Al? Something you grew, I guess. Oh no, I know what you're smoking because you.
In my Shadowizer.
Now, did you put the top on?
Yes.
And are you liking it better?
I just put it on last night.
Okay. What we're talking
That's
about
the
is
three coil.
Exactly. It comes that they have a larger 3 coil pod that comes with their bubbler, which we both have, and I got a bunch of refills from Matt when I was there, and so I started using the shatter that I had wasn't really burning the way I like it in the ceramic pod. So I started using this 3 coil pod.
Yeah.
And I'm really liking it, although it burns.
Hey, good morning, Rob. Sorry.
That's okay.
Just got to jump in there and say good morning to Rob. My friend Rob is watching us. He is in Belize right now.
Hello, Belize.
And our
Hello,
other
Belize
friend
you.
Lisa. Other friend Lisa is there as well.
Cool.
They've been sending me pictures, sitting up on the deck with the bare feet showing and the palm trees and the sunset and all that stuff.
Another one of your friends said that she's been looking at places up here.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. And they looked at the place across the street, actually. Yeah.
I'm trying to think who that is.
I got a message on Instagram from somebody who said that they were been looking at houses up here for a while now, and they're diverse.
Oh,
so yeah.
All
But
right.
anyway, so they looked across the street, and I don't know if they were interested in it or not.
Yeah. Well, I know that Rob is looking for a house. I know that, and but I don't know where all he's been looking. I know that your way is obviously a lot cheaper than this way when it comes to housing. So.
Yeah, the house across the street I think it's been sold, but it was up for 79.
Yeah,
I think 79.9 actually.
Oh,
yeah, but it's
$80,000. Where do you buy a house for 80 grand?
Here.
Here.
Mine was only I paid $118,500 for mine.
Yeah.
So I mean,
okay. So back to where you were before I interrupted. We're talking about the Shadowizer.
Oh yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm enjoying the 3 coil. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah. So far, so good.
It burns through the product really quickly because of the 3rd coil, but and it's a longer coil as well, right? But I like it.
Time for a refill.
There you go.
Let's see what I got here.
You're not trying what you squished?
Okay, well that was just the end of what I had piece that I had squished. I've got another one that I squished here. It's a little darker. I had maybe the temperature up a little bit, or the fact that it is older cannabis. It's not fresh stuff.
Well, as I mentioned, try freezing it because the trichomes break off quicker and easier. and
Yeah.
more of them. And also play with your time. I have tried on mine less heat, more time.
Yeah.
And I've also tried more heat, less time.
Ah. Well, I'm gonna do
90 seconds was really good at a high heat, where
Yeah.
a low heat, 2 or 3 minutes works, you know. So you just
Yeah, I had it. My heat was probably a little high, and I had it in there for 3 minutes.
yeah, I wouldn't go that long, but maybe 2. Because the long, you know, it's cooking it while it's squishing it, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I've got to get my order in. I'm looking for a knife, a heated knife for doing dabs. It's a blade. You can just screw it on the end of a 510 battery. You take it and you take your dabs and you put it over top of it, whether it's your shatterizer.
Drop it on it like a knife.
Yeah, you just push the button so it just heats it up a little bit and it drop right in. None of this pissing around, scraping,
Yeah, I
trying to
wonder
get
how
it.
long it's gonna take for you to burn yourself with that fucker.
Well, I don't know. I'll let you know.
Yeah, no,
I've
thank you.
contacted a couple stores in my area, and they didn't have it, so I'm on the hunt.
So one of the things I wanted to bring up.
Thanks, Rob, for the love.
Is do we've talked about it before. Granny Storm's list.
Yeah, yeah.
Used to be the place to go to find cannabis related studies.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, my friend Lisa, who was with Rob, she printed off the whole list for me.
How many pages?
It's like 430 pages of nothing but links.
That's right.
Everything is linked to the little, like with, you know, like basically there would be 10 links on each page.
I like that.
And I would, when I was doing this, the events with treating yourself, people would ask me questions. And I would point to the book and go to the book, and I'd see that here's 4 websites right here talking about cannabis beneficial for this and that.
We used
that
to
can help
keep
them for their condition.
We used to keep the website up during the show when I started it, because that was the only place where you could really get an actual list. It wasn't just somebody putting stuff out there. It was actual studies. Anyways, the reason I'm bringing it up is because Normal made a post the other day that the NIH, which is the National Library of Medicine, and they have now included over 53,000 cannabis related studies in their list.
I seen something about there was like 4,000 that were just added this year alone.
Yes, and this is scientific papers that have been compiled, much like the Granny Storm's list, and they've put this out. It's amazing the access to the information that's out there. But here's the sad part: we're still fighting.
Yeah, we are.
We've got all this information, and because of a few boobs that are out there in the world that have something to say or something to be heard, they're fucking it up for the rest of us. They've got how many scientific studies do we need before somebody says, "Hey, wait a minute"?
Oh yeah, well, you know, there's quite often we'll report in the news of a article of a study,
that was something that we talked about 10 or 15 years ago
or more.
Yeah, and
I'm sure a lot.
I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see that it is out there publicly, but you know, it is behind. I'd say, obviously. Can I get you to lower those comments? I feel like I'm just barely over the screen.
You want to make it lower.
Lower.
Oh, that's too big. Hang on. Is that better?
I don't know. It's still the same height to me. Oh yeah, it's still the same height. Oh yeah. Yeah,
I
nothing
moved it
changed
over.
really. No. Oh yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, you've moved it over that way. Hey, can you slide it over to the center?
No, you can't do that. It would be too easy to do that, Al.
Okay, that works. That works, yes. I think there's something there. But okay, yeah, because I feel like I'm that guy that's just, over the deck. Okay. Just so you know,
complaining
we
mood
got
today.
yeah, I got I see Buddy Wheats has made a suggestion of the Puffco hot knife.
Oh, so you looked it up?
So I looked it up. There
Or
we
you
go.
could just go in and get your parents fine silverware and a torch and do it that way for free.
Oh, so torch, yeah.
I jest. As we were packing up my mom's condo, I actually found hot knives, like knives that I used as hot knives as a youngster. And I realized that they were her fine silver.
Yeah, there it is in use. Look at that. Just drops right in there.
Yep. Well,
Hey, my friend.
I have discovered that if you take your tool and you heat it up before you use it, that happens. So because I hate it when it's, you're in there, you're smoothing it out, you're getting you ready, you're in, and then the whole thing sticks to your tool.
Yeah.
So that would stop that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I have just just my normal dab tool here, and it's gotta get in there and scrape it off and all that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you heat it up before you do it, it won't stick to it.
Oh, you're suggesting me to do that? Okay, because I've done it in the past afterwards, and I wasn't
just heat. Yeah,
that's why I thought
heat up the end with your lighter, like you would a doobie, and then do your work inside the bowl, and it won't stick to it because the utility is the thing
been warmed up.
Has been warmed up. Yeah. So it just kind of slides right off. It doesn't stick to it. I hate that. You get in there, you're just about ready to use it, and it just pulls out the whole fucking thing. You got to do it
again. Yeah. I know. It's just, and then it's all stuck up the side. It's not down, down where it should be.
And that's the difference between using a coil and the ceramic pod. With the coils, you have to be a little bit more delicate with it when you're filling it, when you're cleaning it, when you're scraping it.
The coils have glass on them, don't they?
No, they do not. They're open. just like that one. If you open that one up, you'll see you can actually see the coils. It's the same on the small one, but with the ceramic one, you don't see the coils. They're underneath the
ceramic.
Yeah, and they don't.
They are exposed. Yeah, there is no glass.
Heat it up that much, as much, I should say.
Wow, it does. Like you said, it uses it up really quick.
Yeah. Yep.
There's a little bit left in there.
Now you make me want to go get mine.
Well,
so yeah.
No.
It is 37,000 scientific papers about cannabis have been published since 2015, and now they've added another bunch as we were
correct. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's up to 53,000. I don't know how many studies and links are on Stormcrow's list, which is still available, and seems I seem to remember somebody telling me that she has passed away, but somebody is continuing that on. Obviously.
Yeah, you mentioned that I think last time we were talking about her, that you thought that maybe she had passed on. I haven't looked into that, so I don't know.
I looked into last time we were talking about it. I looked and it's being updated.
Yeah,
So
good.
somebody's still going. But my point is, I'd like to know how many scientific studies are on that list. I'm sure there's more than 53,000.
There's a lot, and some of her stuff included links to newspaper articles and stuff.
Yeah,
It wasn't just
It was.
I see Buddy Weeds has
cannabis
suggested
combile.
I see Buddy Weeds has suggested a cold scoop with the dab tool and lighter to warm it as it flows into your coil.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I did in the past, and I thought maybe I just overheated it.
It also depends on the product that you're using. When I use oil in my Shatterizer, I will either use the oil pod, or I will do exactly what Buddy just take a cold scoop and then let it drip in, right? Yep.
I guess with the tool,
just like with hash, when I get a piece of hash to warm it up, I stick it to the side of my tea. I stick it on the side of the glass of my tea, and it warms it up enough that I can put it into a snake. I don't like breaking up my hash. I like to snake.
Oh yeah. Well, the other day, actually Sunday, I took some. I've collected hash here. Nice thing about it never goes bad. So the other day, I crushed up a bunch that had gone, hard, ground them up, and laced my doobies full of some nice ground up kiff and
yum. And did you notice this week or last week, Dave announced that the Happle and the other one, the Dewdrop, are now available on the cannabis,
the OCS
website.
Yeah, I read a post this morning, and he said what he said is it's available for retailers. And he said he hoped that it was available for the general public on the OCS website.
Well, I'm sure.
Now he also updated that there are 15,000 now that have been sold, 10,000 that were handmade, and 5,000 that have been produced by.
I was just gonna say, he's signed up with a company to reproduce them, and so he's not. I'm sure he's still making the odd one.
He's making skull versions.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
He's got the skull Dewdrop and a skull Happles.
I'd love one of those. Yep. Even though I can't use my Dewdrop. It just it's one of those things.
I've got the Dewdrop sitting right here on my desk, and you can see right here. You got my Happy.
It's over there.
I got to put it in my. I have like plastic coffee containers with big lids on them. Put some alcohol in there, and then put the Happle in there. Take it out in the morning, give it a rinse, and it's done. Nice and easy.
You could, I don't know.
No little hidden chambers and things to have to clean out and curse and swear at because you can't get at it.
Yeah, mine's a mess. I need to do mine.
Yeah, I got my Roar vapor bomb that I've got, and
the big one that you got, the one you won.
No, that was the one that I didn't win that one. I had to buy that one.
Oh, I thought you won.
Yeah, I bought that off a local guy who had won it. So it's got his name on it because they engraved the names of the winners into the basis of the
cool.
vapor bong. Yeah. So Jake's name is in there and on it. And the percolator is a long stem that goes down the center of the bong. And if anything builds up on that stem, you can't
It's
get
hard.
in there to clean it properly, right?
Soak
Soak it and soak it and soak it.
The Student glass
Mhm.
cleans up nice. You can take it apart and put it in the dishwasher. But depending on what detergent you use, you might mess up your finish because that's not supposed to go into the dishwasher, obviously.
Oh,
the new detergents that they have for dishwasher have a lot of so but it cleans up the glass really nice. You put all the parts in a little basket and put it into the dishwasher and done.
Done. All right, talking about done, let's move on. There we go.
No, I don't want to.
Yes. Okay, today, recipe wise, what do we got? It's Christmas is coming. I think maybe this recipe will help with the Christmas and things.
Oh, I just realized you can do that, and I'm going to do something here to help with your situation of chatness.
Okay, here we go. Recipe wise, this is coming to me from Bite Me Podcast, and it's called Sweet and Spicy Toasted Nuts. Look at that. The Green Organic Dutchman. That used to be a cannabis producer.
There we go. How's that, Al? Oh, 1 second.
I don't know. What am I looking at?
I moved. You'll see it when you go back to the screen after your thing.
Okay, no, I'm at the screen now. I'm looking at it. Looks like
No. I mean, when it's just you and I've moved us up so that
we're
not being hidden by the chat. So
okay,
let's close off this chat so people can see this.
All right, so they're sweet and spicy toasted nuts, as I said. Ingredients: 3 cups of mixed nuts, your choice, whatever you want. An egg, quarter teaspoon of cayenne pepper, quarter teaspoon of cumin, 1.5 teaspoons of cinnamon, half a teaspoon of sea salt, a quarter cup of brown sugar. Now, they say 4 packets of some ripple powder or a tablespoon of infused olive oil. I know I've got that sitting in the fridge.
I do as well. I have some olive oil as well.
Yeah. Now they say to preheat your oven at 350. Combine your spices, sugar, salt, your olive oil in a small bowl. Mix until even, and in a separate large bowl, whisk your eggs whites with 1 tablespoon or 1 teaspoon of water for a minute. They say to get it all frothy. Add your nuts to the large bowl and toss until coated. Add sugar, spice, mix, and toss until coated, it says. Drizzle with the infused olive oil if using and mix well. Spread the nuts into the lined baking sheet. Bake for 8 minutes until the nuts smell lightly toasted, and stir the nuts well and bake for another 8 minutes. Let cool, and then you can, 10 minutes later, you can eat it.
And bake some more.
Make some more. Yeah. That way, when your friends come over, New Year's party, Christmas gathering, got some infused nuts to share with your friends.
Sorry, I was playing with Leia.
That's
there. So you see now, look at the thing. Oh no, it didn't work. What the hell, man?
I know, yeah.
Okay,
I know. I see something right here across here.
I'll fix it.
All right. And the other one, not, it is cold and stuff, but just because it's cold doesn't mean that you don't drink cold drinks, right? There we go. There it is. Found it.
Didn't work again.
Oh, wonder why.
It's not saving, is what it is.
Yeah. All right. There we go. I've got it now. I did close off that other one.
What's this one?
This one is the cannabis vanilla milkshake.
Ooh, I like chocolate milkshakes. I don't like vanilla milkshakes.
Well, I'm sure we can adjust for that. Let's find out.
I have some dark chocolate syrup in my
Okay.
cupboard.
Well, they say 4 cups of vanilla ice cream. Why not 4 cups of chocolate ice cream?
Why not 5 cups?
Why not any other flavored ice cream?
Rocky Road.
Rocky Road. Heavenly Hash. Hey, this Heavenly Hash should get you buzzed. So 4 cups of your ice cream, 1 3/4 cups of cannabis milk, 4 tablespoons of cane sugar, 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. You need a blender. Just combine all your ingredients in a blender. Blend until desired consistency has been reached.
I don't have a
Serve in
blender.
chilled
I have
glasses
a
of joy.
I have a food processor. I don't have a blender.
Oh,
I have a Keurig, not a Keurig, Cuisinart thingy.
yeah, I'm assuming you can blend with that. So there you go. Easy peasy. That one I'll put in the chat because I won't close it off.
I like milkshakes.
Fine, buddy. Weeds, you want to interact? We'll speak back to you. Man.
I'd like 3 scoops of ice cream.
Well, the cannabis milk, if anybody's wondering, I'm just clicking on it.
Fan cannabis.
They say 1 liter of full fat milk, 25 grams of finely powdered cannabis. And they say bring your milk to a boil and let simmer until the double boiler method. Using the double boiler method. And if you're brave enough, direct low flame.
I don't
Add
know.
your cannabis to the milk bit by bit while stirring it continuously.
Actual product?
Yeah. Stir and they say simmer and stir occasionally for 30 to 45 minutes.
That's going to have a lot of chlorophyll in it.
Yeah, they say you will notice your milk turn a yellowish green color.
Yeah.
They say strain it through a cheesecloth. Allow it to cool and serve in a shot glass, either chilled or warmed up.
I don't understand how cheesecloth works. Holes and yet catches everything.
Yeah. They say that you may notice some skin forming at the top of your milk. They say don't panic. Just
scum, not
stir it up.
It's scum.
Okay.
Cannabis milk scum.
Milkshake. That's an easy one. Wonder if that would work with yogurt.
The first
frozen yogurt.
The first thing I ever made out of cannabis was a cake. Tim and I took an ounce of powder and used that as flour.
Yes.
And made the cake. Instead of using flour, we just used ground up cannabis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was horrible.
Oh yeah, I imagine it was.
but the frosting made it okay, and a hell of a buzz.
I messed up on the spelling. It's all right.
I see that.
I put a space in there.
Cannabis. There's no space, Al.
Well, look at that. They got rejected at a few spots. So yeah, there's the vanilla or whatever flavor of milkshake. What I'll do is they said high fat. I'll check the frozen yogurt and see if there's any high fat in that. I don't.
I would think that there would be, and for anybody who doesn't know, high fat foods attract cannabis, so it's easy to infuse it. Yeah, it infuses nice with milk and butter and dairy products in general.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. All righty. So there's recipes. Both you can eat nuts, can't you?
I love nuts. I had nuts last night. I had a trail mix last night.
Did you? I miss nuts.
I like nuts, but unfortunately my gut does not.
Oh. Yeah, I like eating, cashews and all that stuff, but
you can't anymore.
Yeah, my bowel doesn't like that.
I like peanuts, but I hate peanut butter, as you know.
Yeah. Okay. From recipes, we're gonna move on to a okay. I have got geez, did I throw it out? Oh, I did. I've had this container of wild card. Oh, it's in. Yeah.
Welcome to the show. We're going to watch Al look for something. Enjoy.
Yeah. Well, damn. Oh, well. I had this container of wild card rosin that's been sitting here waiting for me to consume, and I haven't.
Because now you've thrown it out.
Correct. But I opened up the container, and what I found was, that this stuff was over a year old.
I like cannabis oil or coconut oil as well, but
yeah, I use coconut oil and the olive oil. It depends what's available at the local grocery store. Sometimes
I prefer the coconut oil over the what is it, MTC, even though it's different, but it's the same.
Yeah.
I find that the MTC, which they use in a lot of products available on the market, it makes me poop funny.
Oh.
Whereas coconut oil does not. I don't mind olive oil. I use it to cook.
Yeah. The thing too, like when you make with coconut oil, is that at that point it's so universal. You can use it to cook and eat, and you can use it to make topicals and lotions.
I made a mixture of extra virgin olive oil,
buddy weed,
and cannabis oil, and and then you put it in the fridge and it congeals like a butter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you just take a scoop out and throw it into whatever you want. What'd you find, Al? Find what you wanted?
Yeah, I was just I took the dab out of the product. No, I didn't find the label, the package. I think it is in another garbage can, which is in the other side of the house. So I have to leave. Maybe put
exactly,
a song on it.
Exactly,
Huh?
buddy. Although they use the MTC in a lot of the legal market products, they use MTC.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like the taste of the coconut oil.
Yeah, and some people it bothers their stomach.
Well, with me, it's the MCT that bothers my stomach.
Yeah, it's never bothered my stomach.
Was it modulated coconut something? I don't know what it stands for, but
yeah, I use it. I don't use that hard white waxy stuff.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'd rather just use butter. All right, what's our next on the thing? I haven't done a list.
Just so you know, it's tasted pretty good, but It is aged. I don't know what happens with aged rosin. Like
it degrades.
Well, it goes crystally.
Yes,
That's
and
what
and
happened
some,
with this.
and people that do extracts will tell you that that's actually okay. It actually
it
gets when it's at that stage, and heard.
Yeah. You're wondering what's next? I'm keeping an eye on the clock too.
They haven't had enough product to squish, and I'm wondering what your ratio was, what your yield was.
Oh, ratio wise, that I didn't weigh it because I don't have a small scale.
I find if I do 7 grams, I'll get just under a gram. Right now, I'm still figuring out my heat as you are. The difference between mine and yours is my plates are 2 probe. There's 2 heater coils in each one, not 1. You only have 1, I believe, right?
I couldn't tell you offhand because these are on loan to me. So
I know.
I haven't,
yeah.
I don't know anything as far as technical.
Just turn it on and make it work.
It's got a heated plate top and bottom.
Mine as well, but my plates have 2 probes in it, not just 1. Most people just get 1 probe. I thought, more heat the better.
Yeah.
Fucking
spread
are
out.
not cheap for your fucking squishers, man. That was like $800 for plates, right?
Yeah.
Just
I know exactly.
The actual press is only a couple $100, $300 maybe.
Mm.
You can get it at like the one that Al has is a Canadian Tire automotive press.
It's sitting there on the table, and I just hit the switch and turn it on. And
mine is a 10-ton Maxim press that I've got plates on.
Yeah,
that's all it is. If you're thinking about squishing, it's not that. And then nug crusher. What's that? Nug.
Oh yeah, the smasher.
Nug smasher. You can buy. They're I think they're $700-800. I think maybe a little bit more than that. And everything's right there in a little box.
Yeah, I think they have like a 2-ton and a 4-ton.
Yeah, and it's a plunger. You have to push it down.
Yeah, there are plungers.
Where ours is like the one
pump.
The one that Al has is my old one, and that flaked out at the lounge. And we were going to put you can hook up a compressor to those.
Yeah.
Right. And they work really well. But these have the pump, right? It's not leaking, eh?
No.
When I got it, it was leaking all over the fucking place, Al. All you had to do was take it apart and put it back together again. Yep.
There you go.
I miss you.
Actually, right there, it is just over 5-ton press. I think
that one there
actually
that's
8.5 tons is when
that's qualified as a 10-ton press.
Yeah, well, it's an 8.5, and
but it's sold as a 5-ton press.
I think the bag blew out on that squish.
I don't use bags.
Oh,
I don't.
And actually, and even the parchment paper, I just probably had it just in there wrong or something. Because as you know, I helped my friend do it for quite a while. We went to different places. But he was always the guy who ran it. So now that I've got it and set up now and starting to use it, I'm really just new.
Yeah, me too.
To do my own squishing. So
yep,
it's I'm still in the experimental stage of everything.
Well, I was when I had access to the reservation weed, I had more than enough to squish. I'm not going to go and spend $130, $40 on an ounce and then squish half of it. It just,
well, that's the thing too, right?
When you have your own product that you can put in there and play and experiment, then you've got enough. The yield, unless when you get the heat and the timing down and the pressure, and you get a good yield out of it, then great. But I mean, I'm sorry, to take 7 grams of flour and only get a half, maybe 0.9 of a gram out of it when you squish it. No. I mean, that would cost $80 to do if I did it with weed that I bought, right?
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. We pay that much money and then you do this to it, and you got this little left. I see a buddy there. He says 10 grams.
Yep. I said it depends on the time.
Yeah. He suggests to go to YouTube.
Oh yeah, there's lots of video out there on YouTube. But once Al and I get together, get it all together and learn how to use this thing, we're gonna have a live squish off. You're more than welcome to join us if you like.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be able to take the computer into the room because I'm not bringing it out to the computer. I'll tell you. That's the one thing. It is heavy.
I have mine on wheels.
Yeah,
I can roll it around the house. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
No, mine's stationary.
But yes, it is heavy. I had to carry mine up my stairs from the basement because nobody was around, and it took me about 15 minutes to do one step at a time. Just kind of.
Yeah, and you've got a bad shoulder.
I have more than a bad shoulder, but yeah.
So,
I'm always worried that my shoulder's going to come out of its socket because there's screws holding it in and stuff, right? So like every time it clicks, I'm like, oh fuck, is it loose? Need some oil.
All righty. From the product
I'm
review,
1/10 Tin Man.
I probably should have, like I said, played a song and went and got the label for this because I think it's in my room with the squisher.
Oh, you're still thinking about where your product is that you lost?
Well, yeah, we'll discuss it next.
That's going to bother you all day long, isn't it, Al?
No, I'll just go get it after the show.
You're sure that's where it is?
Yeah, I'm sure it's there. Yeah, why don't?
I just got mine, buddy, as a birthday present, and I actually left it sitting in my tent up at the farm, and people come over and used it. Yeah. I think you come over and used it at one point.
Why don't I'm going to play something here. So we're talking about Dave and his Happle and everything. I'm going to play a little promo here of the Happle.
All right.
On the documentary, just to see if I package it.
All right. I'm going to take away the comments, and you go ahead and do that, and I'm going to go and make a bagel because I'm feeling.
Okay, you got 2 minutes, just so you know.
Alrighty.
Okay.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay, soft drinks, and this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the hackles. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love style. Acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I'm back. Al's still out making his bagel. But that was a promo that we created for the Apple. As you can see, we went to Dave's shop, got video footage of him making his Apple, and it's like about a 52-minute long documentary. And every once in a while, we'll run it during Saturdays, re-rolled Saturdays. Now, I see Buddy Weeds has made some comments. He says, I've started frozen bubble hash. So are you squishing the bubble hash, Buddy? There we go. There's his comments right there. He's got 4 presses, been squishing for 7 or 8 years. Well, you're speaking with a newbie, buddy. Oh, here comes Al with his bagel.
Yeah, sorry. I was like, I put the bagel on and I was like, shit, that's going to take 2 minutes.
Hash rosin. There you go. Yeah, making hash rosin. I was at my friend's place and we squished some of his hash that he had made, and it just, we couldn't believe it. The bubble hash he had made, just the amount that came out of there was like, holy shit! It's a good thing that there's a catcher in the bottom of the parchment paper.
I tried squishing some of the hash I made a couple of years ago, I guess.
Yeah.
And I was shocked at what it did to it.
Yeah, Buddy Weeds, he may know my friend, the guy, Mr. Squishy.
Mr. Squishy stole my
Mr.
name.
Squishy on Instagram a lot. So, okay, where do we go from there? We did the news is what we're going to do next.
All righty.
And we've got some talking to do. Here we
So,
go.
I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened. Tell me.
Well, I will tell you that on the news end of things, it's making the headlines, and that is the fact of what is happening in Nova Scotia, and that the province has ordered the police to crack down on the dispensaries on the reserve.
We're trying to get
Reserve.
somebody. We're trying to get one of those dispensary owners to come on the Four Corner Show.
Yeah. they wrote the chiefs and asked them to help them close down the stores.
They've done that here in Ontario as well.
Have they?
When
When?
no. When Rosalie, go on out. Go lay down, please. When they started really getting popular in Alderville, the OPP
it didn't work.
approached the OPP approached the chiefs and the band leaders and that, and they said no, but other reservations are saying yes. I mean, we don't have any from Sioux City, Sault Ste. Marie up to the border, Manitoba border. There are no reservation cannabis dispensaries.
Really?
None at all, which sucks for me.
Yeah.
But down where you are, there's Tanganega, there's Turtle Island, and
I'm right in the middle of two large reserves with, you're looking at between 40 to 60 stores depending on which one.
At one time, when Alderville was becoming very popular, because it's only an hour out of the city, when you drive up, get your weed, and go home. And but I have seen the OPP sitting just outside of the reservation property line, and also sitting in front of some of the stores, because the highway goes right through Alderville. Therefore, it's pertinent to OPP, right? And they would sit there and deter people from going in.
Yeah, well, it didn't work.
No,
it totally doesn't work in Nova Scotia, because the police or the chiefs down there are saying that the province obviously misunderstands treaty rights.
Right.
Yeah, they don't govern their community, is what the chiefs down there say.
Well, here, that's what's going on there. And then here in Ontario on the reservations, they're going after non-Indigenous residents who are growing. Right?
Yeah, well, down there at Tanganega, there was a lot of non-residents that was growing large amounts of cannabis.
Yes, I won't say anything more.
And that wasn't a raid on the stores, right?
They were going after grows that were illegal and being operated by ethnic people.
So down there, it's going to be interesting. Chiefs are saying, based not your responsibility, it's ours. And they've increased the amount of stores in Nova Scotia as far as their legal stores.
Yeah.
And they went from 50 to 51.
Woohoo.
Cindy was just going, we increased by one. Woo.
At one time, Alderville had capped the stores at 22, I think. They said, okay, no more. Right now, Mike, can you hear my cat howling?
No.
It's in the living room because he just ate. He has to tell the world, I just ate. There's no more food in my bowl. I want more.
Yeah, Mr. Squishy, and
I see that. No.
I know him through you, Al. I went, that's good. That's good. Yes. Mr. Squishy and I, we get together every couple of weeks and get together to have a dab.
I've met him.
Yeah. See, Buddy's got a few words on.
I've been to his garage.
Yes. Let's see. Yeah, another chief says that Minister Armstrong must understand that the province does not have jurisdiction to govern our communities, nor do they have a complete understanding of what happens in our communities. Therefore,
Obviously, there's
they
somebody,
cannot decide what is best for our members.
obviously somebody in the government thinks otherwise.
Yeah. He says that we hold Aboriginal title, Aboriginal rights, and treaty rights over our territory. This jurisdiction protects our autonomy and our identity. Nova Scotia must
Called an
realize,
inherited right.
yeah, that a non-collaborative approach has never, nor will it ever be appropriate or acceptable.
There are in Wawa, there is a legal dispensary on a reservation. And I believe there's one in Fort.
Yeah,
I can't remember that Fort something there up near Thunder Bay, but they are legal entities. They're not reservation dispensaries. They're legal stores.
The Nova Scotia government saying that they are doing this for public safety.
Sure.
How many people have died from an indigenous cannabis?
Just that guy that ran into a tree.
There you go. Now they say here that excuse, another chief says that using public safety is a reason to override our inherent rights to self-govern and implement our treaty in a modern economic context is appalling. These are abuses of a colonial power. They say that the province's actions through the Minister of Justice are acts of systematic racism and inciting hate against the Mi'kmaq people, labeling us the problem. And this is narrative to absolutely disgusting. They said the government and police need to focus on illicit drugs like fentanyl and opioids.
You think?
Yes. Yeah. A legal expert says that he was surprised by the directive, warning it may push legal boundaries in terms of jurisdictional control and indigenous sovereignty. It could also represent political terms in policing. Yeah. This professor says it's not a clear violation. It's kind of a borderline case. It's not, for example, exactly like what U.S. President Donald Trump is doing, targeting specific individuals or operations. But it's a little to that borderline, and that's really the concern there. So, and the Attorney General there says, I disagree. So he's going after them. And people have been holding protests and stuff going on.
Yeah, this is the new Attorney General in Nova Scotia who I don't. Yeah, Buddy will know this because he was listening to the show on Friday. Marcel knows him, as does Darcy, and we had a long conversation about the gentleman that Al's talking about on Friday.
Yeah. All righty, that is gone. We'll
It's not
shut that
cool.
down.
It's not
Right?
cool.
I know I gotta watch your time. You've only got a little bit of time there because you've got an appointment you got to
I
get
have
to.
to
after
run.
the show.
Well, not me, but I have to run
Yeah,
someone to
correct.
the hospital for noon. So
Okay, and so I'm just gonna fly through this.
okay, you fly and I'll roll.
All right, and because I want to get to this one. Ambush registrations stabilized in early 2025, while personal production licenses declined. They declined by 25%, Al.
This is Canada?
This is in Canada. Yeah. Registration of federal licensed sellers now with Ontario leading with 82,000. Where's the exact numbers here?
I know a lot
Here
of
we go.
people who have, I know a lot of people who
28%.
have been licensed for a long time who have said fuck it. So I get that.
28% of the people aren't growing their own anymore. Have dropped that much.
Or
26%.
they are and they've just dropped getting their license, which is what's happening.
Yeah, we got 161,267 registrations as of March of this year, compared to 160,000 of last year. and they said that originally back in 2019 there was 370,000 people who were registered.
Well, it's easier to go into the store and buy what
Yeah.
you need.
Well, that's the thing. That's what they were hoping that would, that's basically what would happen. Now, as far as personal designated production, they say that.
So let me just clarify something here, Al. This is
15
the medical program we're talking about, or is this?
Yeah,
the
this is the medical
recreational
Health
program?
Canada medical program.
Okay.
Yeah. They say that personal cultivation of cannabis for their own medical purposes decreased 28%. That was 15,700 people in December 2024 to 11,300 in March of 2025. They say this represents a significant decline compared to a 5% decline in the previous 6 months. So that's not good. Less people are growing. They say the category of authorization has shown significant decreases from a peak of 47,000. So,
Like I said, a lot of medical patients in Canada have opted to say, fuck you, I'll just go to the store and get what I like that works for me.
Now, let's see what else. They say the average for someone who's just buying their cannabis through the medical program, the average is 2 to 2.5 grams per day. When it comes to personal growing of their own, that right now is at 33 grams per day. 10 times higher, more than 10 times higher. There's 4,100 health practitioners that were involved in the signatures. As far as signing them, they even break it down. Here we go. Majority, 82% of healthcare practitioners who authorize cannabis 2 or above 25 grams per day were located in British Columbia and Ontario.
I remember when there was only one doctor that was signing, and his name was Rob Camermans.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and he said if I wouldn't have to sign, if other doctors would sign.
And now he's not allowed to practice medicine because of it.
Okay, going on the time and the things, I'm going to skip past the sports and we're going to jump right into.
I've had mine since the MNAR, buddy. So,
yeah,
long time.
Yeah, yeah. I still have a card from like 2007.
I know a few people who had Section 56s in lieu of the program before the program started.
Yeah, yeah. See, Buddy agrees with this. Nova Scotia's way out of whack. And I never gave up my license. No.
I haven't given up my license.
No. So events. All right.
Technically, once your doctor signs that piece of paper, your license paper expires or not. Your doctor has said you may use cannabis, and that is the law. Your doctor says you can use it.
Health Canada will tell you. Health Canada will tell you otherwise.
Of course they will. Of course they will.
Events. Cannabis wise, there's an event going on in Calgary and one in Edmonton, and they are both Christmas paint parties. But more close to us here in Ontario, where we're located at, on December the 13th, from 2 p.m. till 10 p.m. is the Winter Festival 2025 with Canna Crawl.
Cool.
Location to be announced on the day of the event.
Same place it's every other time.
Yeah. Now the last, I don't see it here, but on the oh, hang on. No, there's the comments. They had something, I think it was 80 vendors this one?
You had a lot of the vendors that go to those.
Yeah.
event, in Hamilton at our weekly swap meet.
Swap. Okay, we'll hit, click. There we go. Canna Crawl. Right there. Winter Festival 2025. Go to the website, cannacrawl.ca. Just click on the button there, get your tickets. Right there explains what the Canna Crawl is. And Rena, as well as Anthony.
I like Anthony.
Yeah. I get along with
He's
Anthony.
he's a hoot. He really is.
Okay, so Canna Crawl, December the 13th, Hamilton. And one other one that's already happened. Okay. Yeah, buddy, I agree. Cannabis is my way of life. The MJ Bowl down in the US from the MJ BizCon.
Yep.
They announced their winners, and they say cannabis, California cannabis. Something that the California MJ Bowl winners. There we go. Flower, Decibel
Is
Garden.
this what Steve Bloom posted?
What's that?
Did Steve?
Could
Is
be,
this
yes, yeah, it is actually.
Yeah.
From
From Celeb Stoner.
I got something for you too. I just clicked it on. There we go. I'll put these up on the screen. Yeah, so we can see it right there. Different strains there. Papaya solventless rosin. Yes. Friend of mine made papaya solventless rosin. Squishes it. That's Mr. Squishy. Okay. Dreamstar. New York winners. They're on the screen. The vapes, edibles, concentrates, pre-rolls, flour. There you go. MJ Bowl. And before we say goodbye, we had that break. Not just for you to get a bagel, but for me to get this package.
Oh, you found it, did you?
I found it. Yes, I found it. It was called Wild Card Extracts. Okay, this is from a product review. The strain says FG by CR.
Okay, don't know what that means.
Yeah. 73%. Here we go. That's total cannabinoids. THC 62%. CBD none. 70% THCA. Got some CBG in there. Corphiphylline, farmine, I think, and limonene are the terpenes. Sweet, creamy, vanilla, orange hops. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
My first press was some curling. I was a curling iron.
Yeah. Wow. February 2023. 3 years. Almost.
I've had lots of stuff that's few years old.
Yeah.
And although I mean if it's in a
I haven't had it for 3 years, just so I want to make sure you know that.
if it's in a container and it's out of the sunlight and it's not in a hot room, it should be fine.
Yeah, it was in the container. It did leak. It was sticky on the outside and everything, so I cleaned it all up. So, all right, we got 4 minutes. If anything else you want to discuss? Anything on the entertainment end? No.
No, not really. I mean, I haven't. I mean, there's some stuff coming up.
Right.
Apparently, there's a new spin-off coming up of from Game of Thrones, which I don't watch. My sister does. I'm waiting on to see what comes out of the Yellowstone franchise.
Oh yeah,
they've got some spin-offs starting in the winter season, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but other than that, I've been watching a lot of Mega Machines and things like that. I haven't been watching many shows lately.
I'm still watching that series, The Billionaire Bunker. It's starting to get the backstabbings going on. Yeah, this is the people who are in the 900 feet in the ground in a bunker,
like that.
billionaire bunker. That's what they're in there because the world has been scorched by nuclear war and all that stuff. Which is
not yet. We'd be dead if it had.
Just a bunch of hunky dory. They're just controlling these people. Is all they're doing down there.
I've seen similar things where they build condos out of old missile silos.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen those things. I guess it's the same kind of thing. Under the ground people. People who live under the ground are weird. But then I think that they probably say people that live above ground are weird.
Don't get any light.
And on that note,
yes. All right, it's good to find it. Doesn't have stop. Yeah, never will. All right, good stuff. Yes, Buddy Weeds, you have a great weekend as well. Thanks for the information, background information. It's always good to find out about our people who we talk with while we're here live on the broadcast. So, all righty. Well, Al, anything? That's it. You're done.
Got to clean off the car, and the sun's coming out now, and it stopped snowing. Look at that.
All right, there you go. You got the weather forecast at Terrace Bay, Ontario. Everybody enjoy their day, enjoy their week. And
yeah, minus 20.
Well, hey, that's what it was the other day, and I went outside, and I thought, I gotta go out, gotta get out, gotta get the dog out, right? Okay, next week. I see there's a comment there. Yep, no problem, Buddy Weeds. Thanks for chatting, and thanks for sending us messages. Interactive, getting together. It works. So I'll see you all later. Bye bye. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.